Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Semafor co-founder and CEO, Justin B. Smith.
Good morning. Good morning. Opening up the next 3 billion event is actually, of the 100 events a year that Semafor does, it's the by far the most fun one for all sorts of reasons. So first of all, thank you and good morning and welcome. We are a 3-year-old company, but this is our second annual Next 3 Billion Summit. And so I just want to formally welcome you. Thank you for joining us here on this very, very busy, consequential, traffic-filled week. I think I did 20,000 steps yesterday because I didn't want to get in a taxi. Obviously the UNGA week, which is just a very, very interesting and sometimes challenging time. So thank you for staying with us. I'm Justin Smith. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Semafor, which I'm very pleased to report is the world's fastest growing independent news brand. So thank you. And if there are fans of Semafor in the house, you might know a few things. One, that we are going to turn 3 years old next month, which we're very proud of. Thank you. But secondly, especially relevant to this subject, fans will know that we are the only American-based company that started a news organization globally, but started in America and started in Africa. Back in 2022, we launched with a very simple vision, which is that we wanted to build the world's most transparent, most intelligent, sophisticated global news product that everyone in the world could trust, and trust it across both ideological lines, so you didn't feel like you're being pushed to the left or to the right, and trusted across geographic lines, which is an equally pernicious bias in the global news media, as you know. And today, Semafor has more than 1 million subscribers, bureaus across the US, Sub-Saharan Africa, the UK, and the Gulf. And our founding mission is the same. We want everyone to wake up and read Semafor and know that you can trust it and that the content will illuminate you in all sorts of different ways. Today, the Next 3 Billion Summit is one of our most special convenings, obviously tied to the origin story of Semafor Africa, but it's a convening that's dedicated to exploring the forces accelerating economic and social prosperity across the world's most ascendant regions. And so across the day today, you'll hear directly from top policymakers, including the leading policymaker in the White House advising President Trump on Africa policy, development and investment leaders, people like Mark Sussman of the Gates Foundation, and global CEOs who play key roles in spearheading this global effort to unlock, frankly, what is one of the greatest social and economic challenges, but also opportunities, which is the frame of the next 3 billion of our time, which is connecting the next 3 billion to the digital economy. So before proceeding, I want to say just a quick word about our partners here, and remind everyone that quality journalism, independent journalism, which Semafor's events are based on, requires the support of great brands and partners. And so all of us at Semafor are deeply thankful to the Gates Foundation for their support and to our presenting partners Cisco, G42, Schneider Electric, and Standard Bank. And to kick us off, speaking of quality, high quality, independent journalism, in the spirit of this summit's mission, we're going to do something quite different. I'm going to introduce and welcome to the stage Semafor's managing editor for Africa, Semafor Africa's managing editor, Alexis Akwagiram, who recently, just in the last couple of days, has published an exclusive scoop and story investigating the true complexity of bringing digital infrastructure to the African continent. And this story exemplifies the global journalism that we are committed to at Semafor. And it's reporting that goes really beyond the headlines to uncover, the truth is too much of a word, but to uncover the facts and the realities on the ground. So please join me in welcoming Alexis to the stage to share his insights in conversation with my co-founder and fellow last-named Smith person, Ben Smith. Thank you all again for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Justin. Thank you all so much for being here. It's great to see a bunch of familiar faces in the audience this year. And then congratulations, Alexis, to you and to Yinka Adegoke for 3 years of Semafor Africa, which has been extraordinary and which is like the thing people talk to me about most about Semafor, certainly this week. We thought it would be valuable to start with a kind of a framing exercise for what I think are a lot of the challenges that people in this room work so hard on and think so hard about in terms of bringing technological infrastructure, particularly bringing AI out to places where there's so much opportunity and so many challenges, and also to people who are thinking about the U.S.-China race in particular for the technology industry, for the technology infrastructure in Africa. And so last May, as you guys may remember, President Ruto was in the United States, the president of Kenya, state visit with Joe Biden, huge announcement that they were going to do this massive new data center powered by geothermal energy, online within 24 months in Kenya's Rift Valley. And it's been, I guess, something like 20 months. You went out there just a couple of weeks ago. What did you find?
Yep, so I was out there in August, and what I found was absolutely nothing was happening on the ground. Now, I had done some reporting in the run-up to this, so I was prepared. I mean, the first thing that struck me was the beauty of the Great Rift Valley. This is the old Karia geothermal plant. I went there, it's stunning, rolling green hills, you've got monkeys there, eagles soaring overhead. But I was looking for some sign of progress, and there was none whatsoever. They hadn't broken ground, which obviously tells you if they're aiming to have the first phase being operational for May 2026, this is clearly not on target. And I was been told this in advance anyway.
And so you and our colleague Kelsey in Abu Dhabi, because this was an announcement of a Abu Dhabi, US, Kenya strategic partnership.
Yeah.
You started looking into it, and what did you find? I mean, why was this harder than people thought it was going to be?
So what we found was the geopolitics had come ahead of the commercial realities. So there wasn't really a proper business model in place. So initially, the first challenge is that realistically, consumers in sub-Saharan Africa do not have the spending power of elsewhere in the world. So they said, okay, well, we can't go to consumers directly. We'll have the government, the Kenyan government, as the main customers here. Now, the difficulty with that is that the Kenyan government is cash-strapped. They're dealing with a huge debt crisis at the moment. And so now, the problem is there's no movement whatsoever because the Kenyan government isn't budging. They haven't reached an agreement. As recently as last month, they were still talking amongst themselves between Microsoft, G42 and the Kenyan government about how this would work.
And what would, just to be sort of specific, because AI can be so hazy,
Yes.
and data centers, what do they actually do? Like, what was the Kenyan government going to be paying for? What was the...
So the thesis here was that Microsoft was going to roll out its cloud services through Azure, and then the government was going to use that to provide, what they effectively have e-citizen already. So online payment platform, online services for things such as marriage certificates, birth certificates, driving licenses, immigration services, all the government services that could be provided via the cloud.
And and I think what's so interesting is this is a story that's not about money going. It's like there's a lot of investigative journalism that you find, oh my God, somebody ran away with the money or something like that. And this actually isn't a story like that at all, but it is a story about actually how hard this stuff is, how hard the stuff I think that's announced in these global capitals and on weeks like this is for reasons that are very complex. And I guess I'm curious, what lessons you and Kelsey drew out of your trip, out of your conversations with leaders in all three countries and in the private sector?
I think the main lesson is, number one, have a business plan and make sure that you tailor that to the specific country or region. So for example, setting up in South Africa is very different to Nigeria or Kenya. And bear in mind the purchasing power of those people in the country. As well as that, don't get the geopolitics ahead of the business model. And then you have to bear in mind, really, a huge takeaway was the dominance of China in terms of rolling out digital infrastructure. The Biden administration had wanted to catch up. It's clearly an opportunity. It was clearly an opportunity, but China is so far ahead. I mean, a startling statistic that stood out to me was that Huawei has built around 70% of the 4G networks across Africa. And so, and that is huge. So it's going to be hard for Western hyperscalers to catch up with that.
It's an extraordinary story. I hope you'll check it out on semafor.com while you're multitasking. And thank you so much for joining us, and on with the event.
Thank you.
Please welcome Diana Layfield, Chair of the British International Investment, Derek De Silva, CEO of Standard New York Incorporated, and Patrick Muyaya, Minister of Communications of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Semafor's Africa editor Yinka Adegoke will lead this conversation.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible to see this many people in the room this early during a really, really, really busy week. This is a really important conversation because we have said right from the start that the importance that we focus on connecting the developing parts of the world, but particularly Africa, to the global supply chain. And this panel here will talk about funding that ambition. And we have excellent insight from DRC, where the minister is just going to talk us through very early on about one of the most exciting projects on the continent, which is trying to tap into this global supply chain and, just to talk through the thinking there. So, Minister, thank you for being here. We've been talking for about over 3 years about doing this, so I'm delighted you're here.
Thank you.
Please talk us through the Lobito Corridor, what the ambition was for your country and your partner countries in Angola and Zambia, what you're trying to achieve there, and maybe we could talk a little bit about the funding for us as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm so happy to be here, first because I think that Africa is the future of the world, and it's good to start having this kind of conversation. Lobito Corridor is not just a project, it's a game changer. First, because it's gonna connect people. It's about connecting DRC, Zambia, Angola, and somehow Tanzania. It's not only connecting people because the country must be connected. It's connecting people because there is a lot of mineral resources we need to evacuate to take to take through the Atlantic Ocean. It's a really game changer because it's not just doing this kind of infrastructure for mining, but at the same time you can use the railway, we can use the road to make sure agriculture and all those small things people can keep doing are contributing in the way we are building our economy. So it's very good to see that project becoming true. I think in the coming months after New York, the president is going to Brussels to make sure we are finishing everything. In June, we've been in Rome with Giorgia Meloni and Ursula von der Leyen to speak specifically about the contribution of the European Union in this project. It means that if this works well as we are working on, not only it's going to help to build to strengthen the relationship between all those countries, but it's going to connect people, and at the same time it's going to change the life of the population who will be living around the...
And this is not just about a railway infrastructure, as you've touched on there. We're also thinking about digital infrastructure as well.
Of course.
As part of this, right?
All are coming together, because today building railway or roads, it's the same when you are trying to make sure people are connected with digital or network with internet, because internet today is like road been in the past. It's help people to get to do other stuff. It's not only investing in digitalization, it's give to those young people the way they can make sure they are providing small solutions with all those different apps. Because I think the African continent is doing good, especially on providing, today I won't speak about M-Pesa or mobile money, But one thing is clear: by building road, by bringing digital, we are making sure we are answering to some tough question for our young people.
So is as they say over here, build it and they will come, right? If you provide the infrastructure, if you provide the means, people will use it on the continent. Diana, I want to come to you because you hear the ambition there, you hear the hope, you hear the vision, and you're in those meetings many times where you are talking about how these get funded. And it'd be interesting to hear what you think have been the big trends in the way the funding for projects, particularly on the African continent, is involved. You do so much work with BII. It'd be interesting to hear what the trends are that you're seeing.
Thank you. First of all, it's great to see so many people here. I mean, one of my observations is going to be, the old saying, it takes a village. It actually takes a planet. And it certainly takes a very wide financing community to fund infrastructure projects in the region. In part, that's because of people's failure around risk perception. I think this is a story you all know. There's generally, for example, a perception in Africa that offtake is a high risk from power projects. If you look at all the data from the last 30 years, that isn't the case, but it's priced as if it is. And so our role as a DFI is to come in early, look at risky projects and try and make those viable for other investors. So we fund directly, we fund equity and debt, but also we really see that as critical to taking the risky tranches of capital to enable other investors. And so a good example in your country would be the Port of Banana in DRC. We're working with DP World. This is our fourth collaboration with DP World in the region, where we've gone in to really try and address the risky pieces and crowd in that commercial capital. And I think that's critical across all aspects of infrastructure. So we see that in power infrastructure, we see it in physical infrastructure like ports, and we also see it in digital infrastructure, where we've done a lot of funding of fiber cable laying across the continent. So I think across all types of infrastructure. Trends that we're seeing, I do think you're starting to see around particular areas a greater willingness of international commercial investors to move together with the DFI community and other funders. Right. So I think trend number one is we're getting a little bit better at collaborating, but we could be a whole lot better. We as DFIs could be better. I think everyone in the financing community could be better. We work with Standard Bank fairly regularly. We work with the government. We primarily invest in private infrastructure, but we work with governments and policymakers to try and understand what they're trying to achieve. But the biggest trend for me is just improving that partnership, which I think is getting better. I think the second is around renewables financing, where I think you're starting to see real interest in funding in the continent. It's still high risk. People are still very worried. But some of that can be enormously catalytic. And we have a project in northern DRC to electrify 3 cities which are not attached to any kind of grid and build microgrids around those cities to try and ensure that there is that kind of development. So I think for me it's about de-risking, ensuring that the right capital is in the right place, that we as DFIs, there's an enormous impact of concessional capital in this space as well. Historically, as you know, a lot of infrastructure projects haven't necessarily been framed the right way initially for funding. And I think there's been a real impact from concessional capital from around the world in project prep for all types of infrastructure project to make those fundable. So I think at that tranche, the collaboration I talked about, and I think new excitement around certain types of infrastructure, particularly in the power and renewables space.
No, thank you for that. I mean, and to take that perspective of the commercial bank, Derek, I've spoken to Sim, your CEO, many times about this, and he's talked about the opportunity here for commercial banks as well as, we obviously know the work of the development banks, but the commercial partners as well, and the way you guys think about this, the opportunity on the continent, particularly around infrastructure.
The opportunity for financing infrastructure is vast, as Diana was talking. I think last year we talked about it on this same very platform, that it's a 3.4 trillion financing need. A year gone, if you look at the statistics, it says it hasn't fundamentally changed. According to the Africa Development Bank, there's about $100 billion of financing that is still not finding its way into the opportunity that is at hand. There are a couple of reasons here. And I think, Diana, you talked about getting the program structure, the project structures right. Again, some of the statistics, some of the work our teams have done on the ground, there's a 1 in 10 chance of success from project conception to financing. So 9 out of 10 fail. And why is that? And when you start to look at it, it's the financing is not just about once the project is being found. It's actually even before that. It's the feasibility study, the investment that goes into it, the technical know-how that needs to come, which doesn't necessarily exist in all of our markets. So combining and crowding all of that is critical to having the success rate from 1 out of 10 to a much larger number. Of course, then the obvious thing, which is the financing, right? And there are multiple things that needs to happen. We talked about the need to kind of bring in the different players. It also needs a change in the way Africa risk is viewed.
Right.
Because these are long-term financings. Today, we are applying 150% weightage on a typical project finance. That limits the amount of capital that can be brought in. We talked about long-term funding. Our domestic pension funds, retirement funds are not poised to invest in these things as in the developed world. And then the risk view on Africa. So we did a little bit of work around the correlation between the credit risk rating that we apply to our sovereigns versus the implied risk and the actual. There's a 4 grading difference. So having more risk awareness, rating agency view on the ground, having people on the ground, I think is going to be key to bring, close that gap so that the funding, one, you can find enough capital, and then it's feasible, it's cost effective for the sponsors to produce.
No, fantastic. Minister, because we're tight on time, it still ties into this, but it comes from a world in which you and I operate in the world of journalism and information.
Yes.
And when you talk about risk, what both Diana and Derek have talked about there is that idea of perception and the gap between reality. When we look at what is happening in Eastern DRC, most of the complaints about coverage of Africa is, well, that something's going on somewhere else and everybody pays the price for it. But it's actually happening, you're having this challenge in your own country. How has that affected, first of all, very quickly, how has that affected perceptions of investment in Congo?
We have war in one part of the country,
right?
But I think we have one of the most growing economy in Africa.
Fastest growing, yeah.
People can just look at the number. That's why it's good to have this platform with Semafor to talk about the perception. Let me tell you this, most of the time when I spoke with Americans, when they look at the continent first, they speak about democracy, about human rights, which is good governance, which is good. But you cannot look at Africa with an American eyes. I'm not sure you're gonna get the right point. Because dealing with democracy, dealing with corruption, dealing with good governance, it's a matter of time. In this country, people fight for democracy for the past 200 years. And if you look at Africa today, that's why Western countries are losing space. China is getting more space, not because we don't want to go with the Western to work on democracy, on all those things. But those cannot be the first condition without understanding the world context and the fact that each country must have its own story. That's why we are working a lot to change this narrative. In DRC, most of the time when people speak about DRC, they speak about war. But let me tell you that we've been in the front for the past 200 years providing solution for the world. I won't come about King Leopold II, but let's take an example. When you speak about Manhattan Project, everybody watch Oppenheimer movie. The uranium came from DRC. And today, without DRC, I don't think we'll have our phone working.
Yeah.
It means that,
True.
and that what we are doing now with the President Tshisekedi is to make sure we bring peace at the same time, and we are working to develop the country at the same time.
Are we any closer to peace? I mean, the president said this week here in New York that things have not changed despite the White House peace deal. What are the steps that need to happen very quickly?
So we are very close to the peace and we are very close to the war at the same time. And we need... I'm speaking truly because one thing is good, we never had this kind of involvement of the American administration, which is very positive. Today we have an agreement. But the thing is that we have one country, Rwanda, for the past 30 years, they've been looting the eastern part of DRC. One thing is what they can say diplomatically, but the situation in the ground requires more, I think, more pressure for the American administration and made that point clear. We have more than 10 million people killed for the past 30 years. This must stop. We are doing our best as a country. We know we have different challenges. We are working on that, but this time must be the end. That's why I think the president had the opportunity to speak with the administration to make sure they are continuing what they are doing, because sometimes Rwanda keep denying his involvement in DRC, especially saying it's a Congolese matter. But if you look at the way M23, which is like an advanced brigade for Rwandan army, it's Rwandan army operating. That's very sad because we are speaking about connectivity. Right. We are speaking about building bridges. One country cannot continue to build himself by killing people in another country.
Okay. Thank you. Just because of time, Diane, sorry, I come back to you and just talk about this idea of risk and how it affects, like, when you're going out and trying to get partners and investors. How is that? Has that been a difficult thing for you over the last few years of trying?
I think Derek referred to it. I mean, it's always been hard, and there's always been I think there is a legitimate perception of risk, and then there's a massive excess perception of risk on top of that. And I think we all have a role to play in changing that. Some of it's around discipline in project preparation. Some of it's around educating the world and ensuring that data is accessible. There's actually quite a lot of data that's supportive here that hasn't really been socialized, hasn't been structured. And I think in the academic world, that's something that I'd love to see more of, frankly. Mm-hmm. I think from a DFI perspective, for us, it's going out, finding the project, building structures around them, bringing in commercial investors, and making sure that we make successes of those, so you have a track record of success. But I did want to pick up on one thing that Derek referred to that I think is incredibly important, which is actually mobilizing local capital as well. And it's incredibly important in de-risking, because if you have a project that the Nigerian pension fund is invested in, it will give other investors much greater security around that. It will give you much better connectivity with the government, whatever that government may be, over many different government changes. And it anchors that project in every sense in the local world, and it also creates returns locally. And so we've done a lot more recently working with pension funds around Africa, notably in Zambia and Nigeria, but we want to work with pension funds around the continent to really try and ensure that that investment is driven locally as well, because there are huge benefits from the point of view of real risk perception, but also from ensuring that those projects are connected to the local community and the returns are returned to Africa.
Fantastic points, having skin in the game. Derek, because you're based here in New York and you're representing Africa's largest bank, maybe you could talk about how you get US companies here to show more interest. It's kind of like what the minister was saying about getting more partners from outside. Talk about your work with that.
Spot on. We exist in the US to do that, so that's the day job. One of the first things, it's the perspective we take on this opportunity. Historically, we used to position it as, the development is for the continent.
Right.
Which is true, but the bigger opportunity is actually you are fueling the growth of the globe. Right? So getting companies involved in this opportunity, and the minister talked about all the resources that the DRC has. Once it's going to help the DRC, no doubt, it is fueling the growth of the continent, the world at large. So getting companies to see that opportunity, getting the priority right in terms of where do they want to spend time, where do they want to spend their resources, that's something that we do on a regular basis. The challenge is always prioritization. Right, so there's loads of opportunities for companies across the world in different regions. How do we create Africa, the opportunity of Africa, receiving the levels of priority. That's number one. Number two is, and this is something that we are able to do because you're on the ground. For a lot of these companies that are trying to do things in our continent, because we are a vast, different number of countries, different jurisdictions, different rules, trying to navigate that is the biggest challenge. So to help do that, harmonization of rules, I think we talked about, DTAs and all of that, moving goods, we're talking about corridors of moving goods. Trying to get all of that harmonized is the real unlock in being able to connect some of the interests that the US companies has with the opportunities we see in the country.
And are you seeing, just in terms of trends, because as a journalist, you're always interested in the big trends, are you seeing more interest, are more people knocking on your doors and saying, we've heard things by President Trump and we're kind of curious.
So I think,
have there been any changes, or is it always just kind of?
Yeah, to pick up on trends, clearly critical minerals is
right.
Top topic, right? Everybody's talking about it. And I think yes, there is some political momentum behind it, but I think the realities of the global demand for that is what's driving the real commercial outcome. The second thing that we are finding is that the funding conversation. So in the funding conversation, you're seeing that some of the US agencies in particular, the XMs, the DFCs of the world, are keen to support that investment. So that also is creating the momentum behind some of the US companies going in. Now, what we haven't seen is the traditional Fortune 500 large global companies trying to go into Africa to do projects.
Yeah.
They still want to manufacture original equipment, supply that into projects. Probably a little bit different in the oil and gas business, that you find that the whole end-to-end process is being run by some of the large companies. But in general infrastructure, what you find is there are privately owned companies securing the capital through the DFIs, getting the equipment supplied by US companies, and then translating that into a project on the ground.
Excellent. Minister, just because in our last minutes, I just wanted to hear from you very quickly on whether you see more, sort of multi-country projects like Lobito Corridor in the future for DRC. Is it something you would, recommend to other countries, even if you're not involved for other African countries?
Yes, not only the Lobito.
To help de-risk.
Not only there is no risk, no fun. but I think those gonna take the risk today in Africa will be the richest tomorrow, because Africa is the youth of the world, according to human resources, according to mineral resources. It's clear that those who are gonna take that risk, they will, of course, make more money. By the way, while working with the deal with Rwanda, there is what we call in French cadre d'intégration économique régionale, because the eastern part of DRC will be the platform where all those countries for Eastern African community can start working on. And that's why it's critical for us to have peace. Once you're going to achieve the objective of the peace, I think it will be more interesting to see the way this region of Africa, especially the Eastern African community, will move forward because of the opportunity there is in DRC.
Okay. Thank you very much,
Minister.
Thank you very much to my panelists for an excellent conversation. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Thanks.
Please welcome Cisco's Executive Vice President and Chief People Policy and Purpose Officer, Fran Katsoudis, and Semafor's co-founder and CEO, Justin B. Smith.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Fran, it is, Fran Katsoudis, I'm thrilled to welcome to the stage here.
Thank you.
It's a very, very nostalgic moment for us at Semafor because, Fran Katsoudis is a very, very accomplished business leader in America. She is she runs many different things at Cisco, the global technology company. She's the chief people officer, the chief policy officer, the chief purpose officer. She's also in charge of overseeing Cisco's African business and spends many, many months a year in Africa, across the whole continent, so is really on the ground, so has an amazing perspective. It's nostalgic for us at Semafor because actually Fran was with us at the very beginning of our company when we started the first Semafor Africa Summit in Washington, D.C., and she was one of the first executives to support our efforts. So welcome back, Fran. Welcome back home, and thanks for your support from the beginning. So I know you were recently in Africa, which is common for you, and I think along with Carnegie Mellon, as I understand, you recently released a report with very fresh data on the question of AI and the workforce in Africa. Tell us about the report's findings. What's your view on AI readiness across the continent, and where do you see the growth opportunities?
Thank you so much, and it's great to be here. I do remember the first session, and as I looked at this room, I smiled because it was so much smaller. So happy to see everyone here for such important conversations as well. This is the third white paper that we've done. So we started about a year ago, and I think it's so important for us to listen, to learn, to co-design. That's why we partner with local universities as well. The first white paper was all about the impact of security and cyber attacks on the African continent. And there what we were able to highlight, unfortunately, is that cyber attacks impacted about 10% of the GDP on the African continent a few years ago. And what we know around the world is that there are 4 million security roles that are open and left unfilled because we don't have the talent. And so what's so interesting to me is we had the first paper on cybersecurity, which ended up pointing to talent. The second paper was all about the importance of public-private partnerships. And then this third one was all about AI and the opportunities ahead of us. And what stands out in this white paper on AI with Carnegie Mellon is that first, youth on the African continent are using AI tools more than anywhere else in the world. The other data point that I just loved was that 75% of African youth plan to start their own company within the next 5 years. And when you think about that level of entrepreneurship,
75%.
75%. And the percentage of women was incredibly high as well, which I love seeing. And so what it tells us is there's tremendous opportunities, but then you juxtapose that with the fact that 62% of people are still not connected. And I think we have an opportunity to look at this through the lens of what it could be. And it's just going to require us to work with governments, to work with companies, to work with universities, to really meet this opportunity.
So, I mean, that question, your comments lead directly to the sort of the core challenge of how this technology becomes adopted and benefits the whole world inclusively. And so for that type of inclusive progress in Africa, what are yours and Cisco's thoughts on how you can overcome those challenges, empower everyone to leverage AI, especially with those connectivity issues and resource issues?
Yeah, it's funny. I love weeks like this for the listening that we can do and how people can change our thinking. I was at a dinner on Monday night, and someone said to me that he believed that because of AI, we'd be able to finally address and beat global poverty. And I thought that was so fascinating. And so what it tells me is that we have such an opportunity to architect, but to do so, people have to have the skills and the access to digital skills. And so what we're doing from a Cisco perspective, we've trained 1.6 million learners on the continent. Our goal is to get to 3 million by 2030.
And that training involves what, specifically?
So that training is everything from networking, security. Today we have 40 courses on AI from entry level to expert. I think the thing that's most important is we also offer certifications, and certifications tie to employability, because you're able to say to an employer, this is what I'm able to do, and have that proof point. And so what we are doing is we're working hard from a Cisco perspective, but we're partnering with many of our peers to put reports forward showing how we think jobs are going to change. We just released an ICT report that shows that about 78% of technical roles will change as a result of AI. in the sessions that I'm having, what I see is there's so much training that's available that's free, and we just have to help people get connected to it.
In some level, it's mirroring the broader conversation about AI, which is it going to solve the world's problems, or is it going to cause the world's problems?
Yes.
And so it's a microcosm of that bigger issue in Africa, which is, will it solve world poverty, or is it actually going to drive less inclusiveness?
Well, if we don't work hard, there is risk, because there is a digital divide, and we see the numbers, we know it's true. And I always think about this, but if you're someone that's not connected today, AI must feel so foreign. And so we do have to work really hard from a connectivity perspective. As much as companies are committed, I think if we don't work together, if we don't work with governments, we're not going to see the scale that's needed.
Yeah. And that's amazing insights on the learning and skilling that you're doing. But I know that you also do a lot of work with universities and governments across Africa, as I understand. How, across the whole continent, but also across these different types of communities, are folks approaching AI readiness in different ways? And what's surprised you about the different approaches around digital transformation?
Yeah, one of the most interesting things is that I do think we're all evolving, whether you're a company or a university, kind of your context is changing. But if you think about it, in the university setting, sometimes when students use AI, they're cheating, right? And then you think about it in the work construct, and you're like, use AI. We need you to drive this level of productivity and growth. And so what it tells me is that we have to get a little bit closer together. I think for a long time we've realized that students that come out of university have amazing skills and capabilities, but they don't necessarily know how to navigate companies. And I see more and more companies like Cisco working hard on that onboarding process as well. When I think about some of the universities that we have partnerships with in Africa, we're focusing a lot on how do we bring these technology centers on campus? How do we help get students closer to the technology? How do we help them learn about cyber and AI so that they can start to imagine very different careers as well?
And do you see, what are Cisco's longer term plans in terms of driving that connectivity even more deeply? Are the investments continuing, and is there great enthusiasm for that? And do you see that other technology leaders following in your footsteps?
I do. I think that AI has helped a lot, because I think there's an understanding that when you look at the demographics on the continent of Africa, when you look at all of those students, you recognize the opportunities are significant. For us, we have digital projects that we have launched up and down the company, and the beautiful thing about that is it's good for us from a business perspective, but it's also really good for the world. And we do have many projects that focus on access. We think a lot about how do you bring the price of access down so that more and more people can get connected, and we have a lot of initiatives around that too. And then lastly, I think something that I see in Africa is this immense focus on skilling, knowing that it's truly the unlock, and you'll see us continue to really push harder there.
So you're Cisco's Chief Purpose Officer. I think you've also said that meaningful progress is the place where purpose meets partnership. How is Cisco bringing that to life in the future?
We're doing that with amazing partners, and we're doing that through learnings that we're doing with our white papers. We really believe that you don't have to make a choice between doing good for the world and doing good for business, that you can do both. And when you set that construct up as a company, it makes you think a lot differently. I think the other thing that it does, Justin, is it gives you more of that long-term view, which I think is really important as well.
Last question, we just have a few seconds left, which is, I'm sure everyone, you're one of the leaders of corporate America. You're here probably doing 20 meetings a day. We're 3 days into it, 4 days into it, it feels like a month. What's your sort of sense of UNGA 2025 and what the kind of the big themes that are emerging, or at least some of the themes? I know you were on Morning Joe this morning.
Yeah.
But do you have any thoughts on that before we close?
I do. It's such a time of tremendous turmoil and concern in many ways. But I think despite that, there's a hope and a belief that many of us can come together and to do good. I was on Morning Joe today because I'm the chair of the Global Citizen Board. And Global Citizen is an organization that believes that you can bring government and companies and youth together. And so, Justin, I would say there's hope. And so many of the conversations that I've had this week are all about learning. All of us need to continue to learn. And as we do that, I think we can lift up all of the communities around the world.
So that's an optimistic take.
It is. I'm an optimist.
Okay. Fran Katsoudas, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for starting and being a founding partner of this Next 3 Billion community. We're so
Happy
appreciative.
to be here.
Thank you
so much. Thank you.
We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. We don't make energy. We make you save it. We connect and power just about everything around you and make the most of our energy and resources. We're open. Humans of all sorts from all over, all passionate about making an impact. We're here to be your digital partner for sustainability and efficiency.
Please welcome Jean-Pascal Tricoire, Chairman of Schneider Electric, who joins Semafor co-founder and CEO Justin B. Smith in conversation.
Thank you. Back again. And I mean, we're very fortunate because, again, to have this perspective, I think part of the idea of the Next 3 Billion was really bringing together not just the public sector and the civil society leadership across Africa, the Global South, but also to integrate those conversations with leaders on the ground in the private sector who are actually making decisions, making investments, and that is sort of the core connectivity that we're trying to achieve here. So we're really thrilled to have a very important actor in this area, the chairman of Schneider Electric. I want to welcome Jean-Pascal Tricoire. He's at his company, he's not only helped accelerate energy access across the world, but is very, very involved in digital innovations, the AI landscape, et cetera. So Jean-Pascal, welcome to the Next 3 Billion. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Great. Well, listen, so maybe you could just start with a little bit of an overview of Schneider Electric, just to give us a sense in this context of the Next 3 Billion.
Look, if I try to describe Schneider, normally we are companies that you don't know because we are in all your cities, your buildings, the plants, the infrastructures, the data centers, but we are here to support the success of our customers. So you don't know us, but we power the world. So we do technology, energy technology, electrical technology. And fundamentally what we do is that we make sure that the electrons that come from the grid into any plug, going to a server, your homes and everything, is safe, it's reliable, it's efficient, and possibly green. That's what we do. And it's the biggest company in electricity in the world, in electricity technology in the world. And we have digitized everything, so everything is connected, going to the cloud, generating digital twins, and applying AI on the subject of energy.
And just quickly, the global sort of pie chart of your business activities? In terms
Look, buildings, smart buildings, data centers. We are the biggest provider of energy system to data centers. Yeah. AI is a big topic for us, one business of 10 billion for us. Industry on infrastructure. And the reason why we immediately partnered with you is that we do close to 50% of our business in new economies. And that is by the sheer realization that in our sector, it's not 3 billion, it's 5 billion. It's 1 billion people who don't have access at all to energy. It's 2 billion who have a poor access to energy, which means they can't develop their business, they can't get enough education, it's sort of intermittent. And 2 billion people to join the planet in the next coming 20 years. So today, 5 billion people on Earth have a correct access to energy. 5 billion in the next coming 20 years, we've got to make sure they get to the same level. And we can't do it the same way because we know also that energy is the biggest generator of carbon emissions and therefore of climate change, which is impacting in priority those same countries. So we are very passionate about new energy system in new economies.
So I don't know if you're a branding expert, but should we change the name to the next 5 billion?
Maybe when you speak about digital like Cisco, it may be 3 billion, because today you have more people in the world having access to digital through smartphones than people who have access to energy. On my experience, I've been 40 years in the business, I've lived in developing Asia, I've lived in Africa. Access to energy is your passport to a decent life. It's a human right for everybody, and we need to bring energy to everybody.
Well, that's a perfect setup for what is arguably the most critical and most important shift in the energy dynamic, the energy supply dynamic in modern history, which is the AI boom and the surging demand that is coming with it. How is this affected the outlook for the businesses and customers that you work with when it comes to accessing reliable energy sources?
Look, AI is a two-phase revolution. On one side, it consumes a lot of electricity. When you look at the big picture, it's not big, but it's spectacular. It's one data center will be 100 megawatt, 1 gigawatt, it's big. But in fact, it's only today 1.5% of the whole electricity consumption, which means less than 0.5% of the total energy consumption. So it's tiny.
And projections going forward?
But projection bring it to 1.5% in 2035. Still tiny. But the exciting thing is that AI is the biggest possible catalyzer to energy efficiency. And by applying AI to buildings, to infrastructure, to cities, and so on, you can save up to 30% of energy. So today, the most conservative estimation shows that actually the impact of AI on energy is 4 times more in benefits than in supplementary consumption. The realistic is probably 10 times more beneficial. Now, as we are here to speak about the 5 billion, more than yours.
3 plus 2.
On working, I'm actually going to Africa straight from this meeting. I think what is really important, what we see is that when countries are getting electrified or are getting access to energy, it's really important to develop solutions in those countries which are not the solutions of the past, but solutions of the future. And when you look at the broad picture, and this time I'm speaking about everybody in the world, energy is going through a double transition. Transition of demand. The demand will be infinitely more electrical. We spoke about AI. We should speak about cars and mobility. They are moving to electrical in time. Buildings, heat pumps, air conditioning, more electricity. On industry, for any country which doesn't have access to fossil fuel, has to be electrical to be competitive. So we were all living in the past 20 years in a world that was 20% electrical, is going to be 40 to 60% electrical in 20 years' time. It's a major energy revolution. That's the demand that will pull this transformation. And then the supply used to be very monolithic, like big power plants, big grids, and everything. But we see, and we do everywhere in the world, including in the US, more and more distributed generation. So at the door of your home, of your campus, of your manufacturing, and that is connected by grids. And somebody would say, okay, smart grids, that's for the mature world. Not at all. I mean, the biggest smart grid we do today, Egypt, Thailand, we are deploying new technologies in new economies. And with that, everybody of us can generate our own energy, which can be cheaper, more resilient, more controlled. So that double revolution on demand and supply makes that when we go into new economies, we don't try to apply the recipes of the past 50 years that were deployed in Europe, say, or in the US, but we develop locally and we manufacture locally solutions which must be adapted to the special needs of countries.
But many of these countries that you're talking about, sort of face the infamous energy trilemma of security issues, equity, sustainability issues. How are you thinking about balancing those factors so one isn't being sacrificed for the other?
I don't think you sacrifice for the other. The first imperative is access to energy, so it would go with security. The second one is affordability, because, well, people must have affordable energy to live a decent life. And then sustainability, actually, when you work on that trilemma together, comes together with new solutions. So we don't see them as in opposition. We work, I would say, everywhere to make sure that number one, access, security, number two, affordability, or number three, sustainability.
And how does electrification contribute to this question of access and enabling universal access to power?
Well, the new electrification, which is intensely distributed, which we do a lot of microgrids. They can be very small, like in India, we equip 100 million homes, right? Where there was no electricity, and you have now an inverter which is specialized on the needs of India, solar panels, storage, and everything, so that people can really start to have 24/7 electricity. When we do that, it's developed in India, and that means that the way you deploy it doesn't need a lot of time, because you just need to put into place the financing, the business model, the access, the service, and we deploy this all across the country. Then you apply the same thing and you carry it to a much larger industrial campus, and we're going to do a microgrid which can give access to energy in a much faster way than waiting for the grid, waiting for the pipeline, waiting for the generation. At the same time, we also do the grid that connects those centralized power plants to communities. So it's not a or, it's an and, but they are fast-tracked to power that were not existing even 10 years ago.
But inevitably, despite all those efforts, there are significant electrification gaps that exist.
Sure.
And I mean, are there any exciting, new, innovative solutions that you're working on to close it?
I think the whole world, it's not that I think, I see that the whole world is working on innovation. So people are speaking about fusion. We are working on some projects, and that's great, but that's a long way away. Even SMR, small nuclear reactors, and those kind of things are going to take some time. While building a power plant with the state of the demand in the world takes a lot of time. Our really focus is to make sure that rather than always pushing back to a long-term horizon that will be taking a lot of time, a lot of money, 70% today of the needs can be addressed with existing technology, which are cheap at economic cost. They just need a different way of thinking. So I think where we should be absolutely focused, 70%. But we should be focused on deploying what we have, right? On that journey, one of the major issues is skills. Having people who know those technology, who can deploy those technology, make them maintain, supply them to their communities. So at Schneider, we have a big plan for skilling. We've trained in the past 5 years 1 million people at being electricians, plumbers, to deal with energy. And it's been great because we've realized soon that among those there are entrepreneurs. So we have created a fund where we help the most entrepreneurs of them to create their company and multiply and scale out in their communities. But the big thing of skill is really important because we need to think different, we need to architect differently, to engineer differently.
And you'd mentioned earlier the opportunities that new technologies and AI are offering when it comes to energy management and energy performance, especially when it comes to automation. Can you just unpack that a little bit more? I mean, how significant are these advances? How much efficiency is being gained and what technologies are being deployed?
Well, the number one efficiency, the number one source of energy is energy efficiency, right? You can get really high level of efficiency by deploying digital in your buildings and in your industrial facilities or in your infrastructure. I'm taking side example, but for instance, when you think about energy, energy is water. We do a lot of desalination plants in Africa particularly, or in Middle East. On those, if you have energy, on renewable energy particularly, you can get water. And that unleashes a number of economic advantages. So what we see in those is that combination of storage, decentralized generation, generators at time to back up things, grids which can connect communities in a smart manner, which are bringing the cost point to a completely different level. And when you look at the combination of efforts that you have, would it be only between China and India, on bringing the cost point of renewable and storage down, and we participate to that because those are very large countries for us, then connecting to our technologies that can bring that new form of energy to every sort of usage, then it makes me very optimistic on the capacity to bring together those new solutions on to bring very competitive energy to communities.
So just a last question, last 30 seconds here. I mean, at the heart of the subject of this convening, everyone's looking for equitable opportunities. Everyone's looking for more inclusive energy strategies and policies. Are there any examples that you'd point to of public-private partnerships, policy solutions that are doing an especially good job in this area of inclusive growth in the energy sector?
A lot of them. When you deal with energy, it's by nature it's political. It's a subject of community, and community go back to political. So we've got numerous partnerships with government, like I was speaking about the smart grid in Egypt. Of course, it was a major government investment, but it took us a few years to study it together. Now, I would also have a call to companies, because when you are here in New York this week, you meet a lot of companies who are actually completely focused on changing the energy equation. And companies can achieve a lot and can make a lot on the ground. And we partner with many of them. We are in energy technology, we are not in energy services. So we partner with thousands of companies to deploy or to put our technologies to the service of those companies. So work with the government, but a lot work with the private sector or the semi-private sector to deploy technologies to the benefit of countries. And the objective is 5 billion, double up.
Well, you have a lot of work to do, and you have a plane to catch to Africa.
Yep.
So I think we should wrap up this conversation, but thank you so much, Jean-Pascal Tricoire, Chairman of Schneider Electric. Thank you for the partnership and for this very enlightening conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Merci.
Merci.
Joining us now is Josh Parker, Head of Sustainability at NVIDIA, and Sasha Rubel, Head of AI Policy, EMEA, at Amazon Web Services. Semafor's technology editor, Reid Albergotti, moderates this conversation.
All right. Thank you both for being here. Josh, I want to start with you on the topic of sustainability. You have, I think, a couple 100,000 GPUs at this Memphis data center called Colossus that XAI runs. We've been reading a lot about how they're powering this thing, including Colossus 2, and a lot of it is gas turbines, right? And you could see with these digital imaging cameras, unburned methane, billowing into the air. How do we make this technology sustainable? Like, what are we going to have to do to make sure this does not contribute to climate change?
It's clear we have some near-term challenges, right? We're in this period where the AI revolution it took a lot of people by surprise, right? The fact that we have so much value available right now to deliver, and that AI is already so useful, 2.5, 3 years ago, took the world by storm. So this is unanticipated, and it does take time to build infrastructure to power the energy that we need for AI. So we're in a period where there is a supply constraint on energy. We need more energy to power AI, and sometimes the only energy available is natural gas. Natural gas, definitely not the dirtiest fuel by far, but of course, if we're worried about long-term climate change, we want to look at what we can do to try to manage that. And I think near term, we're seeing, an increase in emissions associated with AI. But here's the good news. Long term, the companies that are deploying accelerated servers and deploying AI at scale are very, very ambitious in terms of their climate goals, and that really hasn't changed. So if you think about partners like AWS and large colos, other cloud service providers who are deploying a lot of the infrastructure, they're still looking everywhere they can for clean energy. And in the medium term, the supply and demand, I think, are going to stabilize, where we're going to actually be able to meet some of that demand with clean energy, and that's a trend, I think, that will not stop, that will continue. And you can see that reflected in the data. The IEA estimated that over the past 3 years, half of the contracts for renewable energy in the United States came from data centers. And data centers are only 1.5% of global energy consumption. So they're representing one of the most powerful forces for greening of the grid that we've seen. And like I said, I think although we're in this period of kind of chaotic supply constraint, that trend toward green energy is going to continue.
What do you think it's going to take? I mean, you just did this partnership with Intel, I think, or sorry, with OpenAI. There's also an Intel one. Where you're talking about 10 gigawatts of data center capacity, right? That's like equivalent, I think, to New York City, basically, or more than New York City in terms of power consumption. So, I mean, what's it going to take? Is it nuclear power plants, and like what time frame do you think?
So especially in the near term, because we have this supply constraint, we think an all-of-the-above approach is important. And I think nuclear is a really fantastic option to have on the table. If we can do it safely and reliably, which other organizations and companies have demonstrated that it is possible. So I think, and there's a lot of support for nuclear now that there didn't used to be. Having dispatchable clean power is really valuable. And so I think, all of the above approach. And the reason why that makes sense is even if there's a constraint now that drives up emissions a little bit around AI, the long-term benefits of AI, I think, are pretty clearly going to be net positive as long as we're using AI in the ways that we can and should be using to reduce energy consumption in other much larger sectors, in manufacturing, in transportation, in buildings, huge sectors in terms of energy consumption and emissions. And AI is still, relative to those, tiny, but it has the potential to reduce energy in those other sectors by, say, 30%. And so it's going to, I think, be net positive very quickly as long as we take full advantage of it.
And I mean, Sasha, you've been working on some of these issues at AWS, right? I think you were telling me earlier that your customers are working on reducing energy consumption in the energy sector, other areas. Tell me about that. How is AI going to actually get us out of this mess?
It's one of the things that I find actually in more than 20 years in the sector the most exciting is the ways in which, and you evoke this, some innovators on the ground are looking at how they can use AI to address issues related to supply chain, sustainability, climate change, pest control. And so there are two aspects here. One is moving to the cloud and what the cloud represents in terms of reducing carbon emissions, and then in tandem to that, the ways in which AI can actually be a driver. And for example, tracking carbon footprint. We developed, and Schneider Electric was talking right before, but with Schneider Electric and NatWest, tools that help innovators track their carbon consumption and think intentionally about the ways in which they are innovating and how to do that in a more sustainable way. But in tandem, we have customers like X-Farm, which is a startup and a story that I love. X-Farm started by an Italian farmer named Matteo, who realized that he didn't have what he needed in order to control the pests that were invading his farm in Italy. And because there's democratized access to this technology, and it's one of the things of our DNA is to democratize access in a safe and responsible way, farmers like Matteo have the tools necessary without the technical skills to develop solutions that directly address the challenges that they're facing. And so Matteo developed this app that helps him control the pests, but also mitigate climate change and know when he should be planting, what he should be planting. And it's now scaled across 100 countries, including countries in sub-Saharan Africa. So the ways in which it's being used to innovate and address some of those challenges, we find to be really exciting.
Yeah, and so you mentioned Africa. Let's talk about emerging markets. Our Africa team had a story this week. It was a great piece on these data centers that were planned in Kenya by Microsoft and G42, and they're now sort of languishing. They're not being built. What's happening? Is AWS, what's AWS doing in Africa, and what's happening in these emerging markets now with AI?
So many of you may not know that the actual contemporary cloud computing revolution comes from sub-Saharan Africa. EC2, so what is known as kind of the modern compute infrastructure, was incubated and launched in South Africa. And so for us, the question is not, should we be present and invest in infrastructure? It's how do we make sure that that infrastructure is accessible across the continent? And we have presence across the continent in sub-Saharan Africa, but I would say that I think it's a very big mistake to look at infrastructure as the solution to everything. Infrastructure is necessary. It's the first step in a larger digital transformation. But one of the other areas that we're working on across the continent through initiatives like the AI Hub for Sustainable Development of the G7, which is a partnership between sub-Saharan African countries and innovators and the G7, is making sure, A, that we're building inclusive training data sets in underrepresented languages, and B, that we're making sure that innovators on the ground have the skills necessary, not just to consume this technology, but to create it, with the conviction that the innovators that are closest to the problems need to be empowered with the skills necessary to use technology to address them. So this approach of infrastructure, data, and skills we see as the enabling environment necessary, and it's one of the reasons why we have skills centers in places like South Africa, but also a very strong presence in Kenya, Nigeria, Morocco, Senegal, and elsewhere. Because if you look at the demographics, the reality is that the majority of innovators of today and tomorrow will come from sub-Saharan Africa. There's actually a statistic that shows that the most amount of innovators and entrepreneurs per human population in the world is actually in Ghana. And so if you look at that, yeah, big up to Ghana. I can hear some Ghanaians in the room. And so if you look at the demographics and where we're going in terms of population, it's not only an economic imperative in terms of the GDP that AI adoption could unleash in Africa. It's up to 60 billion additional GDP by 2030, but it's a social imperative of making sure that we're preparing those on the ground for the world of work of tomorrow, which means that they need to have the skills necessary to innovate so that we have this tech-enabled and human-centered future.
And so are you saying, when you say, oh, we don't need to focus on infrastructure, that the data centers don't need to be there? We don't need to have this, what a lot of people call sovereign AI?
So I didn't say we don't need to focus on infrastructure. What I said is that we need to make sure that we understand infrastructure as part of a larger digital transformation journey, and that infrastructure is absolutely essential, but it needs to go alongside with making sure that the tools are accessible, that people are empowered with the skills necessary, and that those data sets are inclusive and in local languages.
Yeah, and I mean, Josh, back to the sort of sustainability issue. What the data centers up in developed countries are doing in terms of climate impact, that's going to affect emerging markets as well. So I'm wondering if you see this as is there a way to make sure that this technology, in your opinion, does benefit everyone in all of these markets? Is that part of what you think about?
Yeah, we do think about it, and we should think about it. But the good news here is I think all of the incentives and the fundamental nature of the technology are really pointing in the direction of AI being a rising tide that's going to lift all boats and potentially lift boats in the global south and developing countries even more, because it is, as Sasha mentioned, really a fundamentally democratizing technology. So if you think about the other technological revolutions that we've had, there have been advantages in the developing world that make it harder for the developing countries to take full advantage of it. But if you think of something like a chatbot, I mean, the mobile phone distribution in the developing world is not bad, right? And I read a study by McKinsey, I think, earlier this summer that said some of the most impressive uptake in the chatbots was actually in Africa and in other developing countries like India and the Philippines and Indonesia. And that's because for the first time, you don't need a lot of technical background to take a lot of advantage of AI. And we're just talking about LLMs and chatbots now. That is one piece of AI. That is not AI writ large. And some of the most impressive things in terms of environmental improvements are coming from other types of AI. But there is a fundamental democratizing nature of AI that I think is going to help distribute the improvements throughout the world. And I think especially in EdTech, there's huge potential for AI to assist in closing the educational gaps with the Global South in a way that we haven't seen possibility from other technology before. So I think it's really inevitable that we'll end up being beneficial globally.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, so you're saying essentially that it's not going to be like the first internet boom where, yeah, I mean, we saw mobile phones and we saw some mobile banking, but we didn't see it actually really affect in a real way, real issues on the ground. This will be different. It's not just like, here's your chat bots and we'll go have all the economic benefits up here in the developed countries.
Yeah, because it's so accessible. You don't necessarily need local expertise in terms of software development to write code for a specific Kenyan population. An entrepreneur, you can have an entrepreneur in Ghana with a smartphone and using a Replit or something to come up with a new idea. And if we do have innovations, good ideas coming from these developing countries, then those citizens are more empowered than they've ever been before to actually get their ideas out there and get them commercialized because it's such a powerful tool and it's accessible.
And Sasha, there's another issue that AI safety, this is what you got your PhD in, that also kind of has this global impact, right? If we build unsafe AI here, it's going to affect the whole world. There's been some recent, there's a recent letter from all these Nobel laureates that have called for global governments to kind of create these red lines for AI safety. What's the AWS position on that, and how do you think we make this technology safe, for the whole world?
So Reed, I want to circle back to what you shared right before and connect it to the question that you just asked, because what we find really interesting right now in terms of the trend is AI uptake is actually outpacing the adoption of mobile phones in the early 2000s. If you look at the AI adoption rate in regions like Europe, for example, there are more businesses that adopted AI in 2024 than we could have possibly imagined. It represents more than 5 businesses a minute adopting AI. So speaking to your point, this democratized access is an unbelievable opportunity, but it also points to the second part of your question in terms of the need to develop and deploy it responsibly. And what I find really interesting right now in conversations around the world is that there's a trend that posits responsibility and innovation as opposites. There are conversations that say, oh, we either act responsibly or we innovate. This is a dichotomy that should not and cannot exist, because responsibility and innovation need to go hand in hand, because responsibility will actually drive the trust necessary, that will drive the adoption, that will lead to the innovation, that will have the beneficial use cases that we've mentioned throughout this panel. And so seeing responsibility and innovation as hand in hand is absolutely essential. What keeps me up at night, because I'm excited by it, is the question of AI safety, and particularly innovations in the ways in which we can actually use AI as a technology to address and mitigate some of the biggest risks related to AI safety that exist right now. So how can we, for example, develop an AI solution that automatically detects bias in training data sets? There was a recent example of a training data set that was being used to advance medical research on a pill to help women deal with menopause. But when we deployed this tool, it was unearthed that the training data set of this group that was trying to do research, 90% of the training data was men's health data. How do you want to advance research to get a pill for menopause if you're training on men's data? And so the ways in which AI can actually not only identify, but also mitigate that is something that I find really exciting. We've been doing a lot of work around using AI to, for example, watermark audio-visual generative AI generated content, very hard to say that, which really helps individuals understand what is synthetically created, what is real and what is not, because misinformation is one of the biggest things and top of mind for a lot of policymakers, thinking about guardrails as well, and making sure that certain outputs on the chatbots that you're using, that there are guardrails that make sure that you can't generate certain outputs. So what I'm most excited about, Reed, right now in terms of the AI safety conversations is how can we focus not only on the misuse of this technology and come together across countries and stakeholder groups and communities to address those risks, but also how can we focus on the misuse, so looking at the misuse, but also the misuse of this technology. What do we miss out on if we are not adopting this technology in a safe and responsible way so that innovators on the ground can address these challenges, including things like climate change?
Right. I mean, Josh, I'll pose the question to you too in a different way, which is, you know, this can affect sustainability as well. What do you think about this concept that it should be global governments talking about AI regulation and not the companies like NVIDIA and Amazon deciding how they should make this technology safe?
So governance is a challenge for AI, and of course, NVIDIA, we want the world to get AI right. But it is, and this is perhaps the most challenging topic to cover with AI right now, because if you look at the environmental side, I think lots of reasons to be optimistic, and that's why I've told people I feel like this is the most optimistic climate week I've been to, because I feel like we're starting to see technological solutions that may help us solve some of these sustainability challenges we've been working on for years. But the governance piece is challenging, and you know, there are geopolitics involved, and the importance of making sure that whatever models are frontier are in the hands of companies or organizations or governments that we have the most confidence in. Because we're in a period of rapid, chaotic innovation right now, and the companies and organizations and governments that stay at the front are going to have by far an outsized impact, and probably going to stay ahead once that flywheel gets going. So I don't think anybody has a great solution to the governance piece, but it is something we should be very thoughtful about as we continue to deploy AI to make sure that we're taking advantage of all of the environmental and social benefits.
Josh, Sasha, thank you so much. We're out of time. Great conversation. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for the conversation.
Please welcome the former president of Colombia, Iván Duque, who joins Amna Nawaz, co-anchor of the PBS NewsHour, on stage.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. President Duque, welcome. Thank you for being here as well.
Thank you so much, Amna. It's a pleasure to be here, and once again, it's a pleasure to be in this Semafor Summit.
So we are here to talk about the years-long effort to transition the entire world to renewable energy sources and the new obstacle that it's facing with the growing demand for energy amid the AI boom and expanding electrification projects. Before we talk about where we are today, I want to talk about some of the extraordinary work that you did at your time leading Colombia, because you managed to achieve some dramatic expansion of renewable energy. You went from 1% of national energy production to more than 10% in 4 years. You managed to keep oil and coal as some of your biggest exports at the same time. Just start us off by telling us how you navigated that tension between reaching your climate goals, but also not having an over-reliance on fossil fuel exports.
Well, I think that the most important thing when it comes to energy policy is that ideological debates on energy tend to be sometimes quite awkward, because what you need to focus is on energy sustainability, energy security, and also understanding that resources have to be managed in a way that you're able to create welfare based on the uses of those resources, but at the same time protecting those resources. So in the case of Colombia, we had one of the cleanest energy matrices in Latin America. 75% of the electricity that we consume in Colombia comes from hydro sources. But when I assumed office, I saw that the frequency of the Niño phenomenons due to climate change, it's now more frequent than ever. And we were put on stress in 2017, we were put on stress in 2015, so we had to diversify the energy matrix. Non-conventional renewables were at 0.2% of the energy matrix in 2018. So we called the private sector and said, let's do something bold. We did a double-edged auction, buyers and sellers, and we were able to pass from that 0.2%, which was barely 50 megawatts, to 14% of the energy matrix and get more than 1,500 megawatts installed in just 4 years with transparency in the regulation side. So that worked a lot for Colombia. But also when it comes to oil and gas, I've always said that in a development agenda, and especially in the global south, you need to use the richness of the underground to defeat the poverty on the ground. So yes, we continued extracting oil and gas. We were able to export oil and gas, but based on those income, we were able to expand the social safety net, make more invested in education, healthcare, and even though we got Ecopetrol, the energy company that is owned majoritarily by the Colombian government, to be the #1 auto generator with non-conventional renewable energies. So this is not about ideology, it's about energy security, it's about development, and I think that's why we were able to be one of the few countries that at the same time we did this agenda, we were able to pass from 13% declared protected areas to 31% in 2022, 8 years before 2030. So I think that's a great example to showcase.
So just take the ideology out of it, and that seems to be the answer. That seems simple enough. I think we should be able to implement that in more places.
So sometimes I just don't get it, because some people say, okay, energy is an issue of left and right.
Yeah.
And I said, no, energy security is about development.
Yeah.
You want to have the possibility of having the right energy, the right pricing of the energy, use it for development, and try to put it in an umbrella of sustainability where every source matters, and where at the same time you keep on decarbonizing as much as you can, focusing also on the need of the molecule.
So given where your leadership has been, this is something you continue to work on as well, given where your approach is, I just want to put to you, which I know you saw, what President Trump's comments were during his General Assembly comments at the UN, because he called climate change a con job. He said renewable sources of energy are a joke, they're pathetic, they don't work, they're too expensive. Given all of that, what was your reaction when you heard that, and what that means for renewable energy development here in the US and other places?
So I don't want to get into the controversy with President Trump. I was in office when he was in office. I'm just going to explain, based on my own evidence, why we have proven that the risks of climate change are not only real, but that we need to act, and that we need to act comprehensively. I come from a country that only represents 0.6% of the world greenhouse gases emissions. But we are in the top 20 of the most affected countries due to the effects of climate change. So even though our participation in the problem is relatively small, what we did in Colombia between 2018 and 2022 was, #1, to approve unanimously in Congress. Again, in a polarized political landscape, approve unanimously the Climate Action Bill. Expand the protected areas. Expand the non-conventional energy sources. Plant in Colombia the largest amount of mangroves to protect regions from coastal erosion. Have the largest expansion of coral nurseries also to protect many of our archipelagos. And at the same time, we were able to reach record high in oil and gas exports. strengthen our own national oil and gas company like no other time before. So when you look at that and you realize that energy matters in all the sources, and you realize that conservation is something that it's a demand and a moral duty today, climate change is undeniable. You cannot deny that climate change exists and the effects it produces.
So fair
but,
to say,
but I will say, to finish that question, we have to realize that countries have to think of this in a balance. Canada produces oil and gas, but it's also a non-conventional renewable energy superpower.
Right.
It has mining, but it's also one of the superpowers in reforestry. So I don't want to get into what I consider an absurd ideological debate. Evidence shows that we have to act in order to avoid the effects of climate change. But most importantly, we need to tell society that in order to work efficiently, we cannot look at this trouble as something from left and right. Climate action must be the moral duty of today, thinking in efficient, market-driven solutions.
So
that's the way it should work.
What you're saying here stands in stark contrast to what we heard from the president. But you mentioned this disproportionate impact among nations in the global south. This is obviously something we've been following for a while. And now, of course, with the surging energy demand, surging demand for data centers around the world in the AI boom, we're seeing a shift of who is stepping up in the global south to try to reposition themselves and potentially see an advantage for the global south nations in this moment. We know that the US currently houses the majority of the world's data centers. Interestingly, we've seen countries like India and Brazil and Kenya ramping up their investments to position themselves as regional hubs. I just wonder what you make of that, whether that is a smart move for global south nations.
The AI revolution is also unavoidable, it's present, and it's growing at a speed that is now producing effects in the speed of the energy transition. I've seen, for example, some AI companies in the US that now can demand more energy than cities like Bogota, for example. Even more energy than American cities. And that speed requires to progress on all the sources. So can we deny the usage of fuels? No. Can we deny the usage of solar? No. Can we deny the usage of wind? No. Can we deny the usage of gas? And eventually, and this is going to be a more complicated debate, there's now a lot of people talking about the return of nuclear energy, just because of that potential demand. The way I see it for the global south, I think there's opportunities. I'll give you a brief example, Paraguay. Paraguay has a super habit of energy. They are net exporters of energy because of the Itaipú Dam. It has almost the size of Spain, and it has a population that is less than 10 million people, which means there's a lot of land potentially that can be used for data centers. When you look at places like Chile or some places in Colombia or even some places in Argentina, I think we have energy, a lot based on renewable, the potential of combining with non-conventional renewables, and eventually with a little bit of a mix of fuels. So Latin America has to be seen as a place where data centers can operate in a more efficient and environmentally sound ways, different than the pressure that we're creating in some American states. So that's the kind of debates that we need today. And we need to get funding much better. We need to solve regulation in a much better way. But I think Latin America can become a promised land for sustainable data centers in the AI revolution. That, I think, is an opportunity for the global south.
A promised land, you say. So you believe that the AI boom and the increased energy consumption that will come with that, you think there's opportunity in there for development of more renewable energy sources in Latin America. Other global south nations as well?
Well, let me refer to something, Amna. I published a book 2 years ago called Our Future, a Green Manifesto for Latin America and the Caribbean. And I mentioned that when it comes to climate action, we're all expecting the governments to run the show, right? But it happens that most of the policies are really taking place in cities. So that's why I use the concept of biodiverse cities. How cities have to behave in order not to stress in a dangerous way natural resources and biodiversity. But in that chapter, I also mentioned something which is biodiverse citizens. I think we're forgetting the conversation about our own behavior when it comes to the right practices that we should have in order not to stress resources. The amount of time that we devote to hot showers, the amount of time that we devote for short rides on vehicles, the not being efficient in reduce, reuse, recycle. And also, for example, when we start using streaming, we don't realize the amount of energy that every stream request generates in the whole system. So it's not for us not to do it, but it's to be conscient. Should I do a streaming download of 10 or 15 series chapters before I take a flight and understand what's the pressure this is creating on energy resources? I think for us to be more conscious and to have some kind of an ethical behavior and understand that we can also be drivers of change matters. It's not to do it, but it's to be conscious. And I think if we want to be effective in the climate action battle that we have to embrace, especially because if we don't do things right, for example, in the next decade, we may lose the Amazon as a contention wall. And it's all dependent in the use and abuse of the resources that we have. So I would invite all of us to understand what's the weight of the pressure that we create and how should we effectively behave.
Can I ask you about one concern we've heard when it comes to Global South nations stepping up to fill this energy void that we know is here and only going to grow? It's concern of exploitation, right? Similar to what we saw with some of the carbon credit markets, that top polluters can continue to pollute and then offset it by purchasing, that from Global South nations. Are you worried about that same sort of dynamic and potential exploitation when it comes to energy?
So let me describe what I think is going to be the most complicated challenge. The global north has been advancing at a very good speed on decarbonization. And they have set prices for carbon tons that are relatively transparent, and they work. But when you look at the global south, Africa has to invest $2.8 trillion before 2030 in order for the countries to meet the national determined contributions, which are the reductions they have to achieve on emissions. Latin America has to invest almost the same amount or a little bit higher than that. The resources for that are not going to come from budgets. There's too much debt. It's not going to come from bilateral donors. Some money could flow from bilateral donors, but it's not going to be able not even to meet 10% of the need. And the same thing with philanthropy. So what's the only element that you have there? It's the market. So you need now to allow the global north and the companies in the global north to continue advancing on decarbonization, but also allowing them to buy offsets through the carbon credit markets based on projects from the global south that will have a sound impact. The second largest amount of emissions today in the world is generated by negative use of land that is taking place in the global south. And if it were a country, it would be the second largest emitter of greenhouse gases. So we have to create a market mechanism to massively mobilize resources. And I think that's why the markets matter, the carbon credits matter, as long as there are projects from the global south that can be purchased through the offset mechanisms in the global north. Otherwise, in a decade from now, we're going to be whining about why we did not use those mechanisms when we had the liquidity and the possibility to be effective.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the former president of Colombia,
Thank you so
Ivan
much.
Duque. Thank you, President.
Thank you so much, Emma.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Please welcome Lungisa Fuzile, CEO, Offshore Regions at Standard Bank, and Guillaume Doan, Director of Strategic Partnerships for Middle East and Africa at Semafor.
sit right here. Lungisa, we are here. The time has come.
Finally.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to say a few nice things about your employer and about you, and then we can get started. So, you work for an institution that requires very little introduction in Africa. Standard Bank has been doing really incredible and incredibly impactful work in Africa for 160 years. It's the largest bank in Africa by total assets, giving you really significant economies of scale to contribute meaningfully to the progress in Africa, particularly in critical needs like energy and infrastructure, which we're going to talk a lot about. You've had a three-part career, a very fascinating and storied career, spanning academia. You were a lecturing economist. You spent 2 decades in civil service, including a stint working for Nelson Mandela. And you joined Standard Bank less than 10 years ago. Is there anything that I missed there?
Nothing whatsoever. Let's get on with the job.
30,000-foot view. Africa has the youngest population out of any region in the world, putting it on the cusp of a demographic dividend. What are the investment opportunities and what are the nuances to keep in mind in this demographic shift?
Thanks, Guillermo, and greetings to everyone. One of the things that's evidenced by the wave that has happened, just as an example in East Africa, is that digital penetration on our continent is taking place at a pace that boggles the mind. And therefore, our continent has the potential to leapfrog development insofar as, for an example, the adoption of digital technologies, and on the back of those capabilities, build phenomenal modern economies. And of course, to be able to do that, one of the areas, which is the second area in which we need to invest massive resources, is energy. Because digitization, by its nature, requires energy. And in that regard, again, the continent has the potential to leapfrog development, because we no longer need coal-generated energy, certainly not on the scale at which countries need it. With the modern technologies, hydro, the former president of Colombia was speaking very eloquently about it here, wind, solar, those technologies have so advanced, have become so popular, their capabilities risen to a point where our continent has the potential to adopt them on scale at a pace never seen before, to begin to push back on its energy deficits. Of course, broader network infrastructure investments also have got to be coupled with that. If we were to harvest the critical minerals that our continent is so richly endowed on, your lithium, your cobalt, manganese, the range is huge, and help the continent, but at the same time, in helping the continent, help the world solve its carbon footprint problem. In other words, decarbonize. Then we must build the infrastructure that would enable the extraction of the minerals to a degree, the processing thereof, but at the same time, the exportation of those minerals to the rest of the world where they are needed.
And what is Standard Bank's role in all this? Energy, infrastructure, critical minerals. How do you enter that picture, and in what way?
We do several things. One of the things that's underestimated and people don't associate us with is the convening power. As an institution that has got a footprint in 21 countries now, if you add Egypt, and it's not yesterday's footprint. In the country where the bank was established first, we've been there 163 years. In Mozambique, we were there. We are celebrating our 110th year this year. Here in New York, we've been here for 3 decades. We have a presence in London, we have a presence in Beijing. Now, with all of that, we can bring financial institutions, managers of capital, from across the globe. We can also connect them with policymakers and regulators to enable conversations, meaningful conversations about investment in Africa's infrastructure and, of course, other components of investment that would drive growth.
When we host events like this, we often want to talk about the attractiveness of investing in Africa. And oftentimes we kind of inverse that and we want to talk about what African countries can do to make themselves more attractive, whether it's on the regulatory front, improving market access, or elsewhere. What do you think African countries in general can do better?
Investing in infrastructure is by its very nature, Guillermo, a long-term commitment. The payback periods are quite extended. Therefore, it becomes exceptionally important that the regulatory environment should provide predictability, should provide certainty. We need that on the continent. We need to make sure that investors don't come into our countries under one set of terms, and they wake up the following day, the terms have changed. If you do that, people are smart, they hold back, they wait for you to change again and change again until you are tired of change. And when you become conscious that to attract investment at scale, you need to give certainty, you become steady with your policymaking processes. Don't be erratic. So we must do that. But of course, we also have to engage in the tough conversations as a continent about, for an example, harmonizing regulatory frameworks to enable certain kinds of investments. I participated in a conversation on Sunday, just a day after I had arrived in New York, where we were talking about the corridors on the continent. And someone made the point there, it could even have been me, that it wouldn't make sense that if you take the example of the Lobito corridor, if you are an investor, you face one set of regulations depending on which geography you are participating in. So surely, without disrespecting the sovereignty of nations and their capacity to make their own rules, informed by a variety of things. But when you want to crowd in to attract investment, if making it easy for investors requires that you must talk to one another as policymakers, drafters of regulations, to just make sure that you make it easy for people to come and invest in your country. And finally, I do think that it's important that we deal with the sometimes sensitive issue of enabling a meaningful conversation between rating agencies and the people in our continent. It shouldn't be like people having a conversation using a broken telephone. We understand the imperative that for rating agencies to be able to do the analysis required to arrive at rating our countries, they need information. Now, we must be able to put together that information over a period of time so that rating agencies can do a good job. But similarly, we do need to implore rating agencies that when there is something that they doubt, it doesn't serve Africa to simply then say, maybe drop them a notch 2 or 3, because that's the safest thing to do. Yeah. So we need that conversation and to bridge that gap. The sooner we do that, the better, because the perception of risk and the actual risk on the continent, there is a massive gap between the two. Let me just add this point, forgive me.
Please.
We are a bank that's the biggest by assets. We have been on the continent for the length of time that I said here. 90% of our headline earnings comes from the continent. 50% from South Africa, 40% from Africa regions, only 10% from outside of Africa. We're not about to disappear into the ground. Now, why is that so? How do you run a profitable institution if the risk you are taking does not make sense? You get my point.
Absolutely. You've invested for 160 years in the continent, and it's paid off. Turning to the overall theme of this conference, it's really about connecting the unconnected. 3 billion people worldwide who lack access to mobile broadband. And we are really talking about serving communities and people. You're at Standard Bank very much working at the top of the pyramid, investing in critical systems. What are the trickle-down effects? How do you ensure that your investments really benefit people and communities?
We do it in a number of ways. In many instances, people make the mistake of only looking at a country when there is a big, lumpy project, a iconic project, sometimes we call them. And sure, those projects are important. They move the dial. But more often than not, if there is petroleum or gas to be harvested in Mozambique, as the case is right now, if you think about the ecosystem that gets created by that, for agriculture, for small businesses, for women-owned businesses, youth-owned businesses, it's immense. If you go to the place in Mozambique where the projects are, if you ask for pictures of the place before ground was broken, it's chalk and cheese. Similarly, if you think about the corridors that I mentioned, the opportunities that lie along the corridor, generated in large measure by the fact that there is that corridor there, are immense again. So it's very important to be very deliberate about making sure that you bring to fruition those opportunities. So if you think about an institution like our own, to your specific question, when we then open our risk appetite, so to speak, and look at a project in a typical country, we don't say there is $1 billion project, and therefore let's look at investing an extra billion in that country. We know that that $1 billion investment is going to crowd in $100 million for medium-sized businesses, not very small, by the way. By our definition, those are businesses that in rand terms would be about 1.5 billion rands. You can do the translation at 17.7 to the dollar. And of course, some of them would be much smaller than that. So it's important to make sure that we enable the entire value chain.
Lungisa, our time's up. But I really wanted to thank you. Thank you, Standard Bank, for the support of Next 3 Billion. And thanks for coming to New York to do this.
Obrigado. Merci beaucoup.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Idris Elba, award-winning actor, filmmaker, musician and activist, and Max Tani, Semafor's media editor.
Idris, thank you so much for being here today. We are absolutely thrilled to have you. Wanted to start with the focus of your grant-making work. Can you talk a little bit about areas where your foundation is really making an impact right now in Africa, and also where you'd like to see a little bit more progress?
A lot of the work that I've done in the past has been around youth engagement, youth advocacy, but I've also worked across climate and food security. So when Elba Hope was born, and the infrastructure of it, my wife and I wanted to sort of be able to have that spectrum as well. And so the work that we're working towards is in those areas. So I'm trying to do as much work around impacting youth, around education and support for youth development. The areas have been, we work in Africa, specifically Sierra Leone and Ghana, but we've also worked across the UK and in the US. And again, that work for me is around, education and sort of supporting efforts around development in that capacity. It's really about building resources to help. We're sort of want to find sustainable ways to, work and support, as opposed to just grant giving.
How are you choosing what you feel is a good fit, for the foundation? If you have projects that you're focused on in the U.S., the U.K., and of course in Africa as well.
I guess we sort of look at how we can be impactful. You can't, be everything to all men. So. Advocacy for me comes in different ways. You can lend your voice, or you can lend your expertise, or you can, be financial supportive in certain ways. For me, it's about, can I be impactful with youth? If there's a program that we feel we have a little bit of experience with, or there's an area that we can be impactful around youth and education, that fits the bill. That's it. The Chebro Island opportunity, small island off the coast of Sierra Leone, I've been working with government for a long time to build essentially what is going to be an eco-friendly, sustainably developed island. Hope Power Project is what it's called. And it's a combination of building infrastructural components, building solar panels and power grids, and building digital hubs to help communities sort of educate within this little project. So each project has a water element, a power element, and a digital hub for education. And, in its really smallest, rawest form, it has an opportunity to grow. It has an opportunity to build data sets that we can build upon. I think that's really important, is that we have blueprints that we can replicate. So when you think about the connectivity between power, water, and education, and then say, okay, how do we replicate that in communities?
The political climate has changed quite a bit here in the United States, and that's had real consequences around the world. The Trump administration, one of the big first steps that they took were these, huge cuts to USAID, the elimination. Have you seen any of the consequences firsthand in your philanthropic work?
Work that I'm trying to do, in lieu of, cuts or not, is, accelerated. There is an opportunity here to build systems that aren't dependent on aid, to look at trade, not aid. Of course, there's going to be impact when you see something like USAID get cut, but ultimately it makes the opportunity for communities to look to themselves, to look to other ways to support themselves, to think about that as an opportunity, actually. And the truth is, I think that there are many opportunities for developing countries that are used to the aid model to think about this differently. In my opinion, the cuts were inevitable. It's bound to happen. But I think it's definitely forced leadership to look at themselves closer and figure out how to self-generate.
You've said publicly that you're sometime within the next 10 years, you're planning on moving to Africa, and partially to build up the African film industry in a few central hubs. Talk a little bit about that. Is that something that, are you on track?
I'm from Africa. My parents are from Ghana and Sierra Leone, and one day I hope to make it a permanent home. Besides that, though, the journey of bringing as much bolster power as I can to the creative sector is an ongoing process. And I've, gone about it in a way that I'm sort of trying to build the foundations before I build the studios. The foundational work is around building investor opportunities, investable arenas, building those on policy, building those on fertile incentives, whether fiscal or, practical. Working with government, working with communities to then ask, how can I bolster that? So in Ghana, we are working closely with government to secure land, to secure policy that allows us to build studios there.
You know, many people obviously know you through your film work. You know, some people in the audience probably know you through your foundation work as well. It's a very specific, you know, room that we're speaking to. But of course, you're also a DJ as well, and a quite well-known one. I'm really curious, you know, what you're listening to right now, what tracks you're dropping at like your peak set times. What's a must-have? What's a must-play track for you right now when you're DJing?
It's a shameless plug, but it's I did a collaboration with a really great DJ called Honey Love, who's amazing, and we have a track together called Euroflow, which is literally dropping now. So shameless plug, check out Honey Love featuring me. It's called Euroflow.
We really appreciate you taking the time today.
Thanks, Max. Thanks for the opportunity, and see you soon, okay?
Joining us now is Tom Greenwood, CEO of Helios Towers, and Vivek Badrinath, Secretary General of GSMA, Semafor's Managing Africa Editor, Alexis Aquagiriam, moderates this conversation.
Okay, let's do this.
Well, hello and thank you so much for joining me, gentlemen. Given that this entire event is about connecting the next 3 billion, I'm delighted to welcome you here, because this is about the backbone of connectivity. Now, Vivek, you are the head of GSMA, which is the industry body for mobile operators. You recently put out a report where you focused on connectivity. So I wanted to start by you just telling us what the main findings were of that report, and then also what are the main barriers to connectivity that you identified?
No, thank you very much. Yes, indeed, if there's one in a week like UNGA, if this is not the most topical session to attend, I mean, I don't know which one is. This is at the heart of what we are focused upon as an industry, which is really getting more people connected. Mm-hmm. The global number is good to know as well. 3.1 billion people are not online and are not using the mobile networks that we have rolled out. Mm-hmm. Overall, there are 3.4 billion unconnected, of which 3.1 billion actually have a signal. But now, if you unpack it a bit more and you look into Africa, then the situation is even a bit worse. In Africa, we've got 300 million people connected. We've got 10% of the population who don't have coverage, and that's one area which I think we'll cover more in depth afterwards. Mm-hmm. But there's 65% of the population, that's 790 million people, who should be using a phone if they had one, and if they were ready to use it because they have the mobile signal around them. So that's what we call the usage gap. Mm-hmm. So if we try to understand what are some of the traits of this usage gap. First of all, it's not equalitarian. There is a gender bias. It's improved a bit, but it's still 30% more chance that a woman would not be using a phone than a man. And it's urban-rural biased, with 48% more chances, if you're in a rural area, that you're not going to be connected. So that's one aspect. But then there are reasons to this. Sorry.
Well, I'm looking for, so in terms of solutions, yes, those are the problems. I mean, what do you see in terms of ways to bridge that gap?
So when we've analyzed why are they not connected, three main reasons. There's of course a list of them, but the main three to focus on. The first and foremost, availability of affordable handsets. If we were able to bring $40 handsets without extra tax, by working with vendors through the Affordable Handset Alliance that we have together with a number of players, 30 players from the industry, including, of course, first and foremost, the ITU. Mm-hmm. We'd have on the planet 1 billion more people who would be connected. So affordable devices with the right financing schemes, with the right technology, the right spec. And at $40, we believe that it is possible to put in the hands of people devices that actually give them a proper access to the internet. So that's really the first area of where we need to insist on finding ways. But there's other stuff.
Yeah.
The availability of relevant content. Because you're talking about people who may be daily wage earners. So they have permanent trade-offs to make between investing in a phone and managing their daily expenses or the working capital of their business. So they will have a very high threshold on what is relevant. And one of the biggest angles to that is language. The availability of content in local languages, creating, thanks to AI, solutions to bring translation, to train models with local cultures, that can take us forward.
And what was the third one?
And the third one is simply the fears. And you see this in the gender bias as well. People are worried that they will be scammed, that they will overpay, that they don't know how to use it. And so we've been delivering programs. 80 million people have received our internet training toolkit, which is hard to reach out there. Why? Because they're unconnected. So you can't just, putting it on the web is not going to teach them how to use it. So we worked with distribution, to bring these little video contents that teach people how to use the internet, first of all, effectively, and secondly, safely.
Vivek, you covered a lot of ground there. I want to bring Tom in just to piggyback on something that you mentioned in terms of the coverage gap. So you mentioned the disparity between connectivity in rural areas and urban areas. Tom, you're at Helios Towers, you run that and this mobile mast company. Can you talk to us about, are you aware of that coverage gap? And if so, what do you do about it? How do you address that?
Great question. And first of all, what Vivek said about the handset pricing, that is a huge enabler. So absolutely aligned with that. The lower the cost of the handsets, the more people can use them. Simple as that. So I'll talk about the infrastructure and how do we get real ubiquitous coverage. Today, across Africa, 75% of the population are not connected to mobile internet. So that's 850 million people, roughly. Now, the real push on infrastructure has got to be twofold. One, it's the design and making the towers, the power systems and associated infrastructure more and more efficient, more and more reliable, and more fit for purpose, such that infrastructure can be built out further, than the suburban centers into the more rural centers. And there's a lot of innovation going on in that space at the moment.
Can you tell us about the innovation? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's innovation around power technology. Solar is getting better and better, more efficient and cheaper. Same for batteries. So I'm seeing good progress there. The other element of power is how can we get grid out more across the markets? And I actually see the telecom sector and the power sector to some extent working in a symbiotic relationship, because if you put up a telecom tower in a location, you can actually run a grid line to it, and the grid companies immediately got a good customer paying revenue to them. And we've had some success on that in some of our markets, including Tanzania, where we work quite closely with TANESCO, the national grid provider, and we've connected over 800 sites over the last 4 years with them, for example. So it'd be great to see some of that happening in other markets. There's an initiative called Mission 300 at the moment, which is organized by Africa Development Bank, the World Bank, the telecom sector, including ourselves and GSMA are part of it. And that's all about how can the telecom sector contribute and really help underwrite investment in national grid proliferation. And that's something that I think over the next few years will become more and more of a factor of how quickly we can get more coverage out into the more rural locations. And the other point around infrastructure is how it's used. And infrastructure can be shared. And typically in any industry, when you share infrastructure, you bring down the costs for everyone. So, at Helios Towers and other telecom tower companies, our business model is to enable the sharing of infrastructure. So if you build a tower with all the power equipment, you're not just doing it for one, you're doing it for 2, 3, or 4. And that inherently just brings down the entire costs of the ecosystem, therefore enabling faster rollout, faster proliferation into more underserved areas, and overall better coverage and quality across the entire country.
And you think we'll see more of that? You mean you call it co-location? Do you think we'll see more of that?
Yeah, so the co-location model is really the core business of a telecom towers company like us. And in doing that, we act independently from the mobile operators, and we will allow different mobile operators to put their equipment on the same site. And remember, most telecom towers are 40 or 50 meters tall. You can definitely fit 3, 4, 5 mobile operators on the same tower, and it's actually a waste to just have one on it because of the height.
Now, listening to that reminds me of something that I picked up on in the GSMA report, which I read at great length, and we pulled out stories and reported on this,
stories there.
Which is about one of the difficulties of operating on the continent, in Africa specifically, is that you have multiple networks being run because older technologies have not been sunset. So, I mean, with South Africa, they've moved forward with getting past 2G and 3G, and they're phasing that out. But we're seeing only 1% of internet users in Africa are using on 5G networks, according to your figures. Where does this leave the continent?
Well, when we look at the gaps, today, our biggest, the first order of business is to migrate customers who are only doing voice and SMS to the data world. And indeed, if you're realistic, the operators are today focusing on the 4G technology, which to a large extent addresses the needs of the hour. And I think that's the first step. Indeed, in the medium term, being able to decommission 2G and 3G networks is also a benefit because they're not super cost effective, they don't carry much bandwidth, and they're quite energy hungry compared to full data solutions. So I think the push that we need to put in the coming years on getting people connected, which means getting them connected on 4G, and indeed the $40 handset I was talking about has to be a 4G handset. That is what will allow us to gradually decommission the older technologies.
And you're talking about looking to the future. One thing that looms large is AI. So I wanted to know, I mean, I'll come to you as well, Vivek, but Tom, I'll just start with you. I mean, how do you factor in AI and the trends you expect to see over the next 5 years into your business planning?
So across Africa, we're at the cusp of a real data boom. Over the next 5 years, data consumption is going to grow by 5 times what it is today. And that's both a huge opportunity for the end users to get really, really connected, really high quality service. It's also a huge challenge of how do you deliver that effectively and efficiently to optimize performance. Now, AI is a part of that on the demand side. Part of that increase in data is going to come through the use of AI applications. And I actually personally think that Africa is going to really accelerate on AI. And it's going to be really put to good practical use. And we're seeing that in our business already at the micro level. There's lots of practical uses of implementing AI applications on certain way we run the sites and certain way we assess where to put new sites and things like that. So that's on the micro level. And I think that our mobile operators are doing the same thing. And I think countries as a whole, or continents as a whole, which really embrace it for not just business and industry, but for public services and things like that, are actually going to really accelerate. And I think we're already seeing that to some extent in different places around the world already. So I'm very excited about AI. I think it's got lots of good practical uses, but the key word there is practical. And it's got to be fit for purpose, and there's got to be a clear use case around it. And I think if companies and governments harness it in the right way, they'll get a huge amount out of it.
So you're predicting a 5-fold surge in data and AI really taking off. I wanted to know, Vivek, I mean, Do you agree with that, or do you see any bottlenecks in terms of AI availability? I mean, part of the reason why I ask this is, if we just look at the story that we discussed at the top of the program, there are challenges that come with rolling out digital infrastructure across the continent. So I put it to you, to what extent do you agree with what Tom said, or do you have a differing view on AI?
No, I think AI, I completely subscribe to the idea that AI is not a nice to have. I think addressing the usage gap goes with addressing the AI gap. 3 reasons. One, when you test for what are useful ways of deploying AI, we did an experiment by launching a call for proposal for AI for development. 90 projects in Africa around the healthcare area, agriculture, and precision agriculture relying on AI. These are useful things that make the business case for someone to get a phone.
And to be clear, who's paying for these programs? Are these government programs? Are these?
At this point, these are startups that we're funding, so they're just starting.
Yeah.
But these technology proofs of concepts show that it's for real. And so we can only accompany these entrepreneurs, who are African entrepreneurs in most of the cases, to go and spread their technologies. The second reason AI is part of the answer as much as part of the need for extra infrastructure is the language item.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a movement towards training models in local languages with the local culture, because how are the large language models trained today? They're trained with what's on the internet. What's on the internet is typically put there by the connected, by the West, by the North. And the depth of knowledge and content that trains these models coming from Africa is slightly behind, especially in those languages. So when I see operators putting language models open sourced, so that they become a common good, that allows us to build a full AI ecosystem and also to adapt applications in local languages. And the third area, as you mentioned, both tower companies and operators use AI to improve their efficiency. And since we have an investment and cost challenge, the ability to do simple things using AI, like turning off a base station at night when the traffic is low, so that you eat less power, will allow you to operate more efficiently in places which are more remote. So AI is part of the technology drive that we also use in the industry, both operators and towercos, to actually make our business run.
And those are some of the practical considerations that you bear in mind. Just on the practicalities of things, quickly, Tom, I just want to get from you, if you had a wish list in terms of how you can enact some of these things that you're talking about and really ride the wave of what happens in the next 5 years, what would be on your wish list and who would you ask for help from? I'm talking about the regulators, the government.
I think working with the national grid providers that I mentioned, that's certainly high up there. How can we collaborate very closely with the national grid providers, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, in order to really see an acceleration of grid proliferation, connecting the telecom networks essentially as the anchor tenant for the grid. I think that's very high up there on the list. I think on the point around AI, learning and education is a key part of that. So how can we upskill colleagues in the businesses and just the more wider population on that? But at Helios, for example, we're running coding camps in all of our offices across the group at the moment, just to get people thinking about it in their day-to-day work. So I think an increased awareness of AI and its practical power, I think, will really deliver great benefits over the next 5 years.
Well, look, I could talk all day about this, but sadly we've run out of time. So thank you both for taking the time to talk us through all of these issues. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go.
Cheers.
Lunch, we will resume at 1:30, so enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Alexis Akwagiram, Managing Editor of Semafor Africa.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, I hope you enjoyed lunch and welcome to the second half of this programming. Now, we know how busy many of you all are during this week of UNGA, so we are incredibly grateful that you've chosen to spend your afternoon experiencing the live journalism that we have on offer. So we thank you for that. Now, we have a packed schedule this afternoon, culminating in Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala from the World Trade Organization, so please stay put. But without further ado, I want to introduce now David Miliband, who is the President and CEO of the International Rescue Committee, and he's in conversation with Semafor's Senior Editor, Prashant Rao. Thank you.
So, David, we're going to get the afternoon started. You don't need any introduction. Everybody knows who you are. So there are two things I want to situate this sort of aid discussion. First, by, if you tell me January, February, when you heard about what was happening with USAID, walk us back to what was the immediate reaction? How did you sort of approach it? What did you do?
We're a large international humanitarian organization. We've grown from being $500 million a year 10 years ago. We're a $1.5 billion a year organization. So my first thought is $600 million from the US government is quite a lot of money to make up. So it was a pretty serious situation. I thought immediately about our clients. Boys and girls in Afghanistan, 300,000 of them getting an education for the first time. Sudanese refugees in South Sudan. Climate refugees in Niger. These were all programs that were targeted with the stop work orders. So you think, we say clients at the center and we mean it.
And that was a few months ago. Last week, you were in Sudan, which you just mentioned. How is this playing out on the ground? How is this affecting your actual operations?
Well, we have about 400 staff colleagues in Sudan, Sudanese, because we're very locally driven. And 90% of those staff members are internally displaced people themselves. In other words, they're victims of the war. Many of you will know Sudan is the largest humanitarian crisis in the world. Population of 45 million, 30 million people in humanitarian need, 3 million of them refugees in neighboring Chad, South Sudan. And I mean, it's a conflict that is benighted by warring parties at the expense of people, by external support for those parties that is breaking the country, by civilians who are the victims of impunity. But what comes through very, very strongly is that people are trying to rebuild their lives even amidst the war. And I'm very much of the view that the primary authors of people's survival and recovery is obviously the people themselves. We, as an aid sector, they're rescuing themselves, we're supporting their efforts. And I saw that in very stark relief. Water and sanitation, mobile health, cash support are all absolute lifelines, but there are many, many more people who we need to help. And in a place like Sudan, there's no point in talking to an audience about this, about public-private partnerships in the middle of the war. It's grant aid that is the difference between life and death for those people. And I think there's a clue there about the future of the aid system in concentrating on fragile and conflict states where now the most extreme poverty is concentrated.
Yeah, let's dig into that. So, IRC is unusual in the aid sector and how self-critical and self-evaluatory you are of your own efforts. I mean, you've been thinking about this for a long time. What needs to change with this sort of drastic, it's not just the United States, the UK is cutting back aid, others are too. What are your initial thoughts on how this is going to change?
I think the essential problem is that aid is being spread too thin. And by that, I mean it's being spread across too many people with too many different targets and too many different aspirations. Only 25% of the total global aid budget goes on health or on humanitarian aid, which are the two most popular parts of the aid budget. And I would argue the two most essential parts of the aid budget. 60% goes on a range of desirable outcomes that have longer term payback, whether in respect of climate resilience or other vital measures. But the issue about them is that that money gets spent in middle income countries rather than in the poorest countries in the world. And I really think it's important to understand that the geography of poverty today is concentrated in fragile and conflict states. The World Bank says that by 2030, 60% of the world's extreme poor will live in places like northern Nigeria, in Sudan, Afghanistan. These are places that are not benefiting from stable markets, effective governance. Even remittances are being interfered with in getting there. Remittances are 3 times the size of the aid sector in Africa. So I think we've got a new era of aid in which we need to be more focused. We need to expand programs that we know work. Just to give you an example, we've delivered 20 million doses of vaccine in 4 East African countries to kids under the age of 5 at $2 a shot. And we've got to take on this argument that aid is inefficient. I challenge anyone to say that a lifetime of benefit from a vaccine shot for $2 isn't worth the investment. So we've got to scale the most effective programs. And the third thing is we've got to embrace innovation. We've got 12 use cases of AI. I'm sorry to be the first person to mention AI this afternoon, but it's compulsory in every session to at least get one mention. But it's important to say it takes 2 weeks to diagnose monkeypox by the traditional systems. Today, we're taking photographs of lesions of patients in Central Africa, and in 5 minutes we're diagnosing whether they've got Mpox. And there are 200 other rare diseases that we think we can diagnose through that kind of AI diagnostics. So in this situation where there's all this talk about aid cuts, there are all these puddles on the floor as we're trying to navigate how do we cut $230 million from our budget, which we've done in the last 6 months. Let's not lose sight of the broader horizon, which is that we have a moral imperative to make sure that the poorest people in the world get a chance to leapfrog out of their condition because they're getting some help from the global changes that are happening.
And so by concentrating the sort of smaller pie of aid on the most extreme sort of places and issues, is there actually enough aid left in the global aid budget to do what you're describing?
Let me qualify what I said. I talked about concentrating grant aid. And it's important to make the distinction because some aid comes in the form, quite a lot of it actually, in the form of concessional finance, other support for public-private partnerships in more stable places. That's really oriented towards economic development. I think that portion of, if you want to call that aid, if you want to call concessional finance aid, it's registered as part of the global aid system, that's got its role. But what I always say to people is that in the end, development is not powered by aid. Development is powered by effective governance, property rights and markets, remittances and global networks, private investment. The aid can help, it can help inclusion, but if you're one of the people I met in northeastern Sudan last week, if you don't get aid, you don't get fed. And so it's a very, very basic problem that we've got to address. So I think there is room for focus. Is there enough? Well, we've got 300 million people in humanitarian need today. That compares to about 100 million 10 years ago. The numbers of refugees are also growing, the number of displaced people are growing. And you can only answer your question if you're willing to face the following. Is there enough money to make sure that no child dies of malnutrition today? Yes. The fact that we're not doing that speaks to a moral crisis of a very fundamental kind. Is there enough money to make sure that every child in a war-torn part of the world gets an education as well as nutrition, and to ensure that every pregnant woman gets maternity care, and to ensure that every newborn, then you're beginning to stretch. But I honestly believe $210 billion is official development assistance today. We can make that money go much, much further. And if I've got time, I just want to give you one example.
Please.
45 million kids are acutely malnourished around the world today. We've run a study in Mali of 27,000 kids, treating them with what we call the simplified protocol for the treatment of moderate and acute malnutrition. Instead of having to report to a hospital when you're severely acutely malnourished, we're arming community health workers with the ability to diagnose and treat moderate as well as severe acute malnutrition. What do we find? 92% recovery rates, but almost as significant, a 30% improvement in cost effectiveness. So we can drive the dollars, the yen, the euros much, much further. And I would argue we've got a moral obligation to use the money to make sure it goes as far as possible, not just a moral obligation to take action. So I think the new era of aid is about new financing streams. It is about debt relief. It is about new donors. But it's also about new ways of new ways of delivering aid that is far more effective.
You mentioned new donors. Obviously, lots of countries are paring back on aid. How are you approaching this idea of finding new donors, finding new sources of?
Well, we're coming to. There'll be buckets at the back on the way out. I think we're trying to approach it in a way that is very, very planful. We can't say, look, $230 million of American money gone, let's replace it one for one overnight. What we're saying is we've got to prove that we have a plan to make the aid money go further. And so impact is a big thing for us. You hear a lot about impact investing. We do 30% of all impact evaluations in the humanitarian sector because we want our donors to know that the money's going into evidence-based programs. We've got to embrace the innovation, and we've got to persuade newly wealthy countries, like those in the Gulf, would be one example, that there's a real potential to have lifelong impact on the people that we're helping. And we also have to appeal to philanthropy in the countries where we're working, because here's the interesting thing. The countries that we work in have large numbers of very, very poor people, but I've already met half a dozen people from Nigeria here. We know that there's an extraordinarily successful Nigerian business sector, and there's African philanthropy that I think we can partner with. Our organizations, we're in 20 African countries or so. If you go to a staff meeting, as I did last week in Nairobi, you'd think we were an African organization. And those local roots, those local partnerships with NGOs, but also with the private sector are very, very important too.
And can you tell a little bit, you mentioned it here and there about how you're using technology to sort of make this whole process more efficient. I mean, you mentioned this kind of like multilingual sort of aid directing software that you're using for live translation and stuff like that. How are you experimenting with like artificial intelligence and technology more broadly to like deliver aid?
Yeah, obviously we work in many different languages, and one of the beauties of the modern world is you can translate very, very fast. Our Signpost project is a cyber secure refugee and displaced persons information service that is localized in the places that we work. We have 25 local instances around the world, and we can use local languages for that. We can also use AI to respond to queries so that the human element is reserved for the most complex and most difficult cases, because if you're on the run from danger, you need to know where is safe. And we found that whether in Europe or in Latin America, we have a big program of Signpost in Spanish and other local languages. So we've got a real opportunity, I think, to harness technology without falling victim to the idea that the technology comes first. Sometimes there are low-tech solutions. I mentioned the malnutrition earlier. We don't use AI to diagnose malnutrition. We measure the upper arm circumference of an under 5-year-old boy or girl. And that's a low-tech solution that is accurate and formidable in the power it can have. So tailoring the technology for the right instances, not the wrong ones, I think is very important too.
And you mentioned a little bit about doing more with less and all this kind of thing. I just want to think a little bit about the less. What is IRC not going to be doing in the next sort of 3 to 5 years?
Well, I actually don't use the phrase "let's do more with less" because I think that gives an excuse to those who are making the cuts. We want to do more with more because we weren't doing enough before. So let's not give excuses. Look, I'm embarrassed to say this. What are we doing less of? We're doing less of education. It's a crime, not a tragedy, to be doing less with education. We're doing less on climate resilience. We have, I'm not going to, it'd be ridiculous to say in this audience anything other than that climate change is happening today. This isn't our children's problem or our grandchildren's problem. If you come to our programs across Africa, you'll see, but frankly, if you come to our programs in Syria, if you come to our programs in Afghanistan, you'll see that the climate change is real. We're going to be doing less of that. Tragically, we're also facing cuts in our women's reproductive health programs. And we're proud to say that to be a successful organization, you have to be a feminist organization, you have to take seriously the inequalities that women and girls face in the communities that they live in the lives that they lead, and you have to take extra measures to overcome those inequalities, including around sexual violence, domestic violence. So I think that there's a real imperative to appeal to a global conscience that says we're not going to get reduced into a kind of hunkering down. We've got to sustain our values through action. I always say to people, it's not hope that leads to action, it's action that leads to hope.
Last minute, I'm going to swerve a little bit.
Last minute, there's a radio program called Just a Minute in Britain.
So can you speak uninterrupted for the next minute?
You have to speak without hesitation, repetition, or deviation for 1 minute. It's practically impossible. But anyway, I've used up some of the time.
Yeah, exactly. Well done. The rumor mill is alight in Washington. The UK, where you were foreign secretary some time ago, is looking for a new ambassador. And your name is apparently on the short list. I don't expect you would confirm that you'd be interested in the job.
It's not a job you apply for, put it that way.
But more broadly, I'm curious, you were British foreign secretary, and Britain has this relationship with America that is special relationship, deep, historical, but, has lost 2 ambassadors in the last 10 years to DC. So it's a complex relationship. I'm curious, what would your advice be to the next British ambassador to DC?
Well, I'm not going to overstep my limits, but I think that this is a time when the world needs more coherent, more effective global governance, and that starts with honest and straight talking. Let's have the courage of our convictions. Let's explain what we think. Let's listen to those who disagree. Let's find common ground across disagreement. And I think diplomacy is vital in that. But frankly, the other connections, the soft power, if you like, of business networks, charity networks, educational networks, cultural networks, they become more and more important. Because here's the thing. The world is more connected than ever before, but the forces of disconnection, the forces of division, are on the march. And I really fear a world where we live with what's called the tribalization of pain. If we end up in a world that I only care about your pain if I look like you, we've lost our humanity. And I think there's a real imperative to sustain our humanity today.
Well, they've already applauded you, so thank you, David, for the time.
Thank you very much, everyone.
We'll move on
Good
to the
luck
next
with the rest
conversation.
of the conference. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Joining us now is Sang-Boo Kim, Vice President of Digital at the World Bank, Dr. Bosun Tijani, Minister of Communications and Digital Economy for Nigeria, and Josephine Teo, Minister for Digital Development and Information of Singapore. Semafor's technology editor, Reid Albergati, moderates this conversation.
Okay. Thank you all for being here. I want to start with you, Minister Teo. Singapore was one of the really early adopters of AI automation. So I was wondering if you could sort of take us through what's working with AI now, but more importantly, what's not working. Try to separate the hype from reality a little for us.
Well, AI isn't entirely new. We've been experimenting with it, I think, in earnest from perhaps about 7 years ago. And along with that effort, we also put in place a governance framework. But I should say that the efforts have really taken off in the last 3 years, particularly with generative AI making so much of the access available to people whose skills level are not entirely steep. So that's been a very significant change. Now, to your question of what's working or what's not working, I think in the initial stages, I would put it at perhaps 30 months ago, there was a real concern about the availability of compute. That's turned out to be not the biggest showstopper. Compute has been made available, and ambitions are growing. And what's really working is a very healthy level of interest in enterprise adoption. What we're seeing is very interesting. It started with the idea that you can use generative AI in particular for workplace productivity improvements. So using it for transcribing, for summarizing, and so on. And those things are quite useful. But the really interesting applications that we're seeing are in the verticals. So I give you an example. If you take manufacturing, we've seen deep interest in how they can be used for very specific type of instances. In all manufacturing companies, there is a need for operations planning. There is a need for defect detection. There is a need for maintenance. And so if you can use AI to do predictive maintenance, that can potentially save you a lot of money. So if you are a company manufacturing semiconductors, for example, where each time the tool is put out of action, a lot of money is lost. Those kinds of applications are having a lot of traction. What's really, really interesting is also the idea that the kind of AI specialists that you need, they're not just people who are good in understanding data science, machine learning. They also need to be people who understand the actual domain, and they are functional experts. So the marriage of folks who are domain or functional experts with folks who are data science, machine learning experts, when you put the two together, they make for a formidable team. And in fact, a person who has both sets of skills are what we call AI bilingualists. They are even more valued by the company. So that's what we are seeing right now.
So Dr. Tijani, you and I spoke at this event last year. There was a lot of excitement around AI. We had some reporting earlier this week in Semafor about these big data center deals involving G42 and Microsoft and Kenya sort of falling apart, not really happening. Is that a sign that the sort of tone of the conversation is changing? Are people not as excited to build the infrastructure in Africa, African countries or developing countries?
I think the direct answer to that question is no. I don't think we're seeing the level of investments that we should see. When you take into consideration that this is the continent that in about 20 years' time, the youth population of the world will be in Africa. So the workforce of the future is going to be in Africa. I think, so if we're taking it that way, the level of investment that we should be seeing in infrastructure is not yet going there. I think the theory, for me, for what's responsible for that is largely because we've not been able to do a good job at articulating the impact of artificial intelligence on the competitiveness of nations. That literally in a few years' time, and we're already seeing that, anyone that's been anywhere I've spoken this week, you've probably heard this example before, that in Brazil, where I was a few weeks ago, we're seeing farms now that are getting 10 to 12 tons of maize per hectare. And the average for that in Nigeria is 2.5. The highest is in South Africa, which is about 4 to 6 tons per hectare. And the implication of that, it's not GMO, it's actually artificial intelligence and connectivity. And the implication of that is countries like Nigeria will not be able to justify why they shouldn't be importing maize from Brazil. And we know that if we have to keep importing all of our food from countries like Brazil, then there's not going to be job opportunities for young people in Africa, which is not going to make any sense. So there's that urgency for us to be able to articulate that we don't have a choice. Nations will have to invest in the absorptive capacity that will allow them to be able to appropriate AI, to be able to use AI for their critical activities, but also be able to participate in building. Right? So to answer your question, I don't think the investment that should be going into infrastructure to drive the adoption of artificial intelligence in Africa is going here. I think Sangbu will say this to you. I think World Bank would typically say, if you improve the level of connectivity in any economy by 10%, you see for African countries about 2.5% growth in GDP. Are we able to articulate AI at that level yet for African countries? I don't think so. I think the best we'll see in terms of data is how much more AI is going to add to economies. But the reality is people think AI is new. It's actually not new. The reason why we're all talking about it now is because of frontier artificial intelligence. We were in China in Shenzhen, and we saw how literally the street is being managed with artificial intelligence, right? So the countries who have invested for a long time, and I'm pretty sure Honorable Minister will say the same for Singapore, they're already benefiting significantly for AI. So we have a short window to accelerate the deepening of the absorptive capacity in countries like mine and the rest of Africa so that we can use AI effectively.
Sangbu, speaking of connectivity and please, speaking of connectivity and sort of that stat, that Dr. Jajani mentioned, are we sort of, when we talk about AI, like you have this big AI mandate, but are we sort of getting ahead of ourselves? Like, do we need to connect people first before we start worrying about all the AI on top of that connectivity?
Actually, we are really are facing the big challenge for the AI adoption because there are so many pre-requirements for AI in some sense. As you know, the basic infra to connect to internet and also computing power, as you know, but more fundamentally, energies are needed. In sub-Saharan Africa, still 600 million people has no electricity. So it is a really fundamental issue. On the other hand, data sets and also basic skills for talent is really needed. So that we identify that those four are the main fundamental prerequisites. But that does not mean we cannot do anything about AI, because we are looking for so many opportunities, as Tijani said. about the adoption cases. For example, farmer in Africa, they can take a photo which looks like has some disease, and then they can get back to the internet access and then find out some solutions. Another case is some patients who's supposed to have some skin disease. They can tell how they can treat some skin disease very easily. So we are really looking for some better opportunity to enhance and speed up for the adoption of AI. So that's our approach. So we can do this AI parallelly with the basic connectivity, but yeah, we have some more work.
So, Dr. Jajani, I wanted to change gears a second here, and talk a little bit about who's building this technology. So, part of the subtext around the Kenya, project that I mentioned earlier was this kind of like U.S. versus China tech race, and who's going to have influence over the technology in developing countries. Do you see that debate or sort of that fight in Africa as sort of being put on hold as the U.S. focuses on, say, the Gulf and other parts of the world?
Yeah, so what I've done is actually I've decided to be able to separate these conversations because the global community is doing a fantastic job at actually getting together to discuss about AI and ensure that we can do what is right. But I think because of competition amongst nations with deep resources, who of course have invested in it for a long time, that conversation is skewed to issues around governance and ethics, which is important, and we have to focus on it. No one should say I've said it's not important. But the challenge is that for AI to work for so many economies, there are foundational stuff that we must ensure that we have in place that are not in place in a lot of countries all over the world. Sangbu was talking about connectivity. I think it was the same mistake that we made when we were talking about digital divides over the last 10 years, where a lot has been achieved, but not as fast as it should be. Now we're in an era where artificial intelligence is going to widen the gap between nations, but nations can't truly leverage it if you don't have affordable and meaningful connectivity, right? If your people can't afford devices, it's going to be difficult. If for African continent, we're still saying Africa is mobile first, then the young people we have will not be able to build mobile AI solutions off mobile. Right, people need to be able to have access to all sort of devices that they need. The workforce that you need, the ability to be able to accelerate training of our people in countries all over the world where the capacity is not there. If we don't focus on that, then if we don't focus on actual understanding by governments of how AI is going to impact them, so we won't see that adoption. So the biggest challenge for many countries will not even be on governance and ethics. It will be on the fact that there will be that farmer in Brazil that is able to use this technology, and there will be a farmer in my country that will not be able to use it. Perhaps, maybe because the technology doesn't even speak the language, and this person cannot write and read, so they need AI to be able to speak to them in their language. So there are so many things that I think, as we're focusing on governance and ethics, that we also need to focus on. And that competition that you're talking about is something that we have to ensure that we don't allow it to dictate where the conversation and the dialogue is focusing on. That we actually also start to have that conversation on absorptive capacity. I think Singapore has done well, Honorable Minister. We've actually modeled your sea lion, where Nigeria has also now released our large language model, which is open source. And the idea is that we can use that large language model to inspire more people to start to build locally as well.
Mr. Teo, on the China question, I'd love to get your point of view on this too. I think Singapore has been right in the middle of this with the chip issue, right? Chips being diverted to China, allegedly. But then there's U.S. policies going back and forth, right, on technology diffusion. How are you navigating that sort of whipsaw effect in U.S. policy?
Well, we don't condone illegal activities taking place either within Singapore or through Singapore. So our position on this is very clear. If there is any evidence that we should follow up on, we will. So I think that part, our US colleagues know it, and in the international community, we have been very consistent. But I should say that we maintain an open economy. And if you look at the way AI is being adopted by companies, by organizations, they do have a choice. They will have to go with the models that best serve their interests, and that could be a combination of its performance, as well as the security and resilience that comes with the technology, balanced against the cost considerations. I think these are evergreen issues that companies implementing all kinds of digital technology projects will have to think through, and they should be able to make a considered decision balancing the different considerations and trade-offs. So I think that's the position that we do take. But having said that, I think it is fair to say that all companies or all organizations, when they are thinking through these issues, it does weigh on them if there is suspicion that a technology stack is either unsafe for the users, presents security issues, or if a technology stack has a risk of becoming unreliable in the sense that today it is available to you, but tomorrow it is not available to you. And I think the organizations implementing it will weigh these considerations and assess that if the risk is too big, then they may decide not to go with it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But the way we approach it is that we would like, as best as possible, to support each other in each of our endeavors. So what Dr. Tijani talked about, Singapore's large language model that was developed to reflect the richness and diversity of the language environment in Southeast Asia. I think in time to come, if other regions were to develop similar models, there's scope for us to work together to overcome the challenges of AI models being able to reflect our cultures, our values. I think this is so important, and we all want to see these AI models reflecting what we believe to be our identity.
Do you think you'll also benefit, though, from being sort of neutral? I noticed, like, it was interesting to see Manus AI, where this really hot AI company in China moved to Singapore, right? Because they didn't want to be, quote unquote, Chinese-based anymore.
Well, they have to assess whether Singapore provides the kind of environment that enables them to do their best work. So that goes to whether the infrastructure is available, that goes to whether the skilled workforce is available to them. And I think also very importantly, the respect for intellectual property, is that something that they can also count on? So I think it is not just a case of neutrality. That may well be a factor that is positive. But on the other hand, there are many other factors that a company must consider before they decide where to locate their most important activities. Yeah. So we'd like to believe that it is not just geopolitical considerations, but very importantly, the inherent fundamentals that make it attractive for a company to locate where we are.
Yeah. Well, as we run out of time, I want to turn to you, Songbu, for maybe the final word. You do all these programs around the world to kind of help facilitate the use of AI and in the developing world. I'd love to get like a concrete. What's like your favorite example of so far of the way this technology has been used?
So we are dealing with a bunch of area for the AI development. For example, the computing power is the basic. So we are doing some investment in Ethiopia and Angola, for example. And also we are building very strong the human resources and human capital through the many countries, including, for example, in Kenya. So supporting to build and nurture their people with some AI technology is very important agenda. For example, in another example in Pacific Islands, we are supporting some healthcare reform through AI so that any mom living in very far island can take some advantage for the maternity care, for example. So those are the main the examples that we really try to dig into for the better performance. But more importantly, we are really caring about the jobs in the AI era, because we are expecting 1.2 billion young generation are going to come to the market within a decade. But our research says only 420 million jobs will be ready. So we see a lot of gap. Almost 800 million young generation will be struggling with lack of jobs. So how we can just get ready to support those young generation is really crucial and challenging problem for us. So we are really trying hard to tackle that issue as well.
Well, we are totally out of time. Thank you all for sharing your insights about AI in the developing world.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Please welcome Christina Junqueira, co-founder and chief growth officer of Nubank, and Semafor's executive editor, Gina Chon.
Hi, thank you, Chris, for being here. And I'm so excited to have this conversation because we're going to be talking a bit about how the northern part of the world can learn from the innovations in the south and not the other way around for once. So you helped co-found a bank that has grown from starting in 2013 to about 123 million users, starting in Brazil and expanding. Can you talk about how you got there and what really propelled the growth in a way that can translate to other parts of the world, including here in the United States, where we're actually a bit behind, frankly, on financial innovation?
Yeah, of course. So thanks for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. So ours is a story really of customer centricity. It all started with us looking at the Brazilian market where people were paying some of the highest fees in the world, some of the highest interest rates in the world, and they had really one of the worst customer experiences in the world. And thinking that technology, design, a lot of data could help really reshape that experience. So I think that customer centricity led us to design products and experiences that people were very, very much into it. Like when we first started, we felt that people were kind of numb. They assumed like that was just how financial services worked. And no company, no bank was good anyway. So what was the point? But the minute that they saw that the possibility of something materially different, they were so ready for it. So that's how it started, kind of like the spark. But eventually, since we have such a lean model, like very efficient model with no branches, with with a lot less bureaucracy, with much more simplified processes, with no paperwork, like with, cutting through.
Basically all done through the phone.
100% like mobile only, right? That allows us to have a cost structure that is much more lean, right? Like that's much more efficient. And that efficiency is passed on to customers in the form of like no fees or lower interest rates, whatever it is. And also it allows us to get to a segment of the population that otherwise would not be profitable for everyone else. So a lot of the inclusion that has happened is also because these people are at the margin of the system because players weren't necessarily structured well enough to be able to serve them.
So did you find, especially in the beginning, that most of your customers just weren't even associated with the bank, as opposed to having a bank account that they then moved to your system?
Yeah, there was always a relevant amount of people that had never had a banking relationship before. I guess not early on, because early on you get the early adopters, right? Like people that are tech savvy, Mm-hmm. But over time, one data point for you, in Brazil alone, by the end of 2013, which was the last time that we did this analysis, 21 million people had their first credit card with us. So that was that's bigger than many countries out there, right? Like those are all people that were at the margin of the system, had never had access to credit before. In Mexico, to this day, we're very relevant already in Mexico. More than half of our customers had never had a credit card before. So there's a lot of new access and inclusion at this point for sure. And currently in Brazil, we're the largest financial institution in terms of number of customers with access to credit. And that can be very powerful.
Yeah. Well, and we're here today talking about connectivity and how digital infrastructure in particular can help fuel economic growth. And in some of the countries where you've expanded to, how does that come into play, and what are the challenges you face on that front, especially, if there's not a reliable power supply or, various other things that you would need to, be able to use your phone on a regular basis?
Yeah, of course. So we are 100% mobile. So from an infrastructure standpoint, connectivity can be an issue. I can say that in Mexico, I wish connectivity were better. In Brazil, we're pretty good. In Brazil is probably like the highest adopter of all technologies. It's phenomenal. Like, I don't know if you've seen I know the last panel was on AI, but even the ChatGPT adoption, I think Brazil is number 3 on ChatGPT usage in the world, which is phenomenal, right? I wish connectivity in Mexico were higher, but frankly, like that's not a big bottleneck. I think the biggest bottleneck for us is still cash. The use of physical cash, which is something that Brazil has led the way. People will go like for months in Brazil like without touching cash. But in Mexico and Colombia, there's still very much a cash-oriented economy, although we are now close to 15 million customers in Mexico, and almost 70% of them will testify to using less and less cash after they became customers. So I think there's a bit of a behavior shift that is happening towards digitalization and also like more digital payments happening, which is a big catalyst for also financial inclusion. I think this is something that we saw first in Asia, like with all the Asian fintech companies.
With the super apps.
With the super apps, the QR code payments, that's very much the case in Brazil today. Like you'll see people, even like sometimes like, street vendors, like people on the streets, like on traffic lights, they'll have like a QR code or like their phone number, like for digital payments. Mexico and Colombia aren't there yet, but if they were to accelerate, actually that's one of the biggest lessons, to your point, like on south to north, that instant payments, digital payments can be a huge catalyst for financial inclusion. Because when there's an economy that people are increasingly using digital payments, everyone is inclined, like there are network effects that incentivize people signing up for digital accounts, and then suddenly there's like this flywheel of incentives for people to join the system and open accounts and concentrate their money flow like through the system, which has many positive impacts, even from a tax standpoint, from reducing tax evasion, reducing even sometimes criminal activity.
Yeah. And what have you needed from policymakers in entering these markets? Because obviously, financial services in particular can be sort of a heavily regulated sector. So what have you needed to make inroads, especially as you then compete against, some of the powerful legacy players?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we have been very lucky coming out of Brazil, because the Brazilian Central Bank has always been first extremely competent and efficient, but also they had a very clear vision into the future. So PIX, which is the instant payment system in Brazil, has been a topic of conversation worldwide. Like wherever we go, if we go to Asia, if we go to Europe, like people are talking about PIX and how much of a revolution that was in Brazil. Like all the second and third order effect that has had. Also the open banking, open finance like system that was created out of Brazil was it's still ramping up. Like Nubank is the #1 company today, like in terms of open banking requests and the data usage. So those are two very powerful things that policymakers should be looking into very closely. So it's not necessarily about facilitating the entry of new players or lowering the bar for like supervision. We have been playing by the same rules as incumbent banks in all our markets, and taking years to get bank licenses. Like we've been doing all that, but I think there's a lot that policymakers and especially regulators can do in terms of fostering more competition in the system without necessarily touching the things that they rightfully don't want to touch, which is like supervision or like real regulatory requirements.
Yeah, because in the end, it's about protecting consumers.
Yes.
Giving them more access, but obviously in a safe and sound way.
Exactly, in a prudent way, right?
Yeah, and what about other parts of the world? You know, you've moved into Mexico. Would you, you know, think about the U.S. market or other markets, especially, you know, for those of you who don't know, here in the world's largest economy, we still use pieces of paper that represent money called checks. And it's a very antiquated old system that like my grandma's grandma was using. So the fact that it still exists today, you know, are there other places where you would make inroads that are more in the northern part of the world?
That always cracks me up. You know, I've recently, like the thing with the checks, like I've recently relocated to the US and of course, like, you know, coming in as a foreigner has its like, you know, its challenges. But even like the confusion within the same financial institution telling me that they didn't have a proof of address for me, but they had my mortgage, but the credit card group like couldn't see, like, so there's a lot of inefficiency, right? And it's also a concentrated market. So of course, like it's the largest economy in the world. It's a super interesting market. What I can say is like we have our hands pretty full with Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia. There's still a lot that we want to accomplish. Even in Brazil, like as mature as it is, we're serving over 60% of the adult population in Brazil, which is huge. But there's still, like when you look at our market share in Brazil, is still like far from where we think we could rightfully be in terms of the demand that customers show us. In Mexico, we're barely scratching the surface. We were just authorized to migrate our operation to actually a full bank. So that's happening early next year. That's something that we're preparing for, and it takes a lot of work. Colombia, same thing, same story. We started there after Mexico. We're still scaling our operations. There's a lot of challenges there for us to continue to grow. So those are three big countries that we're heavily focused on, but we do see a lot of opportunities even in developed markets like the US.
Yeah, and what are you seeing among your customer base, your users, in terms of their economic health? Because, you know, globally, people have seen rising prices because of tariffs and other shifts in kind of international commerce. How are consumers feeling about, you know, their sort of monthly bills and job security, et cetera, that you are seeing reflected in sort of how they're using Nubank?
Yeah, so some of those things that you cited are fairly recent. So I don't think there's any data on our side that already reflects like immediate impacts. What I can say is like we do a lot of analysis on customer behavior before and after they become customers, and after a year that they've become customers or 2 years that they've become customers. So kind of orthogonal to the macroeconomic and the like geopolitical context. What I can say is like we have consistently observed like 70 to 75% people will report they feel better financially. They feel better equipped to make better decisions. They feel that they're better prepared to handle any financial, like, you know, surprise that they need to handle. We have millions of people, tens of millions of people, if you count all countries, that have started to save money for the first time in their lives. You know, like with the savings features that we have, they had never saved any money before. Not to mention the billions of dollars that we've saved them in fees, which frankly has a direct impact. Like that's money that would sit on a revenue income statement of an incumbent bank and has now turned into food, education, you know, whatever it is that these customers are using that money for. So we're more on the positive side of like a lot of the impact that we were able to facilitate in the customers' lives.
Yeah, and in terms of sort of new products, new services that you're looking at, you guys are looking at integrating stable coins, you know, possibly pegged to the dollar. Where are you seeing sort of digital assets playing a role in, you know, helping to facilitate faster payments and sort of removing friction from the system, but again, ensuring that there are also safeguards necessary?
Yeah, so there's a lot happening in that space, as you know. We have been working with digital assets for a while now. We're actually the #2 company handling digital assets and ancillary services in Brazil today, which is like, and it's a very meaningful market. And we're very bullish on the capabilities of, in general, like stablecoin rails, to your point of like, and I think regulation is evolving in that direction in most places all over the world that will allow us to have a very efficient rails, cutting through a lot of like the inefficiencies that exist in the current systems, but at the same time, like in a safe way. So I think that's exactly the direction that the world is going, and we want to be prepared for that for sure.
Yeah, well, and they're starting to move in that direction here in the United States, so maybe that's another area where they can learn from you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time.
A pleasure. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Joining us now is Dr. Vanessa Kerry, co-founder and CEO of Seed Global Health, Dr. Austin Demby, Minister of Health, Sierra Leone, and Isra Shaker, CEO of Every Pregnancy. Amna Nawaz moderates this conversation.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us. Thank you to both of you for being here. Just a quick note, here's the fun of live events. Dr. Demby is running a little late, and he's just going to join us in progress as soon as he gets here. So that'll be fun and exciting. But thank you to both of you for being here. Dr. Kerry, I'm going to start with you. CEO of Seed Global Health, you're focused on investing in long-term healthcare solutions across the African continent. Give us a sense of how your work and those healthcare systems have been impacted specifically by all the funding cuts we've been following here from the US and elsewhere. Tell us what you're seeing.
Thank you very much for having me, and I will look forward to being joined by my partner, Austin Demby, the Minister of Health of Sierra Leone. You know, I think that it's important to realize that these aid cuts are not making anybody more prosperous or better off at this point. I mean, it's going to cost U.S. taxpayers $6 billion just to close USAID. And at the same time, we know that about 500,000 people have died already from these aid cuts. So we're seeing the fact, you know, we're sitting here talking about policy and politics, but we're really talking about the fact it is whether somebody lives or dies. In some cases, we're talking about access to medicines that cost 12 cents a day. And so for us at Seed Global Health, we partner with governments in sub-Saharan Africa to train healthcare workers who we see as the leading edge of resilient health systems. And what we have found is that the work is getting harder, because if you go to save a woman's life and you don't have the medicine you need when she's hemorrhaging to stop her hemorrhage, she's at higher risk of dying. We know that we're seeing progress disrupted, where drugs are not available, and so the idea of an AIDS-free generation has been totally disrupted. And even if the funding comes back online, the systems have fallen apart. Healthcare workers have left systems if they have actually lost their funding. And so we've just reversed the progress we had made. And I think we're forgetting the really critical importance that these investments are important to all of us. It is truly our benefit if we are living in a healthier, better opportunity world for people, and we're just not seeing that with these cuts.
I just want to underscore what you said there. Even if the funding came back today, you're saying those systems are already deteriorated, gone. What's the status?
So systems are without question disrupted right now. I think that we have seen, again, supply chains have been disrupted. We are seeing the fact that healthcare workers that have lost their jobs, and so those healthcare workers that have been staying on the payroll have actually been asked to do more. So you're asking one healthcare worker to take care of 4 times the number of patients and to maybe take care of somebody who has a stroke when they're really a midwife and they know how to deliver a baby. And so you know the disruptions in care are going to be. But what we're also seeing is an attack on science. And we're seeing disruptions in vaccine delivery, for example. That has years-long legacy of impact if kids don't get their vaccines appropriately or are lost to the system, because it makes us more susceptible to disease. We all just lived through COVID. The pandemics are very real, not just for whether you get sick, but also just for the whole of economic of society and economic well-being and opportunity. And so these disruptions, you know, I'm hopeful that the US is looking to step in again to find ways to work with countries and to put the money back in. But I think it's a little bit difficult when we think about what we've just lost, even in the last sort of 8 to 10 months. It's really damaging in terms of being able to rebuild that quickly and keep going.
Isra, tell us about what you've seen recently, specific to your work as CEO of Every Pregnancy. You're working in some of the world's most vulnerable communities, right? Places like Mali and Somalia and elsewhere. You're trying to make sure that women have safe deliveries, which seems like such a simple thing to say, but is not assumed in a lot of places. Give us an example of how that works on the ground and what you've been seeing in recent months.
Thank you, Amna, and thank you all for being here. First and foremost, Every Pregnancy is a coalition organization of over 50 Muslim and faith-based organizations that are frontline implementers on the ground around the world. They operate maternal newborn health projects in over 20 countries, and some of them are fragile context settings as well as disasters like the genocide in Gaza or in Sudan or what we're seeing in Pakistan. And I was just personally in Pakistan about a month ago where I got to see firsthand our partners operating on the ground. And the situation is detrimental, and it's also devastating and heartbreaking. The fact that we have over 800 moms a day dying in childbirth and in pregnancy from preventable complications, where sometimes the intervention or the medicine costs less than $1 to save her life, and yet she is still dying and bleeding out from postpartum hemorrhage in a delivery where it could have easily been rectified. It's devastating. But what we're also seeing is that people on the ground, local actors, are taking solutions into their own hands. One of the most fascinating things I saw in Pakistan is despite having a high maternal mortality rate, they still were able to drive maternal mortality lower because of interventions from the incredible midwives and the birthing assistants that were literally leading these efforts in communities. They are not waiting on big funders to funnel funds to them. And so to Vanessa's point earlier, it is important to have governments support the work that frontline implementers are doing, but it's also important for the community and faith-based giving to really take a stand here. And we've seen that model with Every Pregnancy really work for us. We had our 50 organizations fundraise in the month of Ramadan this year, the most generous and philanthropic time of the year for our community. And we raised $21 million for maternal newborn health projects that went into over 20 countries on the front lines.
That was just in that one month?
That was just 1 month of raising from grassroots giving. Someone giving $20, $10, et cetera. And what that proved to me is a little bit of catalytic investment from philanthropic institutions and the motivation and support of the government, you can actually transform the way that maternal health is done. Because these are not just statistics you want to talk about. We know that every dollar you invest in maternal newborn health, you yield $9 in economic and social gains. And that is the power of investing in a mom. When you save her life, you save a family's life, you save a community's life, and everybody prospers.
I want to talk more about this idea of health as an economic driver in a moment, but please join me in welcoming Dr. Dembi to the stage. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for joining us here. Dr. Carey was mentioning earlier the work of Seed Global Health, whom I know you partner with, and the impact she's already seen on the ground in terms of what the US funding cuts have meant and foreign aid cuts have meant. Tell us about what you've seen on the ground in Sierra Leone.
Well, thank you very much. Sorry about the New York traffic. Getting a little late. But I think for us, health is not an end in itself. For us, health is a platform for national development. We, as the President always reminds us, is we are investing in human capital. And what that means is for us to be the best country that we could be, you want to have a very educated public, you want to have a healthy public, and you want to have a food secure public. So for us, we take health as vital, and it's been a really wonderful relationship with Seed Global in helping us on this journey. We believe that health, the system should see everybody. That's our interpretation of universal health coverage. It should be able to see everybody, and everybody should be able to see themselves in the health system. And so what we're focused on is follow health through the life stages. From a pregnant woman, what do we need to do to ensure the pregnant woman remains healthy and delivers a healthy baby? After baby is born safely, we no longer need to worry about survival, but to ensure that between 0 and 60 months that this baby thrives. At 60 months, we're making sure that this baby is ready for school. And at school, we've redesigned our healthcare system to support people at school so that they could focus on learning as they remain healthy, till they're adolescents, till they're adults, till they're senior citizens. So from pregnancy all the way to senior citizens, we have redesigned, reimagined, restructured our health system to be responsive. And so what you have is not one size fits all, but the healthcare needs for pregnant women is different from that of a baby, is different from that of a senior citizen like myself. So we want to be able to target and direct our interventions. And to make this effective, even though we know it's a continuum, we've opened these narrow windows to look into progress that's going on. It allows us to set targets. It allows us to work towards those targets and to ensure we meet and exceed those targets. A good example is for our pregnant women. We've been able to reduce maternal mortality in Sierra Leone by over 76%.
76%. That deserves a round of applause.
One of the fastest drops in the continent, if not the world. Yeah. And I think the way we've been able to do that, we've reduced infant mortality as well very, very significantly. But the way we've been able to do that is allowing all systems to be deployed to protect the woman in her pregnancy. We have actually developed a new app that allows us to register every pregnancy. When you register a pregnancy with geolocation, we have a complete profile of the pregnancy. We know where you are. We know who has comorbidities and who has not. With a normal pregnancy, it's summarized into a green spot on a scattergram. For pregnancies with difficulties, it's a yellow on a scattergram. If we lose a pregnancy, it has a red alert. Our commitment in Sierra Leone is to ensure we have zero preventable maternal death.
Amazing.
And so what you have is design a system that would assure that. And some of the electronic solutions that we've had has been extremely helpful.
Yeah.
And the support we've had from Seed Global is focusing on the human resource component of it, ensuring that we have adequately trained midwives, we have the right nurses, and it's not only just the training, but the attitude to be able to show empathy and co-own this pregnancy.
Well, let me bring Dr. Carey in on that point, because this idea that health in and of itself is not the end, that it is a potential social, economic driver here. You've talked about reframing that as a driver of economic growth and stability. That's where health should live in our conversations. Dr. Demby's given us one example of what it looks like on the ground in Sierra Leone, but what else can it look like in other nations, making it the center of an economic conversation?
So I live across an interesting spectrum, right? I have this powerful, we see very, very real and tangible work in what we do in Sierra Leone, and we see what happens, and you spoke this as well, where you save a mother's life, right? You're saving her children's lives, because it turns out that a child is more likely to grow up socioeconomically disadvantaged if they lose their mother before the age of 2. There's less access to school. There's all sorts of cascades that last over a lifetime. But that also means a lack of economic opportunity. If an entire population is suffering, or there's high maternal mortality rates, or you're not accessing the kind of health that one just deserves in this world, but needs for opportunity, then you can't have a functional society. And I think we've lost that. There's an ability to bring forward a health-centered approach to this world that is do good and do well. Because health is actually a fundamental underpinning of economic growth for our country. We know that 25% of economic growth in lower and middle income countries over a decade from around 2000 to 2011 was because of health investments. If you're too sick to work, you can't earn an income, you can't put food on the table for your family. Companies are seeing this. Climate change, call it the greatest con, whatever you want, it is here, and it is driving health burdens. And that is gonna make our lives harder, but what that means is that if you're a company your workers are out of work more and you're losing productivity. We're losing $100 billion to extreme heat in the United States alone. That's the health effects. The cardiovascular disease, the strokes, the asthma attacks, and the lung disease, that is keeping people from going to work. It's keeping them from earning income for their family, but companies are losing money. So they should be vested in this. Absolutely. Countries should be vested in it because guess what? It is GDP growth when you have a healthy population. By the way, governments, little secret for you, it's also safer for you as a government to get reelected if your people have access to health. So I think we have to start to change the conversation and understand that there's incredibly real data there. But right now, we spend $2 trillion on defense, and about 18 billion is needed sort of for the health investments that we have, and it's really divided. But we think of health as a social throwaway. We literally cannot have a functional society, especially in the age of the accelerating climate change and other things that we're seeing that are growing these health burdens and are making it harder for society to be stable.
Isra, you mentioned earlier the success around your fundraising and not having to rely on government funding necessarily around Ramadan in particular. And importantly, your organization sees itself as conducting faith-inspired philanthropy, faith-inspired work on the ground. I'm curious how that informs both the work that you do and how you do that work and how it's received in the communities where you function.
Absolutely. I think a lot of times we're talking now about what is going to be driving people to give. One of the biggest drivers for giving across all communities is actually faith. When you have a faith leader telling you, we really want you to support this cause, you're more likely to give to that cause than you were if you saw an ad on social media. Right? So we were trying to power and harness the power of zakat, which is a fund of giving, a form of giving in the Muslim faith, of saying zakat doesn't just apply to food and water and different means in that simple form, but it can also apply to maternal health. When you're able to invest in a mother's health, you're able to then keep that gift going and save a family, right? And have a higher chance of survival. So what we've seen in terms of the community outpour of support is that this resonates. And this is a generational issue, and that this is an issue that crosses all different identities, because at the core of it, it's a really simple message. When a mom, no matter where she lives, no matter how she identifies, no matter what circumstances she finds herself suffering from, whether that be a genocide or a climate crisis or displacement, that shouldn't mean that she should die or not survive that. And this matter is simple. So our faith community, the Muslim community at large, is the most philanthropic globally. And they really took to the stage and said, we're going to put our money into this system in a way that we've never seen before under every pregnancy. And our coalition is growing. The partners on the front lines want to invest now more into their programming in maternal health because they're seeing the salience shift in the community overall.
Dr. Dembe, I'll give you the last word here in the final minute or so we have left. We've seen the impact that women's health, maternal health can have on entire community and entire country. You've managed to address that in a really dramatic way in Sierra Leone for people looking to make those same arguments in their own communities of why the health of a mother, the health of individuals should be centered as an economic driver. What's your one piece of advice for them they should take away?
We tend to think of expenditure around health, but really health is an investment. If you are not healthy today, you would not be in this room. If you're the best teacher in the world, if you're not healthy, you wouldn't be able to go out there and teach. If you're the best doctor, if you're not healthy, you're not going to go out there. So again, I think for us, the return on investment for health is really incredible because it permeates all through our lives. We don't know how important it is till we lose it. And I think what we have in Sierra Leone is an opportunity to actually proactively engage to ensure investments in health become a platform for our national development. Thank you.
Please join me in thanking Dr. Austin Dembe, Dr. Vanessa Carey, and Isra Chakar. Thank you all for being here today.
Moves back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mark Suzman, CEO of the Gates Foundation, and Amna Nawaz, Semafor contributor and co-anchor of the PBS NewsHour.
This one right here. She'll be in this one. Mark, hi. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for inviting me.
So let's start with the news, because I'm a journalist and that's what we do. You had a big announcement today, right? You just announced a new deal. We're getting very specific here, but with an Indian manufacturer that would bring down the cost of the world's first twice yearly injectable HIV prevention shot down to about $40 per patient per year. Why is that a big deal? What's the impact there?
Well, it's a huge deal because this is, first of all, the most effective prevention tool we've come across in HIV today. It's essentially 99.9% effective.
Yeah.
And you only have to take it twice a year, so you don't have to remember to keep taking pills or other things. And it's something that's been pioneered for the rich world right now. It's a new product developed by Gilead. It's available for many thousands of dollars here in the US. And what we're able to do is right away have a pathway to make sure that this is going to be available in real time at a much, much lower affordable cost. In this case, you say $40 per person a year across the global south. And so that's a huge moment for HIV prevention.
Let's pull back a little bit, big picture now, because there is so much focus, as you saw in the previous conversation as well, about the impact of the US federal funding cuts, USAID and foreign aid. We saw your foundation chair, Bill Gates, stand up at your big Goalkeepers event this week, and he said humanity is at a crossroads. He said that the choices global leaders are making now, including whether or not to go forward with those cuts, will determine what kind of future we leave the next generation. We know those funding cuts are part of a political wrangling on Capitol Hill. We don't know what's going to happen, if they could come back or not, but what is at stake in that budget battle?
Yes, so the stakes really couldn't be bigger, because we're building on what has been the most unprecedented period of success in improvements in human health in modern history. Over the last 2 decades, we've seen a halving in preventable child mortality, from over 10 million deaths a year in 2000 to under 5 million deaths a year today. We've seen a halving in the deaths of the big, deadly infectious diseases, HIV, malaria, TB, and that's been done through innovative partnerships such as the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, TB, and Malaria, or the Gavi Vaccine Alliance, where the US and other rich countries have been pioneering partners along with the Gates Foundation, pooling their resources, mobilizing support from the private sector to bring down the cost of whether it's malaria bed nets, antiretrovirals, new tools like the prevention tools we've just talked about. And going forward, we now have a pipeline. This lenacapavir new prevention tool is just one of a huge number of exciting potential things coming along in the pipeline in the next year, 2 years, 3 years. But we need the resources. If we're going to, what we like to say, finish the job, to create a world where we are essentially free of deadly infectious diseases. Those big diseases are either eradicated, we hope, diseases like polio and potentially malaria, or broadly under control and managed, like tuberculosis and HIV. That can only happen if rich countries step up, as well as low-income countries putting the resources to make sure those innovations are available to those who need them.
So I have to ask, in your conversations with leaders in Washington, or as we know, your foundation chair, Bill Gates, has spoken recently with the president a few weeks ago. Do you have any indication that those funding cuts could be reversed?
Well, we are making a very strong case and argument that they can and should be. And I think that real test will be coming up shortly. We have the Global Fund replenishment. And again, to put it in perspective, the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, TB, and Malaria is arguably the most successful multilateral public-private partnership in modern history. It has saved over 70 million lives to date. And the United States has historically been by far the largest funder. It traditionally covers a third of total Global Fund funding. We just announced on Monday, Bill Gates announced that we would be committing $912 million over the next 3 years. It's a 3-year replenishment cycle. And we did that now as a statement of intent and faith in the Global Fund that we hope will help galvanize countries, including the US, to step up. The US has just released a new global health policy which emphasizes its commitment to fighting deadly diseases like HIV, TB, and malaria. And there's no better tool to fight those diseases than the Global Fund. So we're advocating with the administration, with Congress, and we'll see where we end up in a couple of months, but we are cautiously optimistic that our case will be heard and will be responded to.
Well, 912 million is certainly not a drop in the bucket, but when you look at donor nations globally, they're all under the same pressures, right? You've got high debt levels and economic uncertainty. There's a study that found that the global development assistance for health fell 21% between 2024 and 2025. It's now at a 15-year low. Can the Gates Foundation, can other philanthropies fill the gap that's left, or do you need nations to act?
Absolutely. There is no possible way any philanthropy or any combination of philanthropies can fill the gap of government funding. That yes, we are the largest philanthropy in the world by payout. Our budget next year will go up to $9 billion a year. But for perspective, US development spending last year was nearly $70 billion. USAID's former budget was $40 billion. No amount of scale can fill that gap. And when you add in cuts that are going on in countries like the United Kingdom, France, Germany, the Netherlands, what we're seeing is tens of billions of dollars being withdrawn. Now, when you're looking at how to make high impact investments, it's important to see where do you get the best value for money. And our argument is there is no better value for money than that investing in health. As the title of your previous panel was, health is wealth. But not only is it wealth, we know which investments can actually save lives, that have an impact. It's a proven model that we need to be able to build on. And so it's more important than ever that even as some of those headline resources shrink, that we make sure we maintain the most critical areas of investment, which is what we call human capital, investing in human beings. And that has to start with making sure human beings are alive and healthy, and you're well nourished, and then also it critically involves investing in education and other tools to help them lead healthy and productive lives.
We talk a lot about the bad news and focus on the funding cuts because of all the concerns and uncertainty, but we should note you recently honored the president of Spain because of the actions that they have taken as a nation to step up in this time when others are pulling back. What are you seeing there that you hope other nations emulate?
Yes, so there are good examples, or you're citing as President Sanchez of Spain, who we honored on Monday night with our Global Goalkeepers Award. It's an award we give every year to a political leader who is really walking the walk and championing leadership in global health and development. President Sanchez hosted the International Financing for Development Conference in Seville earlier this year, has been a strong champion of the need for global development financing, has spoken out against trying to increase defense spending on the back of cutting funding for global development explicitly. And so in that case, we were honoring that leadership because I think it's very important, and he has made commitments and increases to Spanish funding to initiatives like the Gavi Vaccine Alliance and the Global Fund. There are other very encouraging examples. The government of Indonesia, for example, a long-time recipient of resources from the Gavi Vaccine Alliance, this year became a funder. It's graduated from support. It now vaccinates its children, has a successful health program, and made its first major contribution. So we've got examples of high-income countries like Spain, of middle-income countries like Indonesia. We need to have that and crowd that in more, but it cannot come at the expense of the traditional big partners, especially the US, as I say, which has been far and away the largest funder of global health over the last 2 decades, needs to maintain that role.
And as the largest funder pulls back, as Dr. Carey, Dr. Demby were saying, they're seeing some of the impact of that already on the ground. So I wonder, I know you get out and travel around, you look at the impact of your work on the ground and your organization there. Give us a sense of what you're seeing.
Yes, so there are definitely real setbacks happening on the ground. What we've seen is a number of healthcare workers have lost their jobs abruptly. There have been interruptions to supply chains. It's been very unclear, actually, and very difficult to track the full impact of the cuts. We've actually been providing support over the last several months to a number of countries in Africa and Asia simply to allow them to analyze what is the impact on your healthcare worker force, what is the impact on your supply chains. And I think there have been very significant short-term disruptions, and those will cost lives. One of the other sad messages we were saying at our Goalkeepers event is, based on what has happened to date this year, it is very likely that this year will be the first year of the 21st century we do not see a decline in child mortality and actually see preventable child mortality rising again.
The very first year.
Every single year this century, we have seen a drop in preventable child mortality. This year, there'll be a lag in data, but based on some of the current trends and disruptions, that is the risk we're facing, and it looks very real. But what we also said on Monday, and Mr. Gates said, is that there's still time for these countries to step up. These decisions aren't final. Congress can take action. The administration can take action. Other countries around the world can and should take action. I say we have a huge test coming up just in the next couple of months, which will be the full funding of the global fund to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria. And if the world cannot step up and fully fund the most successful global health intervention of this century, that is a tragic statement on a vision of sort of global solidarity and possibility. And it also will count the cost in human lives.
I know you say that there is time, but as we've said before, conversations we've had before, and there's been a lot of reporting around the impact already on the ground, lives already lost on the ground in a number of countries. I have to say, I'd have to assume that the window for leaders to act is pretty tight and closing.
We're talking months. I mean, we're talking these actions need to take place in the next 2 or 3 months in order to actually make sure that we have the resources ready to correct some of the disruptions that have taken place, build and stabilize what are heavily dislocated health services, and more broadly help build time for the countries themselves to build the strong, self-reliant health systems that all of them aspire to. There's not a country on the planet that doesn't aspire to a long-term vision of self-reliance and self-sufficiency in health. But what we need to do is responsibly work and see what is the kind of co-financing that countries can afford at a time there are huge economic headwinds, not just the trade and tariff wars, but there's a debt crisis going on across large parts of the global south. We have over 60 countries are currently paying more in debt service than they are on basic health. They're prioritizing what they can, but in this context, we need to, as a world, come together and make sure we're doing this in a responsible, thoughtful way over multiple years, not just this year. But yeah, I say the reason we're making these announcements now, our commitment is firm. It's more than firm because we made earlier this year a commitment that we will actually commit $200 billion now over the next 2 decades to the core goals of the Gates Foundation in global health and development, with a particular focus on preventing maternal and child deaths and combating infectious diseases. And so you can count on us to be steady, reliable, consistent supporters in the years to come, but we cannot do it alone.
I hear you focused on the work that needs to be done and pushing the optimism, but I just have to ask, as a leader in this space, as someone who has devoted himself to this work and child health in particular, for this to potentially be the very first year this century where we don't see that decline in childhood mortality, that's a milestone we don't just walk away from, even in the long term. What is that like for you to say?
Well, I get caught between 2 emotions. One is just a fierce anger, to be honest, that we are reaching this pace because it is 100% preventable. We know the tools, we know the interventions, we have the track record. None of this has to happen, and it's not significant amounts of resources when you look at it as a portion of global budgets. When we're talking for high-income countries, we're talking less than 1% of their national budgets. It's less than a third of their 0.3% of our average of their GDP. This is not a lot of money to be able to have this kind of impact. But at the same time, it does fuel a sense of redoubled urgency, that not only do we all need to come together and do what we can, but building on that pipeline of innovations like the new prevention tool for HIV, like we're making heavy investments in what would be the first new tuberculosis vaccine in a century, which currently we're spending over $500 million doing the trials for, and we'll know in about 18 months if that vaccine works. If it does, it can be transformative. We've got new diagnostics that help with maternal and child health care that can use AI-enabled tools. All of those allow us to get the same destination cheaper, more effectively, more quickly. We need to do both.
We need to do both. We need to do more. That is the CEO of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mark Sussman, joining me today. Please join me in thanking him. Thank you so
much. Please welcome Ali Dalloul, President and Chief Strategy Officer of G42, and Semafor co-founder and CEO, Justin B. Smith.
Over here.
Here.
Good afternoon. So G42 is, if you haven't heard that letter and those two words together, maybe you haven't been reading the news enough, especially the global news about technology, artificial intelligence, geopolitics. So we're really fortunate here at the Next 3 Billion in Semafor to have with us Ali Dalloul, the CEO of G42 USA. And Ali is spearheading G42's competitiveness as a global AI leader, formerly one of the top executives at Microsoft. So really thrilled to be here. Maybe just one quick second on G42 for those who don't understand the import of your company and its role in the world of technology right now.
Yeah, Justin, I mean, first of all, thank you for having me here. It's always super exciting to be at Semafor events, very energizing, and thank you for the distinguished audience. So G42.ai is an Abu Dhabi-based company headquartered in Abu Dhabi in the UAE with global expansion, where we are now leading our expansion into the Americas out of the US here. And our focus really is to build global AI factories and infrastructure, agentic AI applications. And we also, are a conglomerate that runs, a variety of different businesses under our umbrella, including, satellites, healthcare services, robotics, consumer messaging, microlending. But the primary focus, really kind of the main thrust of the company is, global at-scale AI infrastructure in a very sustainable, safe, secure, and responsible manner that helps us move into the AI age.
Thank you. So at the heart of any AI company's scaling or growth, which is in the headlines every single day, obviously the hype or the excitement, whether it's warranted or exaggerated, at the heart of these companies and their images is really this question of trust. Trust in the technology, trust among businesses, among consumers, among governments that are regulating. Where do you see this question of trust, given where AI is today and where it's headed?
Yeah, I mean, Justin, I think it's a super important, a very profound question. It's multidimensional. Let me first set the context of the world we're living in today and kind of the realities. I think first is, we are now in a world where adoption and acceleration is days, hours, weeks versus months and years. And if you look at, since the dawn of humanity, what I call, scale shock systems have always been either natural disasters. So humans have dealt with earthquakes, floods, and what have you. Or they've dealt with biological scale shock systems like viruses, more recently the pandemic. And those have been historically the fastest growth, scale systems that humans have ever experienced. So take COVID, with all the unfortunate events. COVID took 13 months to get to 100 million infections. So that's a year and a month. It took ChatGPT 60 days.
60 days.
60 days. It took landlines 75 years to reach 100 million users. It took Facebook 4. It took the internet 7 from the day the browser was introduced, 30 from the day the internet was invented. The point I'm trying to make is, in biological natural systems, there's physical friction. In digital scale systems and platforms, there is no friction. And the diffusion rate of these technologies is so fast, is so rapid. I don't want to say they're unstoppable, but they are faster scale than anything we've seen. Therefore, the question of trust is fundamental, absolutely fundamental. Why? Because the adoption rate that we are seeing right now, because of what we call this diffusion of these technologies, brings about multiple questions. Questions of trust in the systems, what we call alignment, which is, are these systems aligned with human values? Meaning, will they do as they're told, or will they do as what is meant by the human to do? And then, of course, governance and incentive alignment, right? So when you look at, what needs to be done to establish trust, and for these technologies to help the human race advance. And that is a commitment we have at G42 to make sure that we are helping the human race advance in a responsible, sustainable, and safe manner. It is very important that there are multiple things that have to be in place. First, there's a technology dimension. And in technology, there are a lot of different things you can do. For example, without getting extremely technical about it, you could do what we call test time transparency. You could have what are called system cards and model cards, just like you have food labels for AI, for food, sorry. You would have these labels for AI. You could do constraints where you have a human in the loop. You could do recourse, which is report and recall. You could have a lot of different mechanisms, but technology is not enough. The second part is you have to have the right policies and the right regulatory frameworks. You don't want to over-regulate. You don't want to under-regulate. You want to have the dialogue we're having here, and you want to have a very rich conversation with policymakers and regulators. But again, that is not enough. You need now to have corporate governance, corporate incentives, and as per the prior discussion we had early in the day, these incentives, even at the corporate level, have to have economic sense. Incentives only work and behaviors only change when the economics work within the open markets, right? And then the last part is you have to have a social contract and negotiation. I will close with, there's a very good book by Francis Fukuyama about trust. And it's a bit dated book, and I'm not going to get into the broader political science behind it, but he talks about high trust societies and low trust societies. And high trust societies, such as the US, have been able to build very large organizations at scale and globally, dominate, for lack of a better word, and low trust societies have not been able to succeed. And in AI, this cannot be more important. You have to establish a social contract of humans and systems where you are in a high trust society and you trust these systems. You would not go and get medicine from an unlicensed pharmacist. You would not trust your house electricity to an unlicensed electrician. Why would you trust an agent to prescribe medicine for you if it's not licensed from a technological point of view with all the right safety mechanisms? So let me pause there because there's a lot more to elaborate on.
Just one very quick follow-up on that, which is, does the rapid adoption, the historically rapid adoption, infer that there is a trust?
Fantastic question. I think two things. I'll give you a metaphor that right now might seem a rhetorical metaphor, but 15 years ago, 20 years ago when I was still at Microsoft, we had these intense debates about location tracking. Okay, and now it sounds like cliche, like, what do you mean? Of course, okay, like, really? Like, who talks about? Well, back then it was a big deal. But, what was the argument? The argument was people vote with their own feet and with their own wallet when the benefit is greater than what they're giving away. So if you're giving away your location and the benefit is you get an Uber, I'm oversimplifying it, or you get your cup of coffee, or you get to your hotel, or you get to, God forbid, you're going to an emergency room, you get to the hospital quickly, it's worth giving up my location. So the diffusion rate here is a function of two things. First, these technologies are transformative. They are borderline magical. I'm not saying it in a hyperbolic way. Now, technically, they are statistical systems of pattern matching. That's the truth, okay? That said, the utility value of these systems for the price point you are getting is enormous. So when you have that economic incentive, as I said, and you have that lack of friction, remember, biological systems naturally have physical proximity friction. Digital systems have no friction. They have massive diffusion. You bring these two things together, they're going to spread. It doesn't mean they're trusted. Doesn't mean they're trusted. It means they're trusted enough to provide the utilitarian value.
Okay.
Make sense?
That makes tons of sense. So, I mean, one of your roles, or the technology industry's roles, is actually in devising the language and the communication on how you explain AI and the transparency around it. That's a huge responsibility. How do you and G42 think about improving the way that you explain AI and the transparency around it?
It's a great question as well, Justin. I mean, first, I think it's an industry-wide responsibility, and G42 is a member of the tech industry globally and takes that responsibility very seriously. I'll just say first what we're doing, and hopefully that would answer part of the question, but I'll elaborate in a second. So our vision for our global AI factories and global infrastructure is called the intelligence grid, and it's a simple metaphor to the electric grid. Today we're in this room, we're in this world, we owe the modern world to electricity. And the global grid for the electricity was built over 100 years ago. But believe it or not, till this day, there's over 10% of the global population that does not even have electricity. More than 800 million people don't have electricity. More than 2 billion people don't even have a phone. They don't even have access to the internet. So our vision of an intelligence grid is similar to the global infrastructure build-outs over time in humanity. The electric grid, the telecommunication grid, the railroads, the highways, the roads, the bridges that brought humans together. We believe we're entering the intelligence age, and every human should benefit from this intelligence at the lowest economic unit cost, safely, sustainably, responsibly, and compliantly. And the way we are building this infrastructure, is adhering to these principles. That's number one. Number two, we are trying to do everything we can collectively with the industry, both and with governments, both with public sector as well, with academia, to really foster the dialogue on what more can be done. Because for us to represent our brand and to provide that benefit and value to society, it is our core duty to be providing a service that is trustworthy and responsible. So we do that. The third thing we do is we partnered with Microsoft, which is a shareholder in G42 and a strategic partner, to establish the Responsible AI Institute in Abu Dhabi, which looks at governance and implementation and deep use cases understanding and the broader implications of AI, what principles we need to lay down, what standards we need to have. And we have aligned our internal governance and incentives to make sure that our people behave in the right manner, and we publish a lot. Like our latest model, K2, which is a world model that's picking up a lot of great momentum and adoption in the market, which is a partnership between G42 and MBZ Mohammed bin Zayed AI University in Abu Dhabi, is open sourced. Fully open sourced, fully available for anybody to test and try, and to give us feedback. If the model is not behaving in the right manner, we are transparent about it. We would like to know, because we want that to happen at that level so that we have a participatory process in the market.
Very quick 15-second answer since we run out of time. As we move towards agentic AI, will these AI technologies meet people where they are, as opposed to forcing them to leave the communities that they're in?
Fantastic question. So
15 seconds.
Yes, 15 seconds. So I would say AI is moving from answering things to acting on our behalf. That's the agentic part. That part requires deep trust, because if agents have agency, then they need to be trusted. That said, companies such as ourselves and the broader tech industry actually need to meet the next 3 billion where they are in their own platforms. You do not need to be forced to go outside of your day-to-day applications or modalities of user interfaces to be able to use AI. So if you're in SMS, AI should be in SMS. If you are in WhatsApp, AI should be in WhatsApp. If you are in whatever application or device you use, that's how you meet people, and that's how you build trust, and that's how you empower them, and that's how you bring them along in a global world.
Great. Well, Ali Dullah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Fascinating conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Her Majesty Queen Maxima of the Netherlands, United Nations Secretary-General's Special Advocate for Financial Health, who joins Semafor's co-founder and editor-in-chief, Ben Smith, in conversation.
Nice to see you all again, and thank you for joining us. We were just talking backstage about sort of your own choices, the princess who's here and what she'll do. And I'm curious, you have this very busy role. You were up at 5 this morning. You're jet lagged. Talk talking about financial inclusion, financial health, and I'm curious, sort of, how do you make that choice when you find yourself in the position that you're in, Your Highness, to choose that particular space?
Oh my God, you want the long story. So this can be a very long answer. So I was born and raised in Argentina. It was much later that I actually ended up in the Netherlands when I married my husband. And I saw firsthand what actually hyperinflation did to people, what actually even having education, but if you don't have access to a financial account, or then your opportunities to actually grow actually were much less. So when I graduated as an economist, that's actually made me define my studies basically as an economist. And then when I came here to be a banker in New York, I was already involved in the microfinance sphere, thinking, this is a fantastic way actually of helping people. And from then on, I realized it was not only micro, but it's also everybody in the population needs it. And it's not only credit, but it also needs savings, you need insurance. So you need to get people that access. And so since 2007 to last year, I was working at the UN on this financial inclusion issue. We went from under 50% of the world population having access to more than 80%. So it's been a great success story, helped, of course, by digitization and technology, but also with the amount of work we actually did with governments and regulators around the world to change, regulatory frameworks in such a way that actually these innovations were made possible, to make them affordable in the places where poor people were. So that's been a sort of very exciting journey. But financial inclusion is a means to an end. It's not an end in itself. What I want people, or what we want people is, and that's the end in itself, is to be financially healthy. It's not to have the financial stress. It's for them to be able to, make your day-to-day finances work during the month or during the week. And that basically means sort of small savings or just that small dollar loan that actually help you, those 2 months that you actually don't have the income, but you still have expenses. Second, the long-term plans that you actually have, maybe a house, mortgage, paying the educations for your children, retirement, pensions, this wealth building up, or even investing in your company, or your resilience. What happens to you when you have a shock? Your husband died, you yourself get sick, you get out of a job. How many months can you go on without actually having an income? And health insurance, of course, all the issues of, for a farmer, that that's where the most portion of the world's poorest actually are. What actually happens if there's no rain? There's weather index insurances, etc. So, and then this is confidence. How confident do you feel about your own personal finances? And it's a subjective thing. It's more difficult to measure, but it is a very important one because it's a very strong link to mental health, and it has an extremely strong link with productivity. We see as employees that when people actually start having financial stress, they are much more absent to work. They come in late. They're not so concentrated, even have it's unsafe for certain issues, like, for example, truck drivers in the US, when they have financial stress, they have more accidents. So this is something we should be focusing on. And for employers, even in the Netherlands, for example, is a big interest in that field, because getting good employees is so important, and to retain them and to make them happy and really creative and productive is actually so important.
And here this week, you're meeting with government leaders. You met some folks from the White House. What's the policy change? What's the sort of because what you're talking about is really personal, people's individual lives. What's the kind of policy level change you're pushing here?
Well, to start with the mentality, it's not a question of just having a credit, but what credit does to you. So if, for example, it's very nice to have innovations on the credit side, but if that credit is going to actually become people more over indebted on some consumption lending, we have to start thinking, has that actually made our citizens better?
So are you not a fan of these pay-as-you-go online services where you can buy your burritos in 4 payments and things like that?
Well, depending for what. No, but this is a very
bonds.
important distinction. We've actually made a huge analysis of the buy now, pay laters. And if you, for example, have a family with small children and nappies are a big expense, and you live paycheck to paycheck, and by you going to a big firm, a big discount store and getting big amount of nappies and being able to buy now, pay later, and actually sort of then the per unity is going to be sort of much less. So actually you're saving money. That's great. But if you're going to be buying things that you don't really need in installments, that it seems so little every time and might actually lead you to have too much debt, then I start to think, was that actually sort of a good financial health move?
And do you think governments should be more aggressive about limiting the way in which people can use buy now, pay later for just pure consumption?
I think that above all, we should actually be measuring financial health of communities, of countries, and of clients, for you to have a discussion, what is the right product at the right time for which client.
And this may bring the same answer, but you were pretty early to, I think, be cautiously supportive of central bank digital currencies. And when you talk about this technology of finance now, so much is about crypto and the blockchain. And I'm curious where in people's individual financial health you sort of situate that.
Well, first of all, I was never for or against digital currencies. I always looked at it from a financial inclusion perspective. Do digital currencies help financial inclusion, and when? So that was the whole analysis that we actually always made. Technology does play a part, and not digital currencies. Technology plays a part because nowadays you get so much information as a customer, and with all the transactions you actually do, so you can actually have a much better overview and dashboard of actually what your financial life looks like. So it's extremely important for a customer to actually see, hey, this is my situation. How can I actually be helped to save more? How can I actually be helped to actually, for example, if I'm starting to have problems, to redefine that debt that I'm actually having? I was just speaking to a fintech founder, and she was telling me that with the data they're actually having, they see very quickly when somebody's actually starting to have problems in paying some kind of debt, and that immediately you can actually offer to negotiate that debt, to actually make in a way that that person can actually pay much easier, so that person doesn't get unnecessarily into debt that is actually not good for the bank and not good for the customer themselves. So technology is giving out that data to actually help in a much more timely fashion the customers and actually inform them better of what the sort of financial health situations are like, and I could actually improve that. There's a bank in South Africa called Discovery Bank, and what they did is they, in a gamification way, they were saying to the customer, well, if you continue saving like that, it's going to take you 100 years to be able to retire. So, and they did it sort of, in a kind of like a pot. And, but if you save this much, it's going to take you 20 years to retire. And with that tool, you could see that all the clients started to save a lot more and improve their retirement age, and it was all gamified. So I think that technology gives you a lot of opportunities to actually change behavior and to nudge much better.
So much of this event, the next $3 billion, is about not necessarily improving people's financial technologies, but connecting people who are living entirely outside the formal financial system. And there are lots of folks here who are either investing in that space or operating in that space. And I'm curious what you've learned, what advice you have for that particular set of challenges.
Which challenges?
People bringing people into the formal financial system who aren't in it at all so far. We were talking about farmers this morning, and I'm curious, whether that's mobile technology or if there are other, if there are innovations that you're seeing.
Well, there are just many. I mean, mobile technology, mobile banking has actually been an amazing agent of inclusion and increase of usage. And I think that, we have to be, whatever it is, in a way that is actually sort of, trustworthy, it is affordable. And at the same time, we've actually seen economies, that actually try to say, okay, we have to open an account for everybody. But if it's not actually offering a product that the people need and is not relevant for them, it's not going to be used. And I don't call that financial inclusion.
Are there examples that you found particularly compelling, countries that are doing it well?
I think many countries have done an amazing job. I mean, the Indian example, they actually did a sort of the Indian stack in which they started first of all having an ID, because without an ID you cannot open an account because know your customer issues. And from that on, they actually started having an interoperable payment system, so that actually brought a lot of competition. And so, people could actually sort of bring their money from one place to the other. So that was actually sort of, brought the whole system to move a lot more and actually have a lot more innovation. And so nowadays, India has been one of the countries that actually had the biggest jumps in financial inclusion. Now the next jump is going to be, okay, we've got the people there. What about financial health? Are we making them save what they would actually should be saving to actually have a smooth financial life? And that's, I think, we've moved from the financial inclusion side into the financial health side, and that's the turning that we need to be made.
Yeah, the Indian example keeps coming up. It's really extraordinary. And we just have about a minute left, and I guess I want to sort of bounce a theory off you, because you've taken this out of this kind of really unusual status that you have as a member of a royal family to a cause of your own choosing, and you obviously work incredibly hard at it and pour your heart into it. And you work for the United Nations, one of a number of kind of alphabet soup government institutions that people that are really struggling to win public affection in this day and age. And I wonder if you think that the UN and all the other agencies like it, the World Bank, should they have royal families?
Well, I don't think. I think what is number one, I think we have to, like in financial health, we have to be people-centered. And I think that one thing I learn every day of my life, wherever I go, I'm going to Indonesia in November. I'm going to be speaking to all the ministers and all the central bankers and all the CEOs of the banks, fintechs, etc. But number one job that I do is I go and see the poor clients and learn from them, because they are the ones that actually have to struggle and make from one week to the other. And I have to learn from them what their needs are to actually bring up to the people making decisions. And I think being people-centered is the number one thing. And then we have to solve their problems and help them solve their problems. And by the way, if you do that, it's going to be good for your business. This is not CSR. Bank of America has been doing this in America, and they've been actually having consecutive growth of clients, reduction of NPLs. So this is also good for your business. So it's not something that is actually good for the world alone. Of course it is. I mean, financial health is interlinked with better macroeconomic stability, long-term economic growth, but it's also good for business, and it's good, of course, for individuals.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time, Your Highness. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Please welcome Masad Boulos, Senior Advisor for Africa at the US Department of State, and Yinka Adegoke, Africa Editor at Semafor.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for still being here. But I totally understand why you're still here, because my guest is one of our star attractions for next 3 billion. Masad Boulos is very much at the heart of US-Africa policy under the Trump administration. And we're just going to talk through so many, he's dealing with so many issues across the continent. But I wanted to start off, Masad, with a kind of almost a cheeky question. But I said, what exactly do you do? Because you have had several job titles since you started with this administration. So could you just explain who you are, your role,
thank you,
and who you report to?
First of all, thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Yinka, first of all, for inviting me. And it's a great pleasure, it's an honor to be here. You guys have done a great job, and it's a great pleasure to be
Thank you for being
here. I'm honored and privileged to work for President Trump. There haven't been that many, and there were 2 announcements. A new one was added, so it's my honor to be the senior advisor for African and Arab affairs, and I work very closely with the president and with Secretary Rubio on a number of conflicts and a number of issues.
And you're both reporting into the White House and the State Department? Are you doing both?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
In fact, also Secretary Rubio, as you know, is wearing two hats. So
right.
He spends his time between the White House and the State Department as well.
Okay.
It's a great honor to be part of the administration, to be part of this great team, actually. We have a great team, both at the White House, National Security Council, and at the State Department.
Let's talk about U.S.-Africa policy, just sort of the vision here. On the one hand, there's a sense that the Trump administration clearly cares to talk about Africa in a very sort of transactional sense. A lot of talk about commercial diplomacy and trade, not aid, all this stuff. But there's also the sort of confusion around things like USAID cuts and what have you. What do you think, how would you describe the vision for U.S.-Africa policy under the Trump administration now, and how has it evolved since you've been there?
Actually, President Trump couldn't have said it better when he hosted recently 5 African heads of state at the White House. He said, we have shifted our policy from aid to trade. And this is exactly what we're doing. This is what we've done for the last 6 or 7 months. Mm-hmm. And I think the achievements have been huge in many sectors and many areas, and we can talk more about that. We strongly believe that the African continent doesn't need charity. It's not about, that's why he said we've moved from aid. It's not about charity. The African continent is very rich. It has its own resources. And I'm not talking only about natural resources, but it's human resources. Mm-hmm. So we need to establish those partnerships. I've expressed it several times, and I summed it, and I would use the reference, the 3 Ps. And this is my mandate, which I'm honored to do. The first P is peace. So we need to establish peace, especially in areas of conflict. And as we all know, unfortunately, on the African continent, whether it's in the northern part or the Arab part of the continent or the sub-Saharan part, there are many conflicts, and we can list them. But so first we need to establish peace in those conflict zones. That's the first P. The second P is partnership or partnerships. And we need to build those long-lasting partnerships. So they're not transactional in nature as such. These are partnerships that we're forging for the long run, for generations to come. And they are win-win in nature. And I really would like to stress on that aspect. Nobody is taking advantage of anybody else. We're equal in these partnerships. It's win-win, absolutely win-win. And the third one is prosperity. Mm-hmm. So when you have peace, which leads to stability, and you are establishing those win-win partnerships, they lead to prosperity. So this is how we sum it in the 3 Ps.
Let's talk about first of the specific challenges that you're dealing with in Eastern Congo, DRC. Obviously, back in June, you helped negotiate and bring together DRC and Rwanda, and a peace deal was brokered. But as President Tshisekedi said yesterday, the fighting has continued. I mean, we're kind of all aware of this, but he, really put it out there. I think it was yesterday, the day before. The deal, the final deal was meant to be done in August, then it got shifted to maybe it'll happen in September, then it's all October 20th, now I'm hearing about November. It keeps on being shifted. What needs to happen here? We had the minister from DRC earlier today also complaining about this. What needs to happen here for there to actually be, meaningful, lasting peace? And what role will the U.S. play in making this happen?
Thank you for this question. It's definitely this is a legitimate question. Unfortunately, this conflict has gone on for too long. Mm-hmm. It's been more than 3 decades, as we all know. It started right after the genocide in Rwanda. And it's about time to put an end to it. We all know that during these 3 decades, millions of lives were lost, probably 6 or 7 million. There are millions of refugees and internally displaced people as we speak, and hundreds of thousands of injured people. Not to talk of the billions or tens of billions of dollars that the Congolese people have lost over these years, in one way or the other. These are resources that should have benefited the Congolese people. They belong to the Congolese, and they should have benefited them. So it's about time to put an end to this conflict. And I was honored to be asked by the President and by Secretary Rubio to go to the region. This was in March.
Yes.
And try to find a solution. President Tshisekedi had been reaching out to our administration, and we appreciated his gesture. And we wanted to go down there and find out what's going on and how we can resolve it. And our first trip, we started immediately in March with a number of meetings, both on the political front and the economic front. And I want to stress on that, because this is how we're building those partnerships. We wanted to take a two-pronged approach. So we started organizing meetings with probably dozens and dozens of US and like-minded companies. And we started working on the political track. Then we visited shortly after that. This was probably first week of April. We visited the 2 countries, and we visited a number of other regional countries that can play a role. It was a fact-finding mission initially, but it led very quickly to a number of agreements. You would recall that within just a few weeks, we were able to reach a declaration of principles between the 2 countries that was announced and signed in Washington at the State Department, witnessed by Secretary Rubio.
Okay.
And we were really honored to host them and to have an event of that nature, which had not taken place at the State Department since probably 2004 or 2005. A similar meeting had to do with Sudan at that time took place. So shortly thereafter, we started working on the full peace agreement. And we got it signed on June 27th, the full peace agreement, because many people were wondering, it was signed by the foreign ministers, so it was it at ministerial level? Was this not the final one? No, it was absolutely the final peace agreement. But this peace agreement was between the 2 countries, between Rwanda and the DRC.
Did not include the...
And a lot of people confuse this with the internal dialogue and the internal conflict to the DRC, although obviously they're all linked. But there's an internal angle to it, which is the dialogue that is currently going on between the DRC and the M23 group. Obviously, they are all linked. We all know that. But this dialogue has to be given a chance for success. And this track is going on in Doha, and we would like to thank our Qatari partners. They've played a huge role in this since March. So it's the Doha track, it's the internal dialogue between the DRC government and the M23. You would recall that on July 12th, we were able to announce a declaration of principles. It was signed by both parties, and it was announced in Doha. So this was another milestone. As we speak, talks and negotiations are still happening in Doha. Unfortunately, due to the unfortunate events in Qatar and Doha in recent weeks, there was some delays. But now it has started.
Where are we now in terms of just getting this done?
Now they are engaged in negotiations of their final agreement or peace agreement. That's the M23 and the DRC government. And it's quite a complex document. It covers many, many things. You know, internal conflicts are always quite complex. I mean, we can go into the details, but there are numerous aspects to this. One of them, the least of which, is the issue of reintegration or integration of these groups into, and then issues that have to do with governance and humanitarian aspects and so on. We just recently announced another mechanism between the two of them, which is the exchange of prisoners between the M23 and the DRC, and with the help of the ICRC. This is just an example. But I would just like to close on this question by saying this. A lot of people are skeptical, and they've asked questions, and they're wondering, and they say, oh, the fight has not ended. First of all, these things don't end overnight. That's number one. These things take some time. We have reached an agreement. The agreement is between two countries. To complete the puzzle, we still need the Doha track to be concluded successfully. We hope it's going to be concluded very soon. Then the puzzle would have been completed. What we have done differently, and also people would say, oh, there have been other agreements signed in the past. How is this different? First of all, there was never any similar agreement that is quite comprehensive that was signed as such between the two countries. Furthermore, both countries added and agreed upon a number of mechanisms. So that's a huge difference from the past. We put numerous mechanisms in place on different topics and different areas of this peace agreement to make sure it's implemented. So it's all about the implementation. Has implementation really started? Not fully yet, not fully. However, all of these mechanisms have taken off now. There are some that have had already 2 or 3 meetings since July. And some are just taking off now. So a number of areas. But the most important, if I may just close on this, the most important is economic in nature, is the regional economic integration framework that we've created. This is being finalized as we speak. They signed a summary of the principles relating to that, but now they're going to sign the full agreement very soon. So this is being finalized as we speak. This will change completely the dynamics in the region, in the Great Lakes region.
And you're hoping that will
of course, this will be a very important piece of the puzzle, but the most important is the M23 and the RC.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I need to move you along is because A, because of time, B, there are a lot of conflicts that you want to talk about. But very, very, very quickly, because we've run out of time now. But tell me about, you've been to Sudan recently. Dealing with Sudan recently. I know you were just in Ethiopia. I was mixing the two up. What is the U.S. role there? What can we?
First of all, Sudan.
We've only got about minutes.
Sudan, very sadly, is today the world's biggest humanitarian catastrophe, and biggest by far. By far, nothing is comparable to what's happening in Sudan or what has happened in the last 2.5 years. Recent statistics by the UN that were released by the UNICEF talk about 522,000 children that have died since the beginning of this conflict from malnutrition. 522,000, and yet nobody talks about that. What's happening today as we speak in Al-Fashir, just Al-Fashir city alone, is one of the worst humanitarian catastrophes ever in history.
So because of time, what
we've did,
will the Trump administration play?
We're working within the Quad framework with our partners, the Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Egypt, and the United States. And we just had a meeting now. I'm just coming from there at the ministerial level. We worked very hard for 2 months, and on September 12th, we were able to come up with a joint statement that we all agreed upon that provides a roadmap for peace, for ending the conflict, for transitioning to a civilian-led government, and it provided a timeline. So it's not just a statement that we put out, it's quite comprehensive and quite detailed. And today's meeting was just a follow-up on that, and is to make sure also we start execution, especially on the humanitarian aspect.
I wanted to also just touch on one of the issues that has been of concern to a lot of African countries has been, the sort of bleeding of the US domestic policy into foreign policy, which is this migration issue, particularly the returning of deportees, US deportees to African countries who are not from those countries. I mean, how does this, you hear this a lot from the US leaders or African leaders, who are concerned that this does not kind of reflect a kind of partnership with their countries. If they are kind of being coerced into accepting people who are not from their country.
There's no coercion whatsoever. And when we're talking about returning, it's never by coercion. It's, if there's anything, it will be an understanding between two countries. And it's mainly people that are from that country. The others that you're referring to are very, very few cases. 1 here, 3 there. Very highly exceptional cases. But this brings me to Libya, because we all know that all of that is transiting through Libya. The illegal immigration is transiting today and going mainly to Italy and Greece and many other parts of the world, whether it's within the Mediterranean or elsewhere. And we're working on Libya. Yesterday, we had a very successful conference on Libya with our European and GCC partners and the UK, and the UN mission also participated. We had an excellent dialogue. As we all know, we're working on a roadmap towards unifying Libya, and this will go a long way towards addressing issues like the immigration, for example.
Okay. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. I had like about 10 more questions, but we're in no more time. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joining us now is Patrick Walsh, co-founder and CEO of Sun King, Carol Koch, Vice President for Africa at the Global Energy Alliance, and Jacqueline Novogratz, founder and CEO of Acumen. Semafor's climate and energy editor Tim McDonald leads this conversation.
As you like. Great. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for sticking around for this really important part of the conversation. Obviously, energy, I'm the energy editor, so I'm biased when I say this, but energy is the prerequisite for all of these other conversations about development and livelihoods that we're talking about here. And we have on the stage several of the people who I think are doing some of the most interesting work around energy access, around developing clean energy resources for African countries, and really excited for this conversation to hear about some of the work that's going on in improving that access. Carol, I wanted to start with you and just kind of get your sense on this moment that we're in. Clean energy is kind of becoming politically challenged in some, especially here and in different parts of the world. Actually, yesterday, President Trump said at the UN that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. Is he wrong about that, or right, do you think?
So I will really just talk about what Africa needs, which is energy access.
Right.
And many countries in Africa today need what is affordable and what they can, what is available as well. And many African countries are awash with renewable energy resources. And today, as you know, the World Bank and the Africa Development Bank have come together to drive this platform around Mission 300. And it's really focusing on providing access to 300 million Africans using the least cost power. So I think the conversation really is around, is it affordable?
Right.
Is it available? That is how I do research.
And what do you see being most readily available or lowest cost? I mean, what does that solution look like in Mission 300's work?
So I think different countries are looking at different solutions, but what we are seeing increasingly is that many countries are finding it very difficult to extend grids in very difficult areas, and therefore distributed renewable energy is an alternative. And because costs of renewable energy, especially solar and battery, have been declining over the years, it's really becoming a good alternative, and it's being deployed massively in many countries in Africa today.
I think that's where that's where you see the most momentum, I think. Yeah. Jacqueline, you had a really interesting announcement this week around some, I think, $250 million, right, in new funding to support this type of clean energy work. Can you tell us a little bit about how Acumen is approaching this?
I can, and first I also want to reinforce Carol because she's Kenyan, and Kenya is almost 90% electrified now, 90% clean energy. And so I also think the African continent is the place where we are seeing the lead in terms of a clean energy transition. And that's part of our story. The hardest to reach, I run an organization called Acumen, and what we essentially do is invest. We're an impact investor that invests across the capital spectrum from very, very early stage, long-term patient capital backed by philanthropy so that we can invest in entrepreneurs like Patrick when he was first getting started and had to figure out what it meant to build a market that didn't exist. And others, there were a handful of companies back then. And so, and we weren't lucky enough to be one of those first investors in him, but in others. 17 years later, we now invest growth capital as well. In other words, more traditional commercial blended capital so that we can actually grow these companies and grow a sector. After 17 years of doing that work and reaching 300 million people through companies like Sun King, D-Light, BioLight, and others, we saw what was happening on the African continent, that there were still 600 million people without access to electricity. What we know how to do is reach low-income people and solve problems of poverty using enterprise. And so what we asked ourselves was, what kind of capital would it take to invest in companies that were either larger and didn't have the right incentives to go into some of the hardest to reach markets on the continent? And then how do we actually help them stay by providing them with affordable working capital? So yesterday, we were thrilled to announce the Hardest to Reach initiative, which is a $250 million fund that's structured as a catalyst facility, all philanthropic backed, to allow us to invest in some of these toughest markets. Already we've invested in Sierra Leone, Benin, Somalia, DRC, and Malawi, and just getting started. It gives us the ability to invest equity, loans, and grants for technical assistance. Side by side is a $190 million concessionary debt fund, anchored by the Green Climate Fund with junior capital, so that other kinds of partners can come on top, including the World Bank and IFC. We're proud to be part of M300, including GAP, where Carol is, including NORAD and the Nordic Development Fund, and BII, the British DFI, and finally Shinhan Bank, Korea's largest commercial bank. So ultimately there are 23 stakeholders that themselves represent the spectrum from philanthropy to commercial capital coming together, bringing their kind of capital so that we can actually go into those economies that have less than a 45% electrification rate, and in some cases, a 9% electrification rate.
Right. And Patrick, a lot of the work that Sun King, I mean, you're really kind of where the rubber meets the road on some of this. Tell us a little bit about, how Sun King's business model works and sort of what you've learned about the sort of mechanics and the financial reality, the economic reality of how to deploy more of these small-scale solar systems that you've been working on.
Well, first of all, Sun King can only exist because of Carol and organizations like GAP and Jacqueline and Acumen and a whole host of multilateral banks and especially governments that that allows Sun King to work and implement this type of thing. So Sun King is the largest off-grid solar energy company in sub-Saharan Africa. We work across 11 countries, distributing everything from very small solar energy kits to solar kits that can power your entire house with multi-kilowatt energy access that's very similar to the electrical grid. And the great thing about solar is people can pick and choose exactly what they want. You know, they can buy something small and they can move up over time. And we design the products, we install them, we finance them, which is critical for people to be able to afford them. Otherwise, you're asking people to pay for 10 years of electricity up front. So we design them, we install them, we finance them, we service them, all under one roof, and that allows us to do things very efficiently. So today we are serving about 50 million people currently use our products today, but it's a long way to go. We've got 500 million people that still don't have access, and there's a lot more work to be done to ensure there's the affordability and the scalability through programs like Hardest to Reach and so many others that are being discussed at the M300 event today to make sure this is affordable and available to everyone.
And on this affordability point, I mean, and these work as a sort of pay as you go model, right? Can you say briefly about that? Because I thought that was so interesting. Your business model there.
We try to make solar affordable in just the same way that a mobile phone plan or even an electricity service is available in sub-Saharan Africa. So people typically pay with these pay-as-you-go mechanisms, and so we'll install a solar kit in a house with a very small upfront payment, and then people pay over time. The only difference is, unlike a traditional utility, our solar utility, people make a payment for a year or up to 2 years, and then they own the product, and then they just have free electricity after that for the life of the product over 10 years. So it's just a way of making the product affordable and allowing people to pay for it just like they would, a traditional energy service.
Right. Carol, we're hearing a bit now about the sorts of partnerships that are needed to make this goal achievable. Can you say a bit about what else is needed from the World Bank or other development banks to help de-risk more of these projects? What other kinds of support are needed from that side to kind of help make this more achievable?
So I think the realization that access is very critical has seen people and organizations come together. The fact that they are together and focusing on this as a key goal, but more importantly also bringing in this structured approach and having countries to lead is very, very affirming. And I think what is needed more is for countries to really prepare the ground to allow for private sector investment. And I think the beauty about the elements of the compact is really the regulatory and reforms and policy reforms to allow private capital to come into those countries, because the space is, as you know, very limited in many countries.
Right. And so what does that look like in practical terms? So what is needed to clear the ground, especially for energy projects like this?
I think what is needed is really putting those reforms in place. What is needed is projects being developed faster, at speed and at scale, to really dent that access gap, which has been there for many years. So things need to be done differently. What we need is actors to move in the same direction and to partner more and share information, and less of the siloed approach that has been in the past. And we've seen that alignment already happening, and it continues to happen.
Right.
Yeah.
And is that the role of the World Bank here too as well, or of development banks, is to sort of put in some of the first capital, or just make these projects more financially viable, or what's needed from that side? So
GEOP is playing a significant role in really trying to make those projects bankable. If you think about it, there's a lot of technical assistance support that is required. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of market preparation work that needs to be done, even for the private sector to come in. And that really is what the philanthropic players, and especially the M300 partners, are doing. But really, this is a space that requires more and more actors to come and bring the best they can, because everybody has a strength that they can bring to solve the common problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Jacqueline, when you look at this, as Carol was saying, there's a need to clear the ground, clear the way for more bankable projects to come through the pipeline. What do you see as the most important bottlenecks to be dealing with at this stage for getting more of these projects built?
So Tim, I've been saying that climate finance isn't scarce, it's scared. And what I mean by that is that last year over $2 trillion was invested in the energy transition. Of that amount, less than 0.1%, about 800 million, went to off-grid solar. Given that the work that Patrick does is so vital to low-income people who don't have another option, are willing to pay, do pay, and help these companies become profitable, viable institutions so that countries and customers can solve their own problems, that's crazy to me. And so what I think is needed, Tim, is an ethos where we stop asking what is the risk of doing this. It's very easy to point to macroeconomic events, to very, very low-income people, to companies needing to do their own financing, to sometimes instability and massive climate events. We have to ask ourselves, what is the cost of not daring? The cost of not daring when it comes to electrification for the hardest to reach is rising emissions, rising instability, and rising migration. That is a planetary level market failure, and that impacts all of us. Hardest to reach is an example of these 23 stakeholders that recognize the capital they can bring, including the critical first loss, the grant money, the concessionary, and then on top the commercial. We need more models like that. And we need relationships of trust so that institutions, which are made by individuals, are bringing not just their capital, but their networks, their technical insight tools, because this is going to take all of us.
Right, because I get the sense that traditional banks and the sort of financial system as a whole is generally has had cold feet about investing in solar in Africa. There's a high cost of capital. These relative to there's a sort of perception of risk that is probably is not fair and is a major bottleneck. It seems like, and so maybe that's where this kind of partnership model we have to prove out more of these projects. Yeah, that's interesting. Patrick, can you say a bit about? I was also interested in your supply chain and like hardware. There's been a huge influx of an increase in solar panel imports into African countries from China, especially. Where are you getting solar equipment? How have you seen the prices and the kind of quality for that hardware change?
Yeah, I mean, it's been really incredible over the last 15 years to watch this technology evolve. It's just a continuous thing. Solar just keeps getting more affordable, and battery technology keeps getting better and more affordable. And when we started out, we were paying over $3 per watt for solar, and now solar is under 10 cents per watt. And batteries just last 3 times as long as they did back then. So the technology, we take the best technology from anywhere in the world, and we put it together and try and build something that's as affordable and durable as possible at each price point. That is really a core part of our company to this day, is just building that hardware. But the hardware is really just a fraction of the challenge, and providing overall affordability takes a village of institutions, and that's really the long-term struggle, is how do we just continue bringing that cost down. Today we're supplying over 300,000 units per month, solar installations, and that ranges from 5-watt kits that just do phone charging and lighting, all the way up to 5-kilowatt kits that can power everything in your house. We want to be doing 1 million per month in order to get to, say, 200 million people over the next 3 to 4 years. That's where we want to be, and it's just about affordability and accessibility for people.
Do you have a labor pool challenge also? I know we were talking that you have a lot of people out in the field helping get these things working and installed. I mean, you have enough access to human capital?
Yeah, so the human part of the Sun King team has become one of our most important constituencies. I mean, we started looking at this as a consumer company, but now Sun King has grown so large. It's 30,000 field agents who are doing these solar installations, supporting solar after it's sold. Over 3,000 people on our payroll across the continent. And a lot of these are jobs in places where employment is really difficult, right? So solar leads to employment when people, have light in their house and can get an education, kids can read books, study at night. People's livelihoods are extended into the evening. But then Sun King itself has also just become a major employer on the continent. And it's really cool to be working to provide livelihoods in both ways.
Yeah. Carol, just in the last minute that we have here, can you just kind of give us the bottom line on this? Mission 300 has a very ambitious goal, connecting these hundreds of millions of people to electricity. Are we going to get there on time? How are you feeling optimistic about the pace of progress towards this goal?
I'm confident that we will make significant progress just because all actors are aligned. And I think, by the way, today there was an additional 17 countries that signed into the compact. So we have a total of 29 countries now.
Wow.
So yes, I think it definitely is a good direction to go. And I'm confident we'll make significant progress.
All right, we hope so. Great. Well, thank you all so much for the conversation. And let's give a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. Great.
Please welcome Shola Akinlade, co-founder and CEO of Paystack, Jesse Moore, CEO of M-Copa, and Alexis Akwagiram, managing editor of Semafor Africa.
Good afternoon, everybody. A quick public service announcement. So this is the penultimate session of the day. Thank you very much for sticking with us. After this, we have Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. So, thank you. Look forward to that. But before we get there, we have this session about payments powering economic growth, which is central to the entire thesis of Next 3 Billion. I mean, Africa has really gone digital and payments ahead of the rest of the world. I mean, just off the top of my head, when I think about who I've reported on over the years, I've got M-Pesa, OPay, MoneyPoint, Paystack, Interswitch, Flutterwave. So I wanted to start with you, Shola, and just ask you, why is this the case? And how can this be accelerated or increased, or have we hit saturation point?
All right, cool, thanks. Good evening, everyone. My name is Shola Akinlade, co-founder and CEO at Paystack. Paystack is a payments company, so we help merchants accept payments from their customers. We're live in Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, and Cote d'Ivoire. I'm very excited to be here. And so I think payments in Africa has been really, really great. We started Paystack in 2015. And the thesis for me then was the internet was just coming and people were starting to build internet businesses. And we rode that wave. You know, my favorite stat about Paystack is that today, Paystack does more than 50 times what Nigeria was doing online in 2016. So in 10 years, we're doing more than 50 times what the country has done. And we're just scratching the surface. And to answer your question on why is Africa or why are payments ballooning in Africa, it's because Africa has 17% of the world's population, but just 2% of the world's digital commerce. And so there's just a lot of space. There's just a lot of space. So maybe that's the simple answer to the question.
And do you think there's scope for growth, the second part of that?
And you know, the most exciting thing is that it's never been a better time to be in payments because the rules are being rewritten as we're talking. You know, I think if you think about cross-border payments, it used to rely on SWIFT. SWIFT is a technology that is probably 50 years old. You know, today, stable coins is something I'm really excited about. This is programmable money. And so all of a sudden, we can move money across 42 currencies in Africa in seconds, you know, and I think that is so powerful. That's going to unlock a lot of growth. You know, to land the point, one thing that I really like when I'm in the US is when you order something from Amazon, you don't know where it's coming from. You don't know if it's coming from Salt Lake City or even China, right? But Africa has so many lines, so many bars, and I feel like the future or the present is to start raising those lines. And with the power of stable coins, with the power of just cross-border money movement, you will be able to trade across 50 countries, 1.5 billion people. Of course, you're going to unlock a lot of possibilities. So I'm excited.
So you're clearly very bullish on this. Jesse, I want to bring you in. You're the CEO of M-Copper. For those who are unfamiliar with M-Copper and what you do, can you just first explain how what you do ties in with what Shola and the likes of other payment processors do? And then also explain your thesis on everyday earners, because this is something fascinating that we were talking about earlier backstage.
Yeah, thanks. Alexis, before we got on stage, you said, what gets you excited? And I said, digital payments. Paystack being a great provider and a partner of ours. I had the very good fortune of being a part of the early M-Pesa team in Kenya 15, 20 years ago now. And what excites me about digital payments in the African context is how it is basically created an entire new platform for reaching consumers who are these next billion we're talking about. People who are very economically active on a day-to-day basis. Tons of little micro transactions, 10 cents here, 5 cents there, 50 cents here, $2 there. And that has all become digitized in the last decade or two. And that then creates a platform for doing new business with people who you couldn't otherwise previously reach. So in M-Coppa's case, we are definitely named similarly to M-Pesa. And again, our origins are quite tied into the M-Pesa story. We started the company in Kenya in 2010. M is for mobile, Coppa is to borrow, and effectively what we do now, millions of times over, is finance smartphones to people who cannot afford them, because a smartphone is the gateway product to digital and economic activity, right? So today, and tomorrow, and the next day, M-Coppa will sell 10,000 smartphones across 5 markets of Africa to people who would have a hard time buying them otherwise. And the way we do that is because we can rely on Paystack in the Nigerian case, right? We get paid as a business 15 times a second, right? I woke up this morning and we have 3 million active customers who are all paying us every single day in micro installments for the devices that we can provide to them. And it's because we can get paid 3 times a second seamlessly with Paystack that we exist in Nigeria. And in Kenya, we get paid 12 times a second on the rails of M-Pesa, and in Uganda on the rails of MTN Mobile Money. So back to the original point, I'm really excited and passionate about the rails of digital payments because it creates a new way to do business that's very inclusive and very positive with millions of people who are otherwise off the economic grid.
And to that point that I raised earlier about everyday earners, what's that about? I mean, my understanding is that we're talking about the informal economy in some way, shape or form. I mean, and also there's that I want to ask about, but then also about credit and how you can establish a credit score, credit rating for people who are kind of off-grid in the way that you would expect in more advanced economies.
Yeah, so one of the things I like to say about M-Coppa, we've now financed $2 billion worth of products to 7 million people. And the number of people that we rejected up front because their credit score wasn't good enough is 0, right? We've literally financed 7 million people and we've never credit scored somebody up front because the people we're working with don't yet have credit scores. And the problem we're trying to address is, well, how can you create a positive credit relationship through a device like a smartphone as a building block to then creating a credit score for that customer that they can leverage to now get better financial access to things like insurance and credit and savings and more. Earlier today, we had a nice lunch hosted by Standard Bank, who's a big partner of ours, a major financier of our business. And we ended up in a discussion over lunch about how there's 2 sets of words we can use to talk about these next billion customers from a kind of economic point of view. We can say that they are unemployed. We can say they are jobless. We can say they are unbanked. Those are all fair characterizations, not untrue. But they're all pretty negative. Right? The flip side is to say what we do in M-Coppa, we say that these are everyday earners. And that demonstrates the truth of this is people are extremely economically active, even if they're not formally employed. They don't get paid once a month, but they are busy selling tomatoes this morning and this afternoon and farming and being a taxi driver and whatever it is to get by. People are very economically active in a day-to-day basis. And so we are laser focused as a company on creating the financial and digital products that serve the needs of those everyday earners. There are 700 million everyday earners today on the African continent. There will be 1 billion everyday earners inside the next decade.
I mean, feel free to applaud. I mean, don't hold back. So there's obviously scope for growth. I want to throw this to you, Shola. You mentioned your favorite figure earlier. It wasn't the figure I expected, because what I was thinking was Paystack was acquired by Stripe in 2020 for $200 million. So obviously, there's scope for growth. There's an opportunity. So I want to hear from you, from the business side of things, as a company, where do you see the growth opportunities, and what are your growth targets and projections?
Okay. As you were speaking, before I came on stage, I looked up some data, and I wanted to say that M-Copper is our fastest growing customer this week. So thank you so much for that. And maybe that's the answer to your question. You know, what are the growth opportunities? And the work we do at Paystack is to power African ambition. We want to make it easy for people to do great things in Africa. And you cannot build and support for Africa. You cannot power people building for Africa and not grow. You know, you're just going to grow because there's just so many people doing great things, and these people are dragging you. You know, so I would say. Starting from, you talked about the acquisition. Yep. Also, another start. I'm throwing out a lot of starts today. I don't know what you did to me. I don't know, did you put anything in the water? But Paystack has grown more than 10 times since the Stripe acquisition. And we're just scratching the surface. As we think about future growth, I think there are 2 or 3 pillars. The first pillar is to continue to power people that are building for Africa. The second pillar, which I'm actually very excited about, is connecting Africa with the rest of the world. And we're doing a lot there. Black Friday last year, we did more than all Black Fridays combined since we started the company. And that's because, again, we're powering some of the newer people that are selling to Africa and all that, you know. So I would say that just by connecting Africa with the rest of the world, there's a lot of opportunity there. One of the customers I really like, and I don't know, I see some Nigerians in the room, it's called Duolingo, you know, where I'm from Nigeria. I learned French, but to be honest, I don't know if my teacher has been to France. My French teacher probably learned French with a book, and they're teaching me French. So of course I can't speak French, but all of a sudden, c'est bon. But all of a sudden, Duolingo, that has done a lot of work on just language learning, can now have access to 1.5 billion people in Africa because of the work we're doing to allow these people pay. Because how else would you be able to pay Duolingo with Naira? You know, and so I think the opportunity is massive. There's a lot of gap that is closing, and just by doing the work to close that gap, I think there's a lot that will happen.
I've just got a couple of very specific follow-up questions. Yes. If you've grown 10 times since this acquisition,
No.
Do you have any projections for growth in the next 5 years?
No, and again, I don't want to. You can see that I'm only quoting data I have just because I don't want to quote external data. But I think Africa is the next frontier. You know, I think people talk a lot about how in 25 years' time, Africa will have more than a quarter of the world's population. Yeah. So I think, again, I consider myself very lucky. You know, every time I wake up, I'm like, thank God I was born in Nigeria, Africa, because how else will you be at a position where the work you do can impact an entire continent, you know, and accelerate growth in that continent? So when I think about the future, I don't think about projections. I think about possibilities. I think about all the ambition, and I'm just like excited. Yeah.
Something tells me the Nigerian contingent in the room is strong. I don't know. It's just the impression I'm getting.
Yeah.
Jesse, the same question to you. In terms of growth, where do you see growth? Because you're coming at this from a similar position, but it's slightly different. So what are your thoughts?
So I clearly see a lot of growth in Nigeria. And every time I go to Nigeria, I call my wife and I'm like, we're moving here. This is where we want to be. But actually, let me share as a Canadian I've lived in Kenya now 16 years. One of the reasons I moved to Kenya, yes, Kenyans in the room. But as a Canadian, this is a true story. I was getting in the telecom world, industry, and I read an article in Toronto where the CEO of the mobile phone company, which also ran the landline, this is in 2008 or 2009, admitted publicly that as a business, they were trying to sell landlines before they were trying to sell mobile phones. Right? He was like, I'm kind of embarrassed to say this, but our sales team is incentivized to sell a landline and only sell a mobile phone if somebody really wants one. It was so depressing, right? What it was about was that the invested amount in the infrastructure that we had grown up with, landlines, was still being pushed by the company, and there was a delay in the mobile revolution in Canada. And actually, still today, Canada is one of the most expensive countries in the world to get cellular service. It's crazy. Meantime, in Kenya and in Nigeria, like, you're just going a mile a minute, right, into these new technologies. And that's why it is so bloody exciting to be a part of technology where technology is truly needed. We often, again, talk about the continent as lacking in infrastructure. And like I said before about underbanked or unemployed, there are negative words we can use to associate the state of the continent. And we can say there's not enough infrastructure. But that's the brilliant part of it. There's not a lot of infrastructure, and you can leapfrog straight to mobile payments or solar power, as we heard in the last panel, or the digital economy in ways that are just so innovative. And to the point of growth, there's just no shortage of demand if you can crack these business models. So just like Paystack, we've grown 10 times in 5 years, right? And if you say, can you keep growing 10 times in 5 years? I'd say, well, if we grow the same amount in the next 5 years as we did in the last 5 years, then we will have achieved 1% saturation of our addressable market. So yes, there is plenty of growth to go after. I mean, it's tough. You have to do a lot of things right. There's a lot of risk to manage, blah, blah, blah. But growth is not the problem.
Sadly, time is not on our side. We're going to have to wrap it up there. But thank you so much for enlightening conversation. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization, and Semafor's co-founder and editor-in-chief, Ben Smith.
Dr. Ngozi, thank you so much for joining us and joining your fans here.
Thank you. I love it.
There are not a lot of global trade figures who get that kind of response. But anyway, thank you for joining us. And I wanted to start off with the really big news that yesterday the Chinese government announced that it would stop availing itself of the special status given to developing countries within the WTO process. Why is that significant? What does it mean? What do you make of it?
Well, thank you, Ben, and good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for all the love and support. You've given me a lot of energy.
Thank you. It's the end of the day. We appreciate
After
it.
countless meetings. But yesterday was really a momentous occasion as far as WTO is concerned with the announcement. One of the criticisms that several members, the US, the EU, and others have made of China is that at the WTO, when you call yourself a developing country member, it accords you privileges and preferences in the way that you implement reforms, exceptions to doing things in a certain way that make it easier for you. And the criticism was that China is now the second largest economy in the world, may soon be the first, and therefore it should not have this access. And what you call yourself at the WTO, unlike other places, members that join, countries that join, can designate themselves any way they want. It's the one organization that does that. I was at the World Bank for a long time, and you know, it's very specific. What is a low-income country, lower middle, upper middle, rich, upper income country? At the WTO, you designate yourself, and when you do that, it allows you access to certain things. So China saying yesterday that it will no longer, to renounce access to these preferences that are meant to support poorer countries is huge, because it takes away one of the criticisms in the organization, that, you know, allowing countries that are relatively well off to have access to these privileges does away with it, allows us room for reform. Now, China can continue to call itself a developing country. That's not the issue. The issue is not the name. The issue is what that name confers on you at the WTO. And if they say they will no longer have access, it removes a bone of contention, and opens the door to more reform. So that's why it was a very exciting day yesterday.
And what response do you expect from the United States and from the Europeans, who have been complaining about this for a long time? How would you like to see them respond?
Well, it's one thing I'd like to see them, which is positively. So far, they've responded positively, but they've also said, about time.
To stay on China for one more question. Here, you know the United States very well. You lived in Washington for 25 years. And the time the WTO comes up the most now in American politics is when people say the entrance of China to the WTO in 2001 is like the original sin of this generation of economic populism. That this is like the thing that set off, you know, populism in the United States and Europe, and was a huge mistake. Do you believe that?
Well, let's you know, talking about that could take us the whole day. So I have to organize my thoughts so we can do it in a few minutes. The point is that globalization and the idea to open up to different countries, including China, also helped to lift up many countries and lift up their populations. It created prosperity, it benefited rich countries. I could rattle off numbers, as well as it lifted 1.5 billion people in the world from absolute poverty. And you know, so if you now say that doing all of that is not something that has been beneficial to the world, I would say think back to the original reason for creating the system in the first place. 80 years ago, it was after the Second World War. You'd had the Great Depression. You had tit-for-tat trade wars and tariff wars between countries. All of this led, and then the Second World War, to say that trade could be an instrument for peace. That if countries can be interdependent on each other and trading, it will help build peace. Now, has that happened over the past 80 years? The answer is yes. You've had the peace, relative peace in the world. You've not had a big world war. You've had prosperity in rich countries. You've had people have been lifted out of poverty. Now, did some people get left behind? The answer is also yes. I think poor people in poor regions in rich countries, when jobs left, they were not well taken care of. You have poor countries who feel they've not benefited adequately from the system. Africa, its trade has stagnated at below 3% for quite some time, at least the developed countries 1%. So there's still work to be done. So is the idea to remedy those things and try to make the system work even better, or is it the idea to negate the system? I think that the system has conferred benefits, and it should be made more fit for the times by reforming it. And what should have happened is, with China, when there were issues that came up that others were not satisfied with, they should have all gotten together to solve it. The WTO is made up of members. There's no WTO out there to point at. When people start saying WTO did this, WTO did that, I say, who is WTO? It is you and you and you. So if you say you didn't do this, you are accusing yourself. It's not the DG or the Secretariat, or it's you members. So they should have gotten together, and the US complains that it tried. Well, they should have found mechanisms to do the necessary reforms so that whatever complaints they had about China should have been better dealt with. Whatever the developing countries were complaining about should have been put on the table and dealt with. So now is the time. There's a sense of urgency about trying to solve these problems because the criticisms have merit and need to be dealt with. But flinging accusations doesn't really solve the problem.
We are now in this new trade order in which the United States is unilaterally imposing tariffs all over the place, and the amount of trade that runs through the WTO or is under WTO agreements has dropped, I think, from 80 to about 72%. And yet, at the same time, there's all this multipolar deal-making, and I think the EU just signed a deal with Indonesia. In a world that is less centered on the US, more multipolar, is that a world in which the WTO is less relevant or more relevant?
I think you need to ask certain members. The WTO is very relevant. It's at the center. And let me explain it. You said that the amount of trade going on in the world on WTO terms is 72%. After our analysis, I only like to speak on evidence-based. Prior to the tariffs, it was 80%. And of course, the unilateral actions of the US, yes, did undermine the system and the rules. It's the biggest disruption in global trade in 80 years. So it has knocked the system. But what is surprising, when we finished the analysis, we went from 80 to 72%. That's almost still 3/4 of world trade on WTO terms. So yes, the trading system has been knocked, it's been battered, but it is showing very strong resilience at the core. And the way I describe it is that we have a stable core of the trading system existing in an unstable equilibrium. And why is the equilibrium unstable? Because there's a lot of uncertainty that we're still living with and may have to live with for a period of time in the trading value. But that core, resilient core, is very important. And I'll tell you what, members, the good thing, who talked about trade so much before? Trade was not a sexy subject. We were just doing our thing and trying to make the system work. But now trade is on the lips of everyone. It has also made WTO members who are taking the system for granted realize that this system matters to us and we need to strengthen it and reform it. So you have coalitions of WTO members coming together. Last week, a coalition of 14 members led by Singapore, UAE, Switzerland, and Iceland, and New Zealand, came together to try to, with 14 countries, saying we want to band together to strengthen and reform the system. So in this crisis, you're finding that, and you mentioned all these regional trade agreements and so on. We want them. They are not a competition for the WTO, they complement. Because if you look at the agreements, most of them are built on the WTO platform, and that's why trade is still so high on WTO terms. And let me end by saying, now with 72%, should we be complacent? The answer is absolutely not. Some of the criticisms leveled at the system by the United States have merit. Criticisms leveled by developing countries that it should work better for them have merit, and others. So this is the time for us to seize the opportunity. We also need to look at what's happening in the world of trade. We have AI. We have changes in technology that are very fast-paced. If the system doesn't reform to take account of these, then we will be left behind. That's what bothers me more than any other thing. So there's a sense of urgency, and the time to do the reforms is now.
Is the lesson we've learned that the United States is less important to the global trading system than maybe we think we are?
The United States is about 13% of world trade. It looms, and so 87% of world trade is taking place among other countries. But it looms large because certain big countries and trading blocs depend on the US market. And the US, and so that criticism I share a little bit, I think I said it or alluded to it in the beginning. This system was built for interdependence, not over-dependence. And some countries have become too over-dependent on the US market for demand for their goods and on China for critical supplies. And what we are saying is that over-dependence does not build global resilience. We need our members to diversify trade, sources of supply and sources of demand. And they're actually doing it. And by joining in these agreements, exploring other markets, making bilateral and regional agreements with others outside the US is fine. That's what we want. That's the diversification. South-South trade is increasing, and it's a good thing. It's gone from 10% in 1990s to about 25% now and growing. We should be encouraging it. Africa, intra-Africa trade, we need to do more. We need to go from the 16 to 20% to up to, EU is 60%. We can go up. And my final thing on intra-Africa trade, we really need to solve the problems, the payments system. We need to be further developed, the logistics of making sure that our trade costs go down. It shouldn't cost more to take goods from Kenya, from Nairobi to Lagos than from, even China, to Lagos. We need to solve these problems so that we can trade more. Why should Lesotho sell $200 million of textiles to the US and be worrying about reciprocal tariffs? When Africa spends about $7 billion importing textiles, some of the same textiles they're producing in Lesotho, why can't they sell it to the rest of the continent? Why are we having headaches over this thing? So we just need to do better. We need to do better.
And as the system, I think, as you're saying, kind of reforms itself around the US and finds these other corridors, there will be a new US president in a few years, presumably. One imagines, and
no comment.
And is this a one-way? This escalation of protectionism in the U.S., is that like a one-way ratchet, or do you think the U.S. can climb down from this and rejoin the global trading order?
Well, let me say one thing. Please be clear that some of the criticisms made by the U.S. have been successive administrations. Many of them predate this administration, so both Democrats and Republicans have had criticism. So undoubtedly, maybe some of the measures, I don't know, I cannot speak. Let's see what happens. Maybe the things will happen somewhat differently. But it doesn't take away from the need. What I think we should focus on is the need to do the reforms that are necessary to make the organization fit for the 21st century. It's not only because the US is criticizing it, but this is what we need to do, even for our developing country members, to make sure that we are of relevance to them.
The dollar, obviously the preeminent currency of global trade, do you think it will remain that?
Well, it took, confidence. A currency becomes preeminent when certain things happen, and it's all based on confidence and trust. And also, it's all based on institutions and what happens. So if it took a long time to build up the dollar, and I think it will take a long time to find a currency that can replace it. It will take a long time.
What do you think is the strongest candidate?
But I think that over time, more and more currencies will come into play, okay, for trade. That's my view. As we develop these payment systems in Africa, we ought to be able to pay each other also in some of our own currencies. Some of the other international currencies, we would also deal more in them, be it renminbi, be it euros, and so on. So there'll be more use of that. But it will take time to replace the dollar because it took a long time to build it up. And if the institutions of the US stay strong, then that confidence will be there. But if they weaken, then it might be something else.
Do you see stablecoins as part of that picture?
Could be. I don't want to pronounce on it because
one subject on which you're going to be very cautious. And just a final question. There was an effort essentially to silence the WTO. There was the U.S. government circulated a memo saying that the WTO should stop speaking out on climate and other issues. The WTO officials should stop speaking at events other than when they're member states. And you commented at the time. It was a memo circulated by the State Department. And I wonder if you've adjusted your own, approach to the role or to the WTO's role in the world.
Ben, to be honest, I never saw that memo.
All right, fair enough.
Maybe there was something circulating, I never saw it. And I'm telling you the truth because I've not stopped speaking out.
Well, that is very clear.
But, where the U.S. is correct, and it's, as I said, many of the criticisms it made, I share them. But on some issues, yes, I think we've been trying to look at the role of trade in climate change, and which is an existential threat, and how one contributes to solving that problem. I think it goes back to going back to the village. And when farmers in the village say to you that the rains are coming at the wrong time, they don't know when to plant, when to harvest, they've never seen anything like it. Things are happening that they haven't seen in 35 years or 50 years. And, they don't know that word. They don't know climate change, but they're describing phenomena that are making it more difficult for them to plant, to harvest at the times they used to, for their crops to yield the way they used to. Then you have to pay attention. I like going back to the village to talk to people. That's how you find out what's actually going on. So these are some of the issues we have to deal with. And so, yeah, we are getting on with our work.
From the village to the future of global currency. Thank you so much for this, and thank you all for being with us.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Semafor co-founder and CEO, Justin B. Smith.
Before everyone leaves, just would like to, on behalf of everyone at Semafor and the Next 3 Billion team, I want to thank you all so much for joining us today for our second annual Next 3 Billion. I know it's a very busy week. There's a lot of choices and things to do, and I hope you found your decision to come be with us today a fruitful one. The theme that runs through all of Semafor's events, but all today's obviously as well, is quality content, intelligent journalism, independent journalism, and I hope that you were able to sort of experience that throughout all of these different conversations. That is not necessarily what's happening at every event at UNGA. And so I hope you got a sense of what's different and unusual about our company and the events that we put together. Thank you. And if you want more of it, please sign up for Semafor's email briefings. Semafor Africa is really one of the most dynamic news products, frankly, about the African continent, looking at it from a very different perspective than traditional legacy news media. It's talking about the opportunities in Africa, the transformation of Africa. It's not about famine, war, dysfunction. And read all of our other Semafor products as well, about a range of different global important issues. So thanks to our speakers, our editors, our journalists for their insights and perspectives. Independent journalism is also expensive to produce, and so we really genuinely are grateful to our sponsors and our partners, which include the Gates Foundation, and Cisco, G42, and Schneider Electric and Standard Bank. Thank you so much for supporting us in these efforts. And so we hope we'll see you at another Semafor event soon or here next year. Mark your calendars for the fall Semafor World Economy Summit, October 15th and 16th in Washington, D.C. You're all invited. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.